And so should we give ourselves a few more minutes with your permission for people to, or maybe for some of our speakers to come in? And also, as Joanna is in the room there, we would like to ask if you've seen Michel, because Michel is also there.
Oui, Charlie. Bonjour à tout le monde.
Bonjour, Michel.
Merci bien. C'est un plaisir. Good morning, everyone. Here we are in Katowice, and I'm very pleased to hear you all and to be connected. I'm so glad, and we'll be happy to say welcome to some big pioneer of internet here. Is the Mr. Pouzin of French. He is honored to be here with Chantal and the other of speakers who are here. Let me say thank to all the technical people who are here. They are going to help us to make this meeting be successful. Merci à tout le monde. Donc je disais que je suis heureux qu'à notre panel, on a l'honneur d'accueillir un des pionniers de l'Internet mondial, en la personne de M. Louis Pouzin. En Afrique, nous dirons Père Pouzin et Chantal. Merci également aux autres panélistes qui sont là et qui nous honorent de leur présence afin de faire de ce panel un succès. Merci également à toute la technique qui se déploiera dans le but de satisfaire, de faire de ce direct quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Merci à vous. Sans protocole, il est l'heure. Ici, on dit souvent que l'heure est l'exactitude de roi. Je vais passer la parole à qui de droit. Charlie, tu as la parole.
Merci, Michel. Grand plaisir de voir que ce panel est représenté, est sur site, est sur place. And so thank you for that. Thank you for the effort to be there. Thank you for taking, making all your toil and efforts to be there. And that's great. And I welcome Peter and also Joanna and Rodrigue, our panelists who are already here. And I think, as Michel just said, we won't bother ourselves with too much protocols. we will certainly make everything for our panel to be the best of it. And given the fact that we are already online and live now, I will start by presenting our session. And when we were preparing this session, we had so many topics at hand, and we were asking ourselves what can be the topic that is critical especially for our context, our continent. And we finally, and very participatory, in a participatory way and collaboratively, decided to work on, on the construction of infrastructure that will give, meaningful internet access to all the people in Africa, but especially those who are marginalized, those who are clearly excluded as we know it, even though we don't usually say it. It's something we need to put on the table, and the IGF opportunity is also there for us to put this on the table and to be the voice of all those people who might not be here because of the challenges that we will talk about in this session, and also because of the fact that there are so many other issues that are not directly related to internet or internet governance or internet infrastructure itself, but also because of, we have problem with electricity, we have problem with poverty. People will, even when they will have, means to join this sort of session, they will certainly be more interested in solving, daily needs, daily critical needs that are far from what we enjoy as those who consume internet every day. So the organizing committee of this session was formed by the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication in Cameroon, by CAPDA, and represented here by Michelle Chonan Lindsay, its coordinator, one of the most prominent organization, Pan-African organization, promoting internet governance that has been promoting internet governance for decades now. And then we also have Christian, that we want to thank for all its dedication, for all its devotion to making all this session a success. So for our session, we will have two moderators. Michelle is already there on site, and Charlie, myself, is here. It's tricky to be presenting myself this way. And then we will have several speakers, and we are glad that many of you are already there online, and we love it. It shows clearly that this session topic is an interesting one, and that all of us have understood clearly that we need to advocate, we need to speak out this, we need to show, to make clearly, to make it understandable that infrastructure is critical for people to join, this space that is becoming now some sort of essential and existential space for every human being today. And so we will have Joanna. I will start with her. It has nothing to do with the way, with the ranking, with the speaking ranking here, but I think she was one of the first to come in from the panel, from the speaker list. And so Joanna is a cybersecurity expert working in the intersection of human rights, international law, privacy, freedom of expression, and she is member of the European Eastern European group. And we will have, I hope he comes, Eric Sindel is from private sector, and he is actually one of the very great promoter of internet infrastructure in our country. We also invited Benga Sesan of civil society. We hope he find a way to come.
Benga is here.
Because
I'm in the room.
Are you there?
Yes, I've been here.
Sorry, Benga. My screen doesn't show you. Thank you, bro. as we call ourselves. Thank you, brother, that you are already there. Thank you. And should I need to present Benga? one of the most prominent civil society activists on these issues of internet governance, and we are very, very glad to have you here. And he leads Paradigm Initiative, and Paradigm Initiative is the Pan-African civil society organization, social enterprise, working on this, leading this topic in Africa. And we are very glad to have you, Benga. Thank you, and sorry for missing your presence here. So we will also have Rodrigue Sangumi Sopele. He is a geek for our community, and he is member of the African group. We will certainly also have Ferdinand Yves Mbaga, who is also a tech and geek of this community, and working for the Cameroon Network Britain Group. And we will have Brice Arsène Ndanga. He is from government and he's also member of this African group. And then last but not the least, Peter Koch from the NIC. He's a senior policy advisor from the NIC and working on the intersection of internet governance, public policy, government relations, and so on. And then we will have probably, or maybe, Ngamba Serge, who is also an expert of this domain. This is our list of speakers, and then we will have rapporteurs, two rapporteurs who are already here. Lydien Nathalie Toge, that's from the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication in Cameroon, and then Neo Miller Marcel, that will lead this reporting side of our session. And we welcome all of you here, and we would like now to start with our theme. How will we go with this? We will just give the floor to panelists for panelists to express their views in the way they feel it. And as you know, when we prepare this, we decided to let you share freely your thoughts on this critical topic so that we don't restrict it to our own view, because we believe the diversity of the panel is a great opportunity for us to capture very great points that we could put on the table of IGF lead, so that we can push together what we need to improve the state of infrastructure and then the state of internet governance in our continent, and so to make it, to create some sort of equality and to reduce, as you know, the space between the have and those who have not. So I will start with Benga. Hi, Benga. Could you please tell us all your insight from the wonderful experience you've built in this space concerning infrastructure, the challenges you have met, and that you see people facing in the context, not only of Nigeria, but also of the continent, given your Pan-African position today. Thank you, Benga.
Thank you, Charlie. Great to be here. There's some echo. I hope that doesn't affect what I'm saying. But anyway, when we talk about infrastructure, as you said, I'm not even looking at my own country, Nigeria, today, and I'm not even limiting myself to the countries where Paradigm Initiative has, physical offices, but I'm looking at the region as a whole. And I think one of the important opportunities that we have, yes, there's a challenge of infrastructure, but one great opportunity that we have right now is the fact that last year with the COVID-19 lockdowns, I think it became very clear that we are unfortunately seeing a deepening of the digital divide. It means that when schools went online, we had no choice. We had to go online for schools. When, businesses had to work remotely, when people literally had to, communicate and do that online, what then began to happen was that we saw the wide gap between two categories of people. There was one category, people who are connected, who can continue to learn, children who went online to continue to learn, adults who continued to work and all of that. But we had a second category of people. We had children who not only couldn't learn, but were forgetting what they were learning. And that is a major problem, because what we then have is a scenario where those who are not connected mostly because of infrastructure. And like Charlie said earlier, it's not even at times that there are no, that there's no internet access, for example. It's also the fact that there are other infrastructural problems like power. Let me give you the example of some of the countries where we work, and we had scenarios where we had content to share with students, but some of them couldn't receive them. Not because there was no internet on their phone, but because there was no power to charge it. The battery was dead. So literally they couldn't have access to that. And there were, of course, many other obstacles. But the good news is that we saw the prioritization of digital infrastructure beginning from about March last year. Many of the countries that we've been talking to and saying to them, you have to prioritize digital infrastructure, began to see the need for it. So in a way, COVID is a bad thing, but it has put digital infrastructure on the map of many African countries. And I think we need to make sure that as we now continue to have, countries are now beginning to have post-pandemic plans, that digital infrastructure must remain. Because the challenge we have is that, for example, we can never build enough schools. I always give the example of a country like Nigeria, where you have over 2 million students, 2.1 million students writing exams to go into tertiary institutions, but you have a scenario where all of the schools combined cannot take more than 600,000 or 620,000 students, which means 1/3 of those who are writing exams are the only ones we have physical spaces for. But thankfully, with digital infrastructure, we can extend health services, we can extend education, we can extend businesses, and we can do a lot of that. This, by the way, is one of the reasons why at Paradigm Initiative, our major interest when it comes to digital inclusion is to prioritize three things. Number one, that policy must work for the unconnected, for the disconnected. And when I say unconnected and disconnected, I mean there are people who are not connected to the internet because maybe they live in rural areas or because they are, around the last mile. But there are those that are disconnected. There are countries where the internet is shut down during elections or during exams, depending on the excuses that, those tyrants want to give. But the reality is that we must make policy work for them. So if students are in a region where the internet has been shut down at a time where they're supposed to learn online, then we have a major challenge. That's one. The second is that as civil society actors, we must begin to work with other stakeholders, civil society, technical community, government, businesses. We must all work together to make sure that everyone who, needs access to either health, education, have access to this through digital infrastructure that we prioritize. And the last but not the least is the fact that across the continent, many of our countries already have what is called universal services funds. And I think we must emphasize the need to deploy these resources towards extending digital infrastructure from Algeria to Zimbabwe, across, all of Cameroon, Ethiopia, every country. We have resources that have been put aside for this work. And I think it's high time we began to deploy that towards that, because the reality is in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, we can't come back as a continent and say, oh, once again, we've missed out on the fourth industrial revolution or other opportunities. It's high time we we literally put our money where our mouth is.
Sorry. Yes, I was mute. Sorry. Thank you, Benga. Thank you for sharing these insights. I will take here, and thank you also for keeping the time. I will take here the fact that we have good news from your point of view that COVID-19 has provoked, I will use this, has been a sort of provocation for our states to prioritize digital infrastructure, because they saw how, how far we as African countries, we lag behind and we were unprepared to cope with the challenges of COVID-19. So thank you for that. And I also take the fact that you are advising us to work, in sort of multi-stakeholders view, taking in tech communities, legal stakeholders, and and social activists for sure, and all those who are, and given that what we are talking about is just some sort of crossroads of many knowledge, sciences, and so on. So thank you for that. I will give the floor, if you allow me, in this sense, to Eric, that I see here, so that Benga was talking about this prioritizing in digital infrastructure. What do you think about this? And then you can share your insight in 5 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Hello, everybody. I'm really thrilled to be here and share my experiences, my area experiences in terms of digital infrastructure. My predecessor said it the best. You know, we need to tackle this opportunity. We're in the digital age, and an opportunity for underdeveloped country to bridge the gap and reach development. So in terms of digital infrastructure, the main infrastructure that we know, it's, you know, underground sea cables. I mean, every country should invest into getting access to those underground sea cables. So that's the first issue. The second is managing that infrastructure. By managing it, we need to deploy it across the whole country and put up policies for different actors to provide connectivity to all the areas, the countries. And it has been proven that broadband access and economic growth are very closely related. So for me, this is the first focus, broadband access. Second one is education. We need to move from the traditional education. You know, we have new trades now in the digital field. We need to teach our youth how to develop their digital skills in order to adapt to the future. Actually, it's not the future, it's now already. We have artificial intelligence, we have big data, robotics, and so on. So we need to transform the way we teach our children. And the third is increase cybersecurity, because with digital use, there's also a lot of threats. So we need to invest into cybersecurity, training, of course, sensibilization, and we need to make our countries more digital ready. By that, I mean, we need to draft policies in terms of data protections, in terms of e-commerce, and so on. So that's my take on it. And like the predecessor said, COVID has been a blessing in disguise for us to see how the future can be and how the digital technology can help us achieve our visions and our dreams. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for reminding us the aspect that we need to take into as priorities. And you insisted on educating our young people. And also you talk, when it comes to infrastructure, as it is the core of our session, you talked of cyber security. And I think this is also an issue where infrastructure is key. Either our phones or, our networks, all the switches and the where all our cables land, and we need to have cyber security embedded by default in all those in all the network and the infrastructure. So I take it as a great point on this that we need not to forget. But you also talk of the legal infrastructure that we need to build. And so we turn to Peter, who has been at the forefront of regulatory operations and projects in his context. So we would like to know what our countries need to build as legal instruments, based on international standards, or maybe taking into account our own specificities. We would like to know what you could advise, in the view of building our digital infrastructure. Peter?
Yeah, thank you, Charlie, and thanks a lot for inviting me and for the opportunity to have this discussion and participate in the dialogue. Very much appreciated. As you mentioned in the introduction, I am with DENIC, the German top-level domain registry, CCTLD, and I'm also with the German ISOC chapter. So at one point, I might refer to some initiatives that the Internet Society has started to support, say, community networks or something else. So first, let me say that the pandemic, of course, has reshuffled the card deck for all of us in various parts of the world, and this whole topic of meaningful access is very important, but it's also complicated in its definitions, because meaningful means different things to different people in different contexts. So it is something that you compare to your peers. And it is important that people have a level playing field in terms of access, and that might mean different resources in different circumstances. But also, there is obviously a baseline. All of us are now having enough of infrastructure to participate in these Zoom calls, and that is maybe a new baseline. So when I mentioned reshuffling, it is that, of course, many people had access to the internet already and have it, but the internet meant big platforms maybe, and having Facebook and Twitter, until things changed when school kids needed to do a bit more, like having interaction like we have right now, or like being able to do their own research or take part in polls or whatever, take their own videos and things. And that is a question of resources, but I'm not an economist, so I'm not talking about funding and this, but it's also an issue, I think, of education, as previous speakers have mentioned, of training, and to go to the core of your question, to the say ability to experiment in a way, so that the say legal or maybe liability frameworks around you and enable experimentation, enable innovation, while at the same time maybe exercising the protection that the people, the government expect in terms of so not this Wild West approach, if that comparison is allowed. Cybersecurity and privacy was mentioned, and of course, one of the prime examples for privacy regulation or legislation is the General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union, that has been an example for lots of countries in the world. What we sometimes see is that both topics, security and privacy, are maybe used a bit as a barrier, as an excuse for not starting things. They are important, so they shouldn't be denied, I think, also not in the case of a pandemic. But we also see it doesn't make sense if the access to certain tools like this one that we use right now would be denied for spurious reasons of data protection. So that's one thing. The other is this whole access. Again, everybody compares themselves to their neighbors. So if my bandwidth is this and my neighbor has 10 times the bandwidth, I'll ask, why is that? And what can we do? So oftentimes local initiatives can not replace, but support general infrastructure. There are always areas that are maybe for reasons of geography or others that are less connected in terms of bandwidth, say, than others. And it might not be economically feasible for competing big telcos or others to go there. And there are, of course, multiple regulatory approaches to that. One could be that there's an obligation for service providers to support areas that are not necessarily economically attractive, but to have this base level of access. And the other one is, and that also happens in my country from time to time, that local initiatives will, say, accelerate this whole thing by locally supporting infrastructure. And I'm really talking about digging cables or doing other things on rare occasions. But that might be an example where this is not replacing, but accelerating or supporting bigger infrastructure initiatives. And then, of course, there needs to be regulatory or, say, legal opportunities to actually do this without going the risk of bankruptcy or without having unnecessary liability or high regulatory burdens if you are a cooperative of small, medium enterprises and you want to increase your bandwidth. It would be sometimes very hard if you had to register as an ISP, where all what you do is support the local thing. That's something to keep in mind, that maybe this the regulatory sword can be sharp, but it can also be devastating in the wrong hands or wrongly applied. Again, if that image is allowed. So taming the big incumbents is one thing, but at the same time, local initiatives and small emerging initiatives should be on the radar and not be strangled by regulatory burden, that is. And I'm not saying regulation is bad in the first place, but level playing field means that the application of regulation to big entities, it needs to scale is what I'm trying to say, right? It needs to address big entities in a way that they can cope with, and maybe need some leeway for local initiatives. And speaking of initiatives, that's then the how would one organize this? Cooperatives are an interesting model all over the world. Oftentimes in farming and everything like that. But as a registry, for example, we are also a cooperative, and the cooperative members are the registrars. And this also works for local initiatives in terms of having a small local ISP, so to speak. It is not for profit, it is self-governing. And if the regulatory framework allows that, then this is probably an interesting nucleus for bigger things. So you get together, then you can have internet exchanges in the same model. And this is where I would hand off and then refer to what the Internet Society is doing in that direction. So you have interconnections and so on and so forth. So that's a bit of a long stretch to respond to your question. Happy to hear what others have to say. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Peter. As with your predecessors, great insights, and I will pick some of the things that you talk about. Local initiative, because once we think of infrastructure, in our minds we have big towers, we have big cables, submarines cable, and all those things. And I think you are right. There are places, areas in our countries, especially in our countries, where many solutions from ISPs won't be economically feasible, and that's clear. And most of them have so great power that compared to our government, that they have negotiating power that we don't actually match and we understand that. And I would take maybe things that come from what you said, cooperatives. I will maybe add, providing for community networks, more community networks, maybe, looking at mesh networks, things like that. We need to look at all this, and especially when you talk of not-for-profit, this makes also sense because it will feed in, this community spirit that we are not here to make profit, but just to serve the community. And then I will also take the fact that we need to make sure we don't take cybersecurity as an excuse not to do things. And I agree with you personally that we need to look at internet connectivity or maybe internet infrastructure or internet governance in the sense of producing value for the society, not for absolutely in a defensive mode, as we usually do. With the reserve that we understand clearly that security is a serious matter. So thank you for sharing this. And I will end by also asking for our rapporteur to stress the fact that we need a legal environment that gives ways, to local initiative to thrive, in this space. So thank you for that, Peter. And I will, as you just said, talking about these local initiatives, I will turn now to Rodrigue Sangumi, who is a member of the Cameroon Network operators group. And these are, when we talk of operators, it's clear that they are the one trying to design, solutions, to reach the last mile, as we usually say. So I will ask him what he can tell us for this in 5 minutes. And I see a few questions in the chat box. Thank you for sharing. We will get back to those questions once we end with this first stage from the panelists here. So, Rodrigue, you are telling us in the chat that you have slides. I hope we can share those, and I will try. Christian, can you share Rodrigue's slide?
I'm waiting
Hello.
for the information.
Is it possible to share your slides? I don't know. Will you share it from your screen?
I'm actually asking the host to do that because I'm just the co-host, but I cannot do that.
Okay, thank you then. Thank you. And so
it's okay. You can share it.
Okay, perfect. So, Christian, you can share.
Rodrigue, I know you have not sent your presentation. Maybe you can share if you have it yourself.
Rodrigue, could you share, please?
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah,
5 minutes then. You have the floor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. My best language is French. I can speak in French now. Allô?
Yes, go ahead. You can speak in French.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je vais partager en 5 minutes, comme vous avez demandé, l'expérience de l'université de Ngaoundéré au Cameroun sur la gestion des ressources de façon autonome. Le plan de présentation est assez simple. Nous allons vous présenter un petit peu notre institution, les infrastructures et les ressources de 2010 à 2018, les infrastructures de 2018 à 2020 et de 2020 à aujourd'hui, relativement à la survenue de la crise sanitaire à COVID-19. Et ensuite, nous allons vous exposer un petit peu, très rapidement, les difficultés que nous avons rencontrées et faire une conclusion de notre présentation. Déjà, l'université de Ngaoundéré est un établissement public, une université publique parmi les 8 qu'on a au Cameroun, avec environ 30 000 étudiants, 700 enseignants, avec un ratio étudiant-enseignant de 42 étudiants pour un enseignant, ayant 12 établissements, dont 6 facultés et 6 grandes écoles. Les facultés, nous avons la faculté de sciences, la faculté de sciences, économie et de gestion, comme vous pouvez le voir à travers le slide, et nous avons également des grandes écoles comme l'INSAI, où je suis enseignant permanent ici, et d'autres écoles comme l'Institut universitaire des technologies, l'école des vétérinaires, les GEM, l'EXIM, l'école normale, et ainsi de suite. Nous avons 3 campus, 3 grands campus. Le campus principal qui est en Ngaoundéré, ici, et un campus qui se retrouve du côté de Bertois, toujours dans la Damawa, ici dans la région de la Damawa, nous avons un campus à Meganga, et un autre campus du côté de Garoua, dans la région du Nord Cameroun. Le campus de Bertois qui héberge l'école normale dans la région de l'Est Cameroun. L'université de Ngaoundéré dispose d'un centre de paiement des TIC. C'est d'ailleurs à travers ce centre-là que nous pouvons exercer l'autonomisation en matière de gestion des ressources et infrastructures TIC. OK? Donc, ce centre a un bâtiment. Nous avons un bâtiment de ce centre avec une ligne spécialisée à fibre optique qui a été posée par l'opérateur Camtel d'une bande passante à l'origine de 7 mégabits par seconde. Nous avons également une salle de machines, serveurs, et 7 serveurs fonctionnels, qui avaient 7 serveurs fonctionnels à l'époque, dont un serveur DNS, web, mail, backup, firewall, ainsi de suite, et un routeur de liaison avec l'opérateur de télécommunications Camtel. Tous les serveurs sont en adresse publique. Les réservations, nous avons également un nom de domaine, univ-ndere.cm, qui est détenu dans les registres de l'antique. Donc, au bout de tout ceci, nous avons le ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur qui nous a fourni 1024 adresses IP publiques, mais utilisant les adresses IPv4, nous étions contraints d'utiliser le NAT pour pouvoir résoudre les problèmes de connectivité de l'ensemble de la communauté universitaire. Nous avons également 2 sondes Atlas Reaper qui sont déployées dans le réseau. Déjà, en termes de difficultés que nous avons eu à rencontrer relativement à nos installations de départ, c'est que le réseau était instable parce qu'il s'agissait d'un réseau qui n'était pas à fibre optique dans l'intranet. En ce qui concerne l'intranet, c'était un réseau à ondes hertziennes, et l'instabilité de ce réseau à antenne nous a poussé à penser un nouveau réseau qui était plutôt à fibre optique, dont un backbone local à fibre optique, afin de rendre ce réseau plus stable avec une meilleure bande passante, permettant également l'utilisation des services d'autres services sur Internet et en intranet. Naturellement, nous avons constaté aussi que avec les adresses que le ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur nous avait remis, nous avons des difficultés sur Internet parce qu'en réalité, le ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur avait acquis un grand bloc d'adresses et avait distribué un certain nombre à des universités, dont 1024 à l'université de Ngaoundé, je pense 2048 à l'université de Yaoundé 1, et nous constations que ces adresses étaient très mal utilisées par d'autres structures, et les effets, c'est que nous nous retrouvions parfois blacklistés sur Internet lorsque nous voulions rendre accessible un certain nombre de services chez nous. OK? Nous constations aussi avec ce bloc d'adresses que Camtel avait des sérieux problèmes de routage de ce bloc. Donc, de 2018 à 2020, nous avons étendu avec l'arrivée du nouveau recteur à l'université, le professeur Oufoué Chinjemelo, à l'université de Ngaoundéré. Elle a permis à ce que le plateau technique soit évolué avec un nombre de serveurs qui a été ajouté, n'est-ce pas? Nous avons, chaque serveur avait désormais la possibilité d'avoir son réplica, avec l'acquisition également de 50 points d'accès sans fil maillé, pour un réseau maillé, et la bande passante qui a été augmentée de 7 mégas à l'origine à 21 mégas. Ça peut faire rire, mais c'est une réalité ici chez nous. Les bandes passantes ne sont pas très élevées. Mais également, nous sommes devenus membres d'Afrinic en ayant nos propres blocs d'adresses IPv4 et IPv6, n'est-ce pas, depuis 2018. Le projet a abouti. Mais naturellement, nous sommes en train de travailler avec Camtel pour le routage de nos adresses IPv6 dans leur réseau. Et depuis l'avènement du coronavirus en 2019, donc les effets ont été ressentis en 2020, l'année académique 2019-2020, à l'université de Ngaoundéré, qui était contraint, n'est-ce pas, de revoir rapidement son plateau technique avec l'augmentation de la bande passante, qui est passée cette fois-ci de 21 mégas à 100 mégabits, n'est-ce pas, pendant cette période-là. Le déploiement de l'augmentation des serveurs afin de donner des serveurs, afin d'avoir des serveurs dédiés, n'est-ce pas, à l'enseignement à distance à l'université de Ngaoundéré, ce qui nous a fait avoir 8 serveurs supplémentaires uniquement dédiés aux plateformes de cours en ligne. Et malgré que nous avions commencé depuis 2019 avec Camtel le routage de nos blocs d'adresse IPv6, cela n'était pas toujours opérationnel jusqu'en 2020. Les difficultés que nous avons rencontrées de façon générale, c'est que nous avons un problème énergétique au pays et ça se ressent de façon criarde ici dans la partie septentrionale du Cameroun. L'administration fait des efforts dans ce sens en essayant d'acquérir un groupe électrogène, naturellement, mais nous pensons à une solution hybride, groupe électrogène, plaque solaire, mais les ressources financières ne permettent pas de résoudre le problème de façon rapide. Donc, nous allons prendre un certain nombre de temps pour pouvoir peut-être pallier à cette solution. Nous avons également un problème de ressources humaines, en technique en fait, ressources humaines techniques, dans le domaine de la connaissance de la gestion, n'est-ce pas, au quotidien d'un réseau IPv6 ou IPv4 d'ailleurs même. Je suis actuellement le seul qui a été formé par Afrinic à la maîtrise des réseaux IPv6. Naturellement, nous sommes après 2020, donc en 2021, et jusqu'ici, le routage de nos blocs d'adresse IPv6 se traîne toujours du côté de Camtel. Bon, en conclusion, on peut dire que l'université de Ngaoundéré, grâce à son centre de commande des TIC, a la possibilité de gérer de façon autonome ses ressources et ses infrastructures numériques. Nous avons constaté qu'au courant des années, les ressources ont évolué. Par exemple, nous avons ce graphe qui nous présente ce que nous avons dit tout à l'heure. En termes de serveurs, nous sommes passés de 7 à 10 et actuellement nous sommes à 18. En termes de bande passante, nous sommes passés de 7 à 21 et actuellement nous sommes à 100 mégabits. Et naturellement, nous avons toujours ce problème de routage chez Camtel et le problème énergétique qu'il faut résoudre. Et nous avons un grand espoir, n'est-ce pas, que le projet présidentiel e-National Higher Education Network, qui est en cours d'exécution actuellement, avec un nouveau bâtiment TIC qui a été construit dans les 8 universités d'État, dont l'université de Ngaoundéré d'ailleurs en a bénéficié. Et l'annonce du ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur qui nous a dit que lorsque le bâtiment sera opérationnel, nous passerons à une bande passante de 1 gigabit par seconde dans chaque université d'État. Sur ce, je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention et reste ouvert aux questions et aux critiques. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Rodrigue. Merci, and thank you for giving the sort of description of what a state university, in charge of training students and Cameroon youth, and even Central African youth, is actually facing. And this is interesting because it brings us back to what we said through Benga, Peter, and Eric. And as we saw that there are so many challenges that we need to take on. And you see clearly that you are a state university and you face challenges that are actually the same, and it shows clearly the kind of acute challenge that those who don't have your resources, might face in rural areas, in where you just have communities who are not even aware of how they can just cross those challenges and enjoy internet. And you also talk of your bandwidth, moving from from 7 megabyte to 21 megabyte, and then now to 100 megabyte. And this can tell us, you seem to think like it is not even enough. If we can just think of our communities, we will see that we are probably still struggling and swimming in kilobytes, just that one. And given, just to get back to some of the things that were said here, given the fact that we are now in a state of, using videos for, in this COVID-19 time, if we want to educate our young people at school and so on, you see clearly that what we have now, at the level of the community, it's absolutely nothing. Because as you said, one of the panelists said, as we use Facebook and WhatsApp, we might think we are actually enjoying internet, but when you have the needs, imposed by COVID-19 today, especially for the educative community, you see clearly that our session is absolutely justified. And that's why I will take here that you said something that was critical for this evolution at the level of your university, a change of leadership. You talk of the fact that when you had a change of the rector of your university, you also saw a tremendous improvement in the capacity that you get, that you enjoy now. So we also need to take this as a critical point, that the kind of leadership that we have, a leadership that is aware of the needs, of the capacity needs of our institutions, of our country, this leadership is a serious point that we need to think about. And if our leadership is not aware, we need, and now we'll get back to what Benga said, we need to make sure they understand. And this require us to work with them and to tell them, because they don't know what they don't know. And at times, as civil society activists or as experts coming into these type of sessions, we know more than most of our leaders and our regulators. So this is what I take from your session, and then I will give the floor to Joanna to, from her vast experience, to sum up this and tell us what we should do, what we should do now as we have gathered all this insight. The floor is yours, Joanna.
Thank you, Charlie. A, that is a huge challenge. Thank you for putting it on my shoulders. And B, I would never trust myself to make recommendations to such significant challenges. This has been a fascinating discussion. Thank you so much for having me on board. I particularly appreciated the last presentation. Working at a university, some of these challenges seem very similar. I think that's my personal takeaway from this session. Regardless where you are, simple things like ensuring your kids' right to education online in COVID times is universal. Ensuring reliable access that is based on principles that reflect societal values is something we all strive for. Now, as you rightfully noted, I work at a university here in Poland, in Lodz, and I work on international law and internet governance. So the research scope is quite broad. It spans from cybersecurity all the way to human rights. And I did note in our conversations a call for a sustainable framework that countries which are now just building their infrastructures or expanding their infrastructure could fall back on. I heard underwater cables being mentioned. I held human rights. I appreciated Peter putting emphasis on privacy with GDPR. My takeaway from this session is that to some extent, the fact that many African nations and states, and I've had the opportunity to participate in quite a few workshops during this IGF that focused on different regions of this vast and rich continent, and highlighted individual challenges. Now, my takeaway is that we can indeed offer solutions that worked better or worse in different regions. When you are facing the challenge other regions have faced before, you can pick and choose a solution that you seem feasible. You can look at the example of privacy and GDPR. Europe put forward a proposal with the GDPR to protect individual privacy in a specific manner. You will witness our friends and colleagues in the US approaching this topic in a very different manner, where data is a commodity. You will see Chinese infrastructure being introduced into various regions in Africa without the human rights mandate that Europe usually proposes. So from that point of view, the African states have a relative freedom of choice to decide which principles and norms they wish to adapt. Now, being a European lawyer, I'm going to say that the framework is already in place. We do have an international law regime that clearly regulates, for example, access to the internet, for example, sustainable development. We have discussed during this IGF how best to approach this challenge from different African perspectives. My major takeaway is to facilitate meetings like this one, where we address the problems, we name them, we build capacity around them, but we also advance involvement. The discussions that you're having in your regional fora are universal ones. They are happening at the IGF, and that's wonderful, but they are also happening at the ITU. Peter just briefly mentioned ISOC. ISOC is doing a wonderful job also in Africa, targeting individual projects, funding them, supporting them through community networks that will facilitate both building the infrastructure, but also building the capacity to make best use of it. I would say we do have in place a norms-based order that is there to protect the unprotected, the unconnected, as one of our panelists have said. We need to design the network in such a way that it is friendly to the end user. It protects their rights and interests. How do we do that, however? You will see increasing involvement of governments within the UN, and IGF is in itself a UN forum, but also in other multi-stakeholder forums. Now, I've had the opportunity to meet some of the panelists and the organizers within the ICANN community. That is a standard setting body built on the multi-stakeholder model. Active involvement there will ensure that local values are presented in this international dialogue. That is something I struggle with myself also locally. The awareness of how these global debates impact individual end users is relatively low. There is this debate going on, for example, around satellite access to internet. Seems very distant, where you're struggling to provide more than the average speed of access, as we could just see on the slides. When you're struggling to ensure power, satellite access to internet seems so remote, so unimportant. But these frameworks are being built right now. If you want to make sure that your interests are reflected in the way that these networks will work, the time to act is now. So I welcome all of these concerns and I identify with these. I have kids at school, and when we are all online, the internet just stops and they can't use their right to education. It is an African problem. It is a regional problem, but we repeat that problem universally. If we want to make sure that the internet remains open and accessible, we just need to make our voices heard. I'm going to stop here. I'm happy to elaborate on international law, state responsibility, cybersecurity, due diligence, privacy, freedom of expression. You just need to ask a question and I'll go on. But I think that's my takeaway from this session. We need to make our voices heard, and the problems that you will find with others are very similar to your own. Thank you for having me. This has been a very interesting and fruitful discussion.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you for reminding us something that Benga talked about at the beginning of this, and it's good to be closing this panel part of the session talking of this multi-stakeholder space that we need to invite. Because if countries are not there, if you are not there, your voice won't be there. And if your voice is not there, you won't be heard. And then your interest won't be on the table. And I think this is very important, especially when we talk of this of the topic of this session, building infrastructures, because most of the norms and principles that you just reminded us about has to do with the future of what internet will become. You know, we have Internet of Things looming. We have this access to satellites. We have these issues of submarines, cable, and who manages what, who governs what when it comes to infrastructure. And most of the time, our countries are so much struggling with local problems, with so many local problems that those multi-stakeholders, global spaces are not our place. We don't get there because we have so many issues to solve at homes here. And so it's good to remind us, especially for some of us here who are Africans who live here, to understand that we need to have, to use our eyes, all our eyes, the right and the left one, so that we look at what is happening up there, and then we also, without neglecting what is going on here. And for this, it's clear that our regulators, our leaders, clearly needs, and it's good that you remind us this, needs to care about the type of principles and norms we adhere to. Because we can't just be taking in every type of infrastructural solutions, because most of the time they can just be, just kind of tool to hook us, as you see it in geopolitics that you just named. And you talk of China, but it's true that in this competitive world, we can't be thinking that there are people out there thinking for African interests, even when it comes to infrastructures. The truth is that there are so many things going on there. There are data, the digital and data economy requires, some sort of data. And Africa now, data in Africa is absolutely a free space. You can come here and harvest it through your infrastructure, and then you build your artificial intelligence strategy from our own data. And while doing this, you can also work to exclude African people, as we see it in the AI solution that has been designed so far. We see currently that there are biases everywhere when it comes to those solutions. So thank you for reminding us that we need to step in those spaces, ICANN, ISOC, IGF, and making sure that clearly our voice is there and that we are there for our own interest, not to repeat what is being said, because what is being said there are the interests of the people saying it. So thank you for this. And it's interesting that we have few time left, and then we could consider what has been said in the chat box by our participants, so that no one is left behind here. So I will start with, if you allow me, Raquel. That was just asking us, Kenya just approved a regulation for community network. And this is going in the line of what we just said. Do you think it will favor the deployment of last mile connectivity, or there are other infrastructures issues to be tackled first, so this could happen in rural community? I will get back to Benga to ask him, please, Benga, what do you think about these two questions? It seems like they are searching for you.
Thank you, Charlie. Good question there. Of course, what we need is a multiplicity of solutions, right? And I said earlier, and I think it's really important to say this, because right now we've got, Facebook, Google, and many other companies who are, players in their own interests, bringing infrastructure projects, and many of our governments are jumping at them, which is okay. Like I said, it has to be multiplicity of solutions, and that's why I mentioned earlier the need to focus on some of the funds that have been deliberately targeted at last mile solutions. We know that when telecom companies set up infrastructure, they focus on where they can make money. And this is where why licenses have all these universal service obligations. But the beauty of community networks are three key things. Number one is that it is community owned. It is the fact that they know the problem. It is lived experience, so they know that these are the specific problems we're trying to solve, either it's in education or in health or in various areas. The second is that unlike big businesses that are looking at the bottom line, community network interventions are mostly focused on the solution and not on the profit. And that's really important. And I think that the third, and maybe even the most important, is the opportunity to scale these solutions. We can have community network solutions focused particularly in small communities, and then we can have them scale and learn from all those. So I think absolutely what Kenya has done is an example that countries across the continent can learn from. I know there are countries where, a Parliament initiative, we've been having conversations with them on making sure that community networks are possible and that there are, legal frameworks around that to support and also to inspire that. And I think we need a lot of that. And like I said, it's a multiplicity of solutions, and community networks play a major role in making sure that we get access to the last mile. Because to be honest, our problem is not landing cables. All of the cables that have landed across, the undersea cables that have landed across the coast of various countries in the continent actually bring a lot of bandwidth. The real challenge is the last mile, and that's where community networks play. And that's why I think it's an important, addition to this. And of course, it's not new. It's been done across various places, and we can learn from, the experiences there. Thank you.
Thank you, Benga. Thank you. Once you speak now, you are already summarizing everything. So I want to re-summarize. So thank you for this. And Enric said in 2006, the 5th International Conference, Simulation, Designing and Control of Foundry Processes, was organized in Poland. It's just fortunate that we are in Poland now. One presentation was online, scope of presentation of paper, and designing and control of these processes in real time. Similar technical conferences can now be held online. I would like Peter to comment this comment, because it's actually talking of the need of conferences that address these topics, from infrastructure standpoint of view, from processes, from procedures, to be held online. So what do you think of this comment? It was not a question, it was a comment, but I would like you to comment it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie, for posing that question. So let me go back to that question. If I get that comment correctly, that is, it is an example. Excuse me. It is an example of making access to information and to international cooperation easier by online access, and I think that is also what we currently experience in terms of accessibility of all of these conferences. One of these paradoxes of the internet working is that despite we're talking about networks all the time, we are also keeping on traveling. Now, by this disruptive pandemic that prevents that, and actually it has its downsides in terms of face-to-face communication, but it also kind of creates a level playing field for many new entrants, and it also changes the way the discussions are held, as opposed to having face-to-face or hybrid meetings. So I think the comment was not so much about the content of the conference, but the change from presence to going online. And I think that is that is a good example of what happened in in an unforeseen or disruptive way. And this also works, of course, for at a national level. Many of the conferences, and we could talk about national IGFs, for example, will be in the capital, right? In normal times, and depending on the size of the country, and depending on how many centers you actually have, it is probably now much easier to involve different perspectives from different regions within a country, and that is probably not so much different between the different continents. It will happen everywhere. So from that perspective, I think that is something that we should take advantage of and maybe preserve when we go back to, say, hybrid or face-to-face meetings. It's important that the additional actors that we see enter the stage, that we don't lose them, but encourage even more people to continue bringing their perspective and taking part or participating in the discussion. Yeah, hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for reminding us that we need to keep, this trend. And it's a good trend because it can give to those who cannot afford to be in Katowice, to be in Katowice, really, as we see it now. So thank you for that. Another question was from Avis, one of our greatest activists here in the country, and he was asking, talking about infrastructure. I will give this question to Eric, if it doesn't mind me. Are we satisfied how the internet exchange point is actually implemented in the field in our African countries? And then do we really have a change in the life of internet users? I guess people here will guess the answer to this, but Eric will tell us the truth on this. Eric?
Yes, thank you, Charlie. Thank you. Actually, it's funny because I have the same question, and that's a question that I asked to a local when we had our local IGF, I think last month. What I know is we had a project to deploy our IXP in Yaoundé and Douala, and now I don't know if they are operational, so I cannot provide the answer. I'm looking for the answer myself, and it's very important because it's part of the national digital infrastructure that we need to set in place in order for us to go forward. So I wish I had the answer, but unfortunately I don't. But it's a very pertinent question.
Thank you, Eric. But so I will. Michel is removing his, and I was trying to give the floor to Michel for this specific question because I think it's. Michel, will you mind giving something on this question?
Merci beaucoup, Charlie. Voilà. En ce qui concerne le volet infrastructurel au Cameroun, comme j'ai déjà eu l'occasion de le dire, effectivement, le gouvernement du Cameroun, avec ses acteurs, ont essayé de mettre sur place un point d'échange. Il y en a deux, à Douala et à Yaoundé. Je crois qu'ils sont désormais au niveau de comment gérer ces points d'échange, en fait. Camix, qui est un consortium des fournisseurs d'accès, fait partie donc des personnes qui interviennent dans ce domaine. Mais je dois avouer quand même que cela nécessite encore une clarification par rapport à la gouvernance de ces points d'échange. Et une des recommandations il y a quelques semaines lors du IGF Cameroun, c'était qu'il fallait essayer de voir dans quelle mesure on devait impliquer toutes les entités afin de faciliter le bon fonctionnement des points d'échange. Cette problématique est aussi importante au niveau de la sous-région Afrique centrale, puisque le Cameroun a hébergé par la suite également l'IGF Afrique centrale. On sait qu'il y a un point d'échange au Gabon, un point d'échange au Congo, Brazzaville, qui sont en fait des références, des échantillons mis en place par l'Union africaine. Mais au jour d'aujourd'hui, on n'a pas encore vécu l'impact de ces points d'échange dans notre sous-région, ce qui appelle à une coordination des points d'échange. C'est ce que je peux dire là-dessus. Donc, en fait, notre sous-région, comme toute l'Afrique, souffre d'un problème de coordination qui sont parfois dus à des obstacles liés aux différentes constitutions. On n'a qu'à voir avec les soucis qu'on a aujourd'hui à finaliser le processus de la Convention africaine de Malabo. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Michel. Merci de nous rappeler parce que je pensais bien que tu avais des points là-dessus parce que tu en parles souvent. So, thank you for giving us these technical insights and real technical insights on internet exchange points. And now I will turn to Joanna to asking, this is my own question, to asking, how are we going as African countries to, to relate to what you advised? When it comes to budget allocation, we don't actually allocate enough, enough budget or financial resources to this transversal solution that internet governance is. Because internet governance in a country is now a transversal issue, and it crosses everything now. And so we need to, how can African countries succeed in applying what you said when we see clearly that they don't allocate enough resources for that in their budget, in their yearly budget, or in their middle term budget?
Thank you, Charlie. So I understand that your question focuses largely on the role of states, right? The governments who manage public funding. Now, that is just one part of the puzzle, right? Internet governance is 3 groups of stakeholders acting in their respective roles. So before I try to focus on the role of the states, please let me highlight that within the multi-stakeholder environment, as broad as it is, including the IGF as we meet here today, including ICANN, where I've had the opportunity to meet some of the panel members, including ISOC, including ITF, African leaders from various parts of the continent are very active. Now, I love the work that I do at the university. I spend, as many of the panelists do, far too much time at ICANN meetings, which do not come with the university mandate. I do it because I kind of feel it's important. I'm not sure I'm right, but I do it because I feel it is. And I feel as if in Africa, you have wonderful community leaders from the tech industry, from civil society, who also do it just because they care, right? So that's the funding issue aside. But I do understand where your question is coming from. We look at the states as the leaders of these policies, and we meet at the IGF, which is a UN event, and United Nations is an intergovernmental organizations. So let's go back to the role of the state, putting civil society, technical community, businesses aside. They have their own funding and reasons, some of us, the most idealistic ones, for participating. But when we look at the government, their role largely is to facilitate consensus building. And this can take on different forms. So this could be building a platform where we can talk together. Again, African countries have been the leaders of NRIs, the national regional initiatives around the IGF, where it often has been the governments who have facilitated a platform to build consensus and to move forward. I would argue that there are good practice examples to follow. I'm not sure I'm the most competent person to ask how you guys do it. I just look in awe and I say, well, great job. I don't know how you do it, but it works in many African countries. I'm not sure there is in European countries, in Poland, a dedicated internet governance feed of funding. So I'm not sure. Well, the IGF is a wonderful endeavor, but do kindly know this is the Prime Minister who's managing all of the work going on. I've heard some of the African leaders here at the IGF say, well, maybe it should be at the highest level of government where internet governance related decisions are made. So I don't feel competent to tell you who should make the call, how much money should go into supporting internet governance. That's something that every country decides for themselves. But I can highlight why it's worth doing. And the examples we've already put on the table, with kids being at school, with national voices being heard, with protecting the unaware, the unconnected, the unprotected, because the government has an obligation, if we talk the human rights narrative, a positive obligation to protect individuals, also their human rights. So if I was trying to give you a narrative why the government is obliged to act, I would say, well, we've elected them, or we have to put them there because we want them to foster our best interests, even if we don't know what those are, right? And how they do it, effectively impacting internet governance processes, like those satellites I mentioned that will be flying over Africa in a few years. And again, it might be too late to intervene there. So I would leave it to regional and national leaders to decide how they split the money. I'm just a Polish academic. I wouldn't trust myself to tell you how to do it. But I would point to good practice examples in Africa where you support local community leaders and you're doing a great job. That's my answer, Charlie. I will not go further into details.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you. Yes, but you said it. They need to do it. They need to make sure they show interest for this issue, because internet has become a very seriously big monster. And we need to, not to tame it, but to befriend with it. If we don't, we will certainly have problems. So at this time, we have few minutes left. Michel Tonang is our lead for this session. And at this point of time, I will be very sad if I don't sit and give the floor to lead the last mile. As we talk of this last mile here, to lead the last mile of this session, and probably give the floor to some of the speakers that he has in the room. So, Michel, this is my last word. Thank you for giving me the floor and the opportunity to lead this from here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Charlie. Merci pour cette modération très professionnelle. Compte tenu du fait qu'on est en train d'être pris de court par le temps, permettez-nous de rendre hommage à ceux qui sont venus en présentiel ici. Et je voudrais me faire l'honneur d'inviter M. Mohamed Nif, qui est le PDG de Tunisie Internet, qui a fait l'honneur qui nous a honorés par sa présence, qui a quelques questionnements. Et pour clore notre entretien, nous passerons la parole tout à l'heure à notre pionnier. On a la chance d'avoir un des pionniers de l'Internet en Europe. Nous devons lui rendre hommage. Je vais passer la parole à M. Mohamed qui a quelques questionnements et contributions. Mohamed?
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur le modérateur, Monsieur Charles. Donc, juste, j'ai voulu poser j'ai voulu mettre en clair deux points. Premièrement, comme vous le savez, pour connecter le maximum d'individus et le maximum d'objets, vu l'arrivée du 5G actuellement et vu le smart building, et tout ce qui est smart automobile, etc., les opérateurs doivent impérativement investir. Elles doivent investir avec des grands montants, c'est-à-dire pour faire le fixe de bandwidth, ou le mobile, des bandes passantes élevées, avec des vitesses élevées. Donc, ils doivent investir beaucoup. Et du coup, avec le business model actuellement, comme vous le savez, il y a les applications GAFA actuellement, l'utilisation en masse de Viber, de Messenger, de tout ce qui est voix over IP. Donc, laisse les revenus, c'est pas comme le passé. Donc, il y a manque de revenus pour les opérateurs, et du coup, ils doivent d'un côté investir, et investir beaucoup, pour mettre en œuvre la DSL, pour mettre les fibres optiques, pour mettre en œuvre toute l'infrastructure nécessaire pour la connexion Internet. Et de l'autre côté, ils se trouvent avec des revenus de plus en plus moins, vu l'utilisation massive de l'over IP et des applications GAFA. Donc, ce que je pense peut-être juste, je propose modestement je pense que ces opérateurs doivent être aidés, et peut-être on doit faire une forte recommandation pour les régulateurs de nos pays, pour baisser un peu les coûts des licences. Par exemple, les licences 5G, ça coûte cher. Les fréquences, ça coûte cher. Et peut-être essayer de faire d'une manière collective des pays, d'une manière régionale, essayer de faire des négociations avec les GAFA, avec les applications, avec les grands utilisateurs de Viber, des grands, c'est-à-dire les producteurs, les grands producteurs GAFA, pour faire peut-être des revenus sharing, ou pour faire quelque chose comme ça. Encore, faut-il encourager le contenu local, et peut-être vous avez parlé tout à l'heure de l'exchange point, les points d'échange, peut-être encourager les points d'échange, non seulement au niveau de chaque pays, mais au niveau régional. Par exemple, si on trouve un groupe de continents, un groupe de pays à l'échelle du continent, on peut faire un exchange point, par exemple, à l'échelle du nord de l'Afrique, ou à l'échelle, pour beaucoup de groupes à l'échelle africaine. Donc, l'exchange point va permettre l'utilisation meilleure de la bande passante internationale, ce qui coûte cher actuellement, et peut-être encourager le contenu local, et encourager les data centers, les services à valeur ajoutée, pour aider les opérateurs à investir de plus en plus. Juste deuxième point, c'est l'utilisation de l'IP6. Donc, à l'échelle continent, à l'échelle de notre continent africain, et si on voit peut-être le map sur l'IPv6, je trouve que vous pouvez regarder que le rang de notre pays est un peu donc on n'a pas le goût de ranking à ce niveau. Donc, il faut encourager nos pays à passer à l'IPv6 pour se préparer au 5G, pour se préparer à l'Internet dans une meilleure exploitation.
Merci beaucoup. Nous sommes pris par le cours du temps. Je vais passer immédiatement la parole à M. Lupouzin pour le mot de fin.
Merci. Well, I'm French. I can tell you, I was born in 1931. So now if you make a little calculation, you can find about my age. You know? And that tells me that when I was born, there was no informatics. There was no computer science. That happens after the Second World War. The German had some advance because they had also scientists, and they had pushed with the invasion of the Europe by Hitler. They had acquired a number of technologies that were available in Europe, especially in Germany. but also in England, and that was easier because the English were speaking English, while the European most of the time didn't speak much English. When I started learning languages, I learned German because we had Germans all around, the German army everywhere in France. But it's only we didn't learn speaking German. We were learning a little bit, able to learn the newspapers. So practically, the age in which the period we live in at the moment has been created with the extraordinary development of computing. And that was perhaps for some countries in the 60s, like the British probably had already acquired a minimum level of experience. In France, it was more like 70s. And the rest of the world, of course, including all the African countries, were much behind because they didn't have the opportunity to learn English, which was the minimum level of knowledge that was necessary to understand what was going on. So, but after that, Europe, things will keep changing, but they had an advantage because they had started in, let's say, in the 60s. And between the 60s and the year 2000, there are 60 years, or more. So they had the Europe could go faster, not faster, but they could go by steps. And to acquire let's say, a certain level of not necessarily independence, but at least of knowledge about the computer age takes time. Not only learning the language, but also traveling, because you have to meet people who are already trained, and you can learn from the neighbors for your people you know in other countries. But that takes a long time. And the difficulty for countries like Africa is that technically they have many more years to catch up since it started to be well known in countries like Europe. And that, of course, means that countries which start learning the computer age now have to go much faster than the Europeans have done. That means it requires from the new countries a tremendous amount of, let's say, legislation, training, money, of course, education, and so on. So it takes many more years to reach the point which have been reached by the European. And China, for example, was much behind, but now they're about the same level than the European, or sometimes even more. So, I mean, the computer age now is a sort of a contest. Who goes faster? And this is how to make quick progress now. Not just because you're more intelligent, but because you have to know everything that's going on someplace else in the world. Now, for example, it wouldn't be impossible to do computing if you don't have a minimum of education in English, and if you know the American. And I would say now you have to know the Chinese too. So you have to catch up several generations of people in order to be, let's say, valuable in terms of creator, in terms of employee, in terms of researchers, and in terms of life, also in terms of way of life. because these new technologies require new buildings, new ways of doing business, new ways of traveling, and so on. And again, that doesn't occur instantly. First, you have to copy what's being done someplace else. But that takes money, that takes education. It's not something you only have to look at screens. You have to start integrating into your life what other kind of countries have been doing to reach that point. So I think that's much more difficult, and in a way, sometimes I would say desperating, but sometimes it's not realistic to be able to reach what has been reached in other countries. But that, I think, even though it might look like this, I think the human mind has also fantastic capacity to learn. It doesn't mean that they have to read books or talk to other people. They have to be in a situation starting from their young age, and then to get education and so on.
On est au-dessus de notre temps.
And also travel.
Est-ce que vous pouvez conclure?
Okay.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à tous les panélistes. Merci, Monsieur Luc Cousin. Merci à Monsieur Mohamed. Merci à Belga. Merci à tous ceux qui sont en ligne. Johanna, Eric, Henrik, Martial. Merci à toute la technique qui a bien voulu nous accorder cette attention pour que ce soit un succès. Merci à tous ceux qui ont voulu participer en ligne et en présentiel à cet atelier. Merci du fond du cœur de la part au nom de l'IGF Cameroun, au nom de l'IGF tout court. Bonne journée et bon IGF à tout le monde. Au revoir.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Karsan Gabriel. I'm from Tanzania. I've been introduced by many things. I am an internet leader. Some might call me an internet activist. And I would like to welcome you all to our session today. I would like to start with a short poem to set a tone on how we will tackle this chapter. The chains on my mind were placed and broken by my own kind, and my kind is all of you. Yet we leave each other behind. Our spectacles intended for clarity leave us blind, while the wind that pushes us to understand places us in the stance of inequities, stomping on us and standing on us. While we think we are progressing, trying to stand on our own 2 feet, in reality, we are insignificant fetuses sinking in the sand. Is this it, or am I just losing my mind? Would you all, my kind, let me drown in the sand? I believe literacy gave humans freedom, economic freedom, political freedoms, freedoms of expression, speech, and freedoms of thought. Digital literacy came and accelerated this process to new frontiers. We are better, we are more connected, we are free to associate and innovate. I know most of you here by name, we have met on social media, and it's all due to the marvel of digital literacy and the digital innovation. Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So, how are we personally changing the world? The generation that made the internet responded to a calling of creating and fabricating one of the greatest and equitable innovations in existence of humanity, the internet. For once, the barriers broke and nature itself was shook for the better. We are more connected. They cultivated it with hard work, intelligence, sheer will, and a greed for inclusion to build this global community that we share to deepen our roots of sustainability. Now it is ubiquitous that the internet is a human need. It is a human right. It is a human characteristic. It is true that there is no innovation that's not susceptible to human error. And though the intention was marvelous of creating the internet, cracks exist. That is why it is potent to build the character of the builders that can be reflected on the characteristics of the building. Brick by brick, we need to build an internet with strong foundations and strong institutions based on the literacy programs. Digital literacies are life skills, like many others. To most of us here, we can't imagine a life without the internet. The reality, some of us come from areas where people cannot even perceive a basic understanding of what a connection is or how to use it, how to be meaningfully connected, that you can be privileged enough to change your life. It is an incredible innovation of humankind, and it's unimaginable that we still have a digital divide. We ought to be ashamed of ourselves. The internet has created titans of modern civilization, the Jeff Bezos, the Mark Zuckerbergs, because they were able to be equipped with this resource and understand it and play with it to create new frontiers. But sadly, we also created an elite system of few people that is not based on maximum representation. While half of us remain unconnected and others have been saved from poverty, chains of control, we're not blind anymore. We see the world better through the internet. We get to see reality in a different perspective through these lenses, the lenses of a digital system. Then why aren't digital skill sets basic knowledge to each and everyone? Why isn't the digital world a basic need for all? Just as I can say 1 + 1 is universal, you know? Everybody has that knowledge. Digital netizens here with digital literacies. Should this really be it? What about the others who aren't privileged enough to be online? Just privileged enough to have that connection and actually understand it. Because Simple literacy of understanding basic arithmetic, reading and writing helped a population in emancipating themselves, being truly free and understanding who they are. And through that, we built a better world. And we are testimonies of that. Don't the others that we have left behind want to experience the dividends of emerging technologies, the cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and other emerging technologies to eradicate human suffering and create prosperity? Or do we leave this exclusively to the only members club who can afford to be connected and gentrify themselves to be opportunists who can actually capitalize on these emerging technologies? What about the others? What are we doing for them? While we may happily exchange our data, our virtual expressions of oneself to corporations and government, why can't these stakeholders reciprocate deeper efforts to create an equal playing field for all nations, all people, to benefit from the services of digital literacy programs, to boost inclusion and gain an updated population of innovators and people who can lead the world to new and more effective means? Without a skilled labor, government becomes ineffective. We need labor because labor powers the government. Laborers are the ones who create each and everything. So why don't we have a balance? And in the modern world, the 21st century, what does labor need to be fully equipped so that they can have their stand in creating a better life and a better world? Isn't it the goal and vision of technology to make life better, if I might ask? To empowering people with it, giving them access and the ability to engage with technology so we can create collective progress. For all of us without barriers of entry or discrimination, is it a form of control that digital literacy remains closed and limited for the ones who pull the strings? I think of young Ugandan and Tanzanian girls during the pandemic who weren't able to go online and study, who weren't able even to understand that, you can actually use the internet to progress yourself. 2 years without an education. Life is gone. Within these 2 years, they're still fetching water, doing the menial jobs, not even understanding that you can be privileged enough to emancipate yourself and create a better living condition. So are these digital skill sets not necessary for these young kids? Don't they want them? And what are actually these digital literacy skill sets that we need to give to these young people, or we need to give to this population, especially during the times of the pandemic, where we have been really forced to digitize? But for all progress we see, we are still in an elitist digital bubble. Digital netizens here, should this really be it? I would like to start with you, Lydie. Being young and bold, an active citizen, what do you think? Can you walk us through your experience through the digital literacy and what they have done to you?
Can you hear me? Right. So good morning, everyone, and good afternoon or good evening to also people online, depending on where you're joining us from. So Kassan has broken down to us the essence of connectivity, affordability, and usage. I was in a session yesterday where a Ghanaian MP said something that I thought was profound. He said that when you have connectivity, or when there is a connection and the opportunity for people to connect to the internet, without usage, it is meaningless. And that gives you the very pivotal role of literacy and allowing people to maximize the use of the internet. And I'm going to take my story. So I have been working during the pandemic 2 jobs, and also volunteering and doing stuff online for the Ghana Youth Internet Governance Forum and Internet Society's Youth Special Interest Group. Now, we've had to, even as people who are growing up using the internet, we've had to evolve and explore technology and explore tools that can help us do the work we were doing before the pandemic hit. Everybody was previously working on, say, Zoom and getting so comfortable with using Zoom, but then there were some that came up that would allow you to probably collaborate better. There was WebEx, there was Mira, there was other ones that you would find out that probably gives you an extension of the offline world, allowing you to collaborate for longer hours, to see even pain points of your other team members, and to collaborate in real time on projects to work on. Now I'm going to put side by side what we're also doing for people in rural Ghana, and how we're able to gauge their usage and how they were essentially getting through the work they had to do in the wake of the pandemic. And I live in Accra, Ghana, before, and our call then during the pandemic was for affordability. And we'll be thinking about things like how much is it to connect the bundle you're buying or the bundle you're getting, and how it is for you to, as a young graduate, buy or secure internet data for you to work throughout the day. That was our cry, because we had tools we were going to use to connect to the internet. But then there are people in, say, rural Ghana who didn't even have devices. And so the issue of affordability wasn't there. First, they had to do with access. And now to be able to use and understand the tools they're using, they needed literacy, which was also the missing link. Now, even languages that they probably maybe communicate in. Ghana's official language is English, but you find that kids that are growing up have to be taught, and we all learned English at school. So you've got to be taught, and literacy is that part that would teach you, even like literacy in communication and technology would teach you the why, the what, the how. So imagine young kids or like people in high schools and junior high schools trying to navigate this space, and yet not understanding probably the very language that would help them to navigate the space, and that was also problematic. Now I'm going to put that aside and run through how literacy would also protect people's digital assets and information when it comes to online usage. And that's, I think, now is pivotal for us, because we're looking at the strength of the internet on one end and technology. As somebody who uses it, I've had many benefits from it, but there's that continuing conversation about building an internet of trust, which is built on security and your awareness of it and how you can navigate the space yourself. So people are able to get on platforms now. Maybe their very first entry will be Facebook, which is very popular for young people. And what they do on Facebook is to be in communities. And what communities do for them is to facilitate knowledge sharing. So that is fine. But there is that threat of you being exposed to, say, scams. People, even people fall victim to what you call catfishing for people who find love online, and many others. So I have been in this space, and having known these and being in spaces like this where we talk about this, I'm able to find out what essentially is right and what not to click, what to look out for, and how to find out what are threats and then to like avoid them. But people who are just skilled and not maybe literate in that sense have that large gap to cross. And it's even a conversation that would even have to go further, because you first have to walk them through the process of maximizing usage before you move through to having them understand essentially things about security and awareness. Now, Kassan asked whether would allow him to drown in his quagmire. I mean, there was a lot of things he said, right? But this is like a clarion call for all of us, and it starts from us, our advocacy, our knowledge sharing. And you may think that we've gone so far ahead, but nobody has even figured out fully how this space is like. And if you're asking about meaningful connectivity and access and digital skill sets, what everybody has in that toolkit now as a youth advocate is that initial knowledge you've picked from your studies on your own or forums like this. And now your ability to pay it forward is what would save people like Kassan from drowning if they were in situations like Kassan described. So this is how I have navigated the pandemic, having to evolve at the times. And still, as a youth advocate and somebody who works in the space, having to appreciate on one hand what is happening in other parts of Ghana, especially, and the work that has to go into it. So probably I'll move it also to Jackie. Jackie is from Eastern Africa. Maybe you should also share with us how you've been able to navigate the space in the wake of the pandemic, what literacy has meant to you, and what you've seen differ in your part of the continent.
Okay, thank you so much, Lily. So during the pandemic, one thing that came out clear is that there's an urgent need to close the connectivity gap. And there are so many things that go into closing the connectivity gap. So to bring more people online, one thing that should also be considered is fostering digital literacy, because in as much as we avail the internet, let's say in rural areas or even underserved areas, we still get that there are people who are not able to use basic ICTs. There are people who are not able to use mobile phones, laptops, and even they do not know how to utilize the internet. So I think in closing the connectivity gap, one thing that comes out clear at this point is fostering digital literacy. That is teaching people the basic skills of utilizing ICTs. That is one way of enabling people to even leverage the benefits that come from the internet and even foster economic growth, education, and such like things. So what came out clear during the pandemic is the many resources that can be used over the internet, Zoom for meetings, and even the resources that are used in organizations. So in the legal sector, many court cases actually moved online. And one thing that came out clear during this process is that even lawyers themselves don't know how to use many ICT resources like Zoom, even Google Meet. You'd find people doing weird things online and even just having difficulties in connecting to the internet. So digital literacy is not something that should be prioritized in rural areas only. Even the elite people also lack these basic skills. So I think when having discussions on fostering digital literacy, it should cut across on all levels. Yeah, to enable more people to utilize basic ICTs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And it's interesting that you said that even the elite or people in corporations really don't understand what these digital literacy skills are. Because when we talk about literacy, we need to understand that, is your online persona really different from who you are? Especially now. Like when you see me on social media or when you see me everywhere, am I different from being real right now? Because this is just an extension of myself, and I've just leveraged the tools to kind of create or penetrate more spaces. I'd like to go to my friend here who works in the private sector, an entrepreneur in the tech sector. What digital literacy skills, what do they really mean to you, and how have they been able to help you create prosperity as a young youth?
Yeah, thank you so much, Kazam. I'm Fodestin Pei, CEO of Uhuru Tech Solution and Uhuru Me Freedom. We are free as a Liberian or as an African to see how best we can do three things. We focus on digital literacy, on our digital ambassador program, and we focus on building application, mobile application and software, because it is up to us as African to build our own local content so that our local economy can benefit from it. Then we also provide community network for people to be connected, because we don't want to leave no one behind in the digital revolution. And looking at digital literacy, there is a quotation I want to give you. Right? During those days, if you know how to read and write, you are classified, you are literate. But in this digital revolution, if you know how to read, you know how to write, and you do not have the skills of technology, you are illiterate. Because this is where the war going. And in my country, Liberia, we do have a deep digital divide. We have in the government developing an e-services platform, but the people in Liberia, they are not embracing that technology. And the reason they are not embracing that particular technology, it is because they do not have the understanding of that technology. If the people know how to work with the digital services, the government or we, the private sector providing, they will be able to work with that particular system. So what we decided to do is to come up with a digital ambassador program in Liberia, where majority of the digital systems, both from government and private sector, we will be training people both in the urban and the rural area in Liberia, because we want for the people to get the understanding and so that they can embrace technology in Liberia and Africa at large. So the issue of digital skill set is very important, and it is up to us as youth to become the shaper of history. We don't need to depend on those big companies, from like Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, you get Google. We don't depend on them to solve our own problem. It is time we come together as young people. We sit around the table to see how best we can find a solution for Africa and for the world at large. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. It's good that you emphasized on ownership. It's important you own these resources, as well as having local content that people can actually have a context on what they're getting themselves into. I would like to welcome Ihita. Ihita represents part of the technical community, people who actually build the internet. Ihita, from your views in India, what are digital skill sets to you? Ihita, if you can hear me.
Thanks a lot, Carson. Good evening, everyone. So digital literacy, according to me, from my personal experience working as the steering committee member of Youth IGF India and also pursuing research in Internet of Things and smart cities, I think digital literacy is about not just technical prowess, it's also about having a cognitive prowess on how you can effectively, meaningfully, and also safely navigate the internet and use other ICT information communication technologies. And when we talk about, availability of the various tools and methodologies to achieve digital literacy, we're just not looking at education mechanisms for proper education, but we're looking at, infrastructure. We're looking at the various social and economic backdrops of the individuals that we are trying to provide literacy to. And a lot of my friends today spoke about how, the digital divide and how the pandemic has exacerbated the divide, made it worse, and it's made it very prominent. So from my own personal experience, talking to individuals, talking to young people, I found that financial exclusion is something that we have faced severely, which was impacted, because of lack of digital skill sets or even the right amount of the right kind of technologies. And I felt what impacted them more was falling victim to various scams online because of the lack of understanding of the internet cyberspace. The other thing we've discussed and have had cases were around how digitally literate people who are not digitally literate also suffer from a loss of personal agency with regards to the protection of their personal data because of lack of awareness. But in 2020 in India, the Supreme Court of India actually declared that the access to internet is now a fundamental right. And this was a very happy news for the country because we are now legally recognizing that, the social media and the digital media are now an essential part of our freedom of speech, our expression, and our digital rights space, right? And through this, we have seen how important digital skill sets are. And once, this was also rolled out, it became even more important for organizations and various initiatives of the government to channelize their work towards inclusion and building the right skill sets in all parts of the country and connecting the unconnected. What I would like to talk to you about is a very interesting short case study, which happened, I think, around in 2019. A female student and also a hostel resident in one of the colleges in India faced some sort of a discrimination. There was a discriminatory rule where they were banning the use of mobile phones after 6 p.m. In the hostel. So there was a petition filed by her, and where she, wanted to know as to why, why am I not allowed to access the internet and also various other services related to ICT. So then the point put forward was that she was being restricted the ability to access and use digital resources which help her learn and communicate. And there's also this issue that if you were using the mobile phones after 6 p.m., your devices were getting confiscated, and they felt that all of these were putting them at a serious disadvantage when compared to their male counterparts. Thankfully, later on she won, and then the state high court, in a very monumental decision, they've said that the right to internet access is a fundamental right, and they also said that the right to have access to internet becomes a part of the right to education, as well as your right to privacy under the Indian Constitution. So I felt like this is something that I wanted to share with all of you today, that internet is a fundamental right, and it is our responsibility to make sure that those who have the access to the internet have the right skill sets to navigate in a very effective and a safe way over the internet. And those who do not have access, let's work towards getting them connected.
Thank you very much, Ahita. Internet is a fundamental human right, and that is true. Equipping any population with a fundamental right means we are obligated to take it and take ownership about it. But equipping a population with things come with a complex structure of the social, cultural, and political dynamics that work there. I would like to hear from the Iraqi perspective, my brother.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Hope you guys are having a great day. My name is Noja Sat, and I'm the Diana Award-winning Global Health and Digital Inclusion Activist. Just a little bit on my background. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of Youth Development Foundation, the 2020 Ambassador of the Global Internet Governance Forum, an ICANN Senior Fellow, and also the Board Vice Chair of the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn, and Child Health of the World Health Organization. So in the digital era, I want to say that I'm privileged to have access to the internet and digital technologies today. I'm privileged to have a voice in the world's largest forum on internet governance today. I'm privileged to have a chance to challenge those so-called leaders that pretend to care about anything but the economic development or about bridging the long-standing digital and gender and geographic divide that has destroyed the only chances of a rural girl to go to school or an abused woman to reach out for help. Growing up in a small city in northern Iraq myself, with limited access to digital education and technologies due to the economic struggles and the remoteness of my community, or witnessing how gender-based violence is ruining girls and women's chances to have a better life, and how it's substantially leading to the digital gender divide, has taught me the sympathy and the conscience that our leaders would never have to feel the struggles of young people and women who are undergoing the most extreme human rights violations without having those life-saving digital technologies to transform their lives. As a young leader right here in the IGF, I do promise to sustainably leverage my voice to advocate for the thousands of marginalized young people, women, and underserved communities that lack access to digital literacy and technology. As a part of that, I founded an international civil society organization, Youth Development Foundation, headquartered in Los Angeles, California, that will champion the digital health and also feminist inclusion of marginalized and rural communities worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And it's great that you said it's really important that the marginalized communities have a voice. I'd like to take you back to Kenya with my sister, Valerie. You have a background in law. I would like to hear from your perspective as a strong Black woman who hasn't had the same chances of being equipped in the internet. What do digital literacy skills mean to you?
Is it on? Sonia? Okay. Good afternoon from Poland, and the cold in Poland is amazing. For me, my name is Valerie Yega. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I have a legal background, and I'm a lawyer actually in Kenya. So for me, digital literacy, put it very bluntly, is the difference we had many years ago between first world and third world countries. We are moving at an age where we may all be Africans and we may all be sitting in different countries in Africa, but now we are having a situation where for those who are connected, for instance, in Kenya, the capital is Nairobi, but personally, my home county is in Homa Bay. So you find a young person in Nairobi and a young person in Homa Bay are 2 worlds apart when it comes to digital literacy. And that's the fear that we now face. We're going to have a situation where we have first world and third world citizens within our own countries. And for me, this is very frightening, especially because digital literacy is that which gives you the opportunity to become who you are. Let me give you an example. Like I said, I have 3 main things I follow in my life. That's education, experience, and exposure. And now while we are moving, especially with the pandemic, and we've seen the changes that the pandemic has brought, education has moved online. So what does that mean for someone who's in school right now, hoping to get opportunities, yet they're not connected? What does that mean for someone who may be connected, but does not understand what tools can be used and what skill sets that are required in the digital space so as to contribute meaningfully? And contributing meaningfully, now we're seeing a situation where previously we'd have issues of unemployment in our countries, but now you're able to go online, find an opportunity for yourself if you're able to have the skill set to contribute meaningfully on the digital platforms and actually get yourself employed or found your own organizations like what we've had from Nojus and my brother who also spoke about Uhuru Technologies. So we're having a situation where from the legal sector, what we have in Kenya, we have a fund, it's called the Universal Service Fund, that was actually started by the Communications Authority with the government to ensure people are connected. But this is not what we are seeing. So we know we have the fund, but the fund is not working. So we have a huge gap in terms of connectivity, in terms of young people coming onto the platform. So like I said yesterday, we are going to have a situation where 10 years or 5 years from now, when you compare a young person in a city where it's connected, or a young person who's able to afford connectivity vis-a-vis another young person who's not able to be meaningfully connected, then you're going to have a serious gap between young people coming from the same area. And that should be a challenge. For us who are at the IGF as young people, I think it's very important, and I like what Lily said about advocacy. It's very important for us to add our voices, strongly so, like what Kassan does as well, to ensure that no one is left behind in terms of this digital divide, because you're going to see frightening statistics 5 to 10 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's good that you said that there's some sort of gentrification based on digital literacy that happens. You come from the same region like me. I come from Dar es Salaam, the biggest city, but still, I'm from northern part of Tanzania, which is Mwanza. So still, you see, you gentrify ourselves with these digital skills at a point where you have 2 different personas living in the same democratic and equal society. And how do we really move on to this? I'd like to pivot to Innocent. I think if you could add up on that.
All right, thank you very much. Just before I start talking about all that, one day I sat in a graduation party back in my country, and one of the gentlemen actually stood, and these were his words. He said the difference between the third world countries and first world is actually just small like this: education, as she already said it. The difference between countries that are being torn in war, and the countries that are actually moving ahead, it's just education. So in his words, he was like, if you think education is minor, then you try ignorance. You try a little bit of ignorance, then you'll actually realize. So in this pandemic, we've seen how online education has actually either made people go ahead or remain behind. In Uganda, we have a world record school closure, and I was talking with my colleagues and I was like, how will we be able to catch up with the rest of the world? I mean, 2 years, people have not gone to school. Some kids have moved on. I mean, we've had teenage pregnancies. It has been an issue. Advocacy all here and there. Like, how are we going to be able to catch up? These are challenges that look very minor in most cases. Maybe because there's no data on some of these issues, you find they are not even the issues that are burning, like in national discussions and all that. But we who actually see what is happening, we who understand the problems it could cause us in the next days, can actually tell. We can actually testify. So digital literacy, for example, on my side, I have been doing most of my engagement online. I've throughout the pandemic, I've been on so many fellowships, so many trainings, and everything has been virtual. So for me, it was more, I reached a time and I got used to it. Like, I was like, okay, there's no physical school. We can do online. Yeah. So I sit at home and I can literally attend sessions, trainings the whole day. Yeah. So that has a bit changed my mindset of whether I should go physically to school or not. Actually, right now, if you give me two options to appear in school physically and to sit home and study, I would choose to sit home and study. Yeah, because I feel like it's more convenient. I feel like, okay, of course, there's this bit of having to interact with colleagues, but I mean, if the platform is comprehensive enough, you can be able to interact online. So leaving that aside, digital, I like the fact that all my colleagues have really talked about how digital literacy, digital skilling has actually helped them move ahead. Yeah, but we do realize that it comes with a big challenge. Someone already talked about the fact that other people are being left behind. Some of these challenges just include mindset. I mean, just mindset. We have communities that are actually not accessing the internet, not because they cannot afford, but because they feel it's for some other category of people. Yeah, which is very wrong. So how do we change this mindset in these communities? Yeah, talking about issues of trust. Some people have issues of trust. Like, if I can ask here, to what extent do you trust digital platforms? To what extent do you trust these digital technologies, like the devices you use? Yeah, some people already have a challenge with that. So that already is a barrier to some extent. Yeah, leaving that aside, the people who are supposed to be teaching, for example, in schools, in institutions, we've had so many challenges in that when during the pandemic, when schools tried to adopt online education, you'd find that educators actually need to first be trained. Okay, it is okay, but to some extent, I also feel like we need to take personal responsibility. I mean, if you feel like this is what's supposed to be done, why wouldn't you take time? Yeah, those days, Zoom used to be for some category of people. Whenever you'd be like, I'm going to have a call on Zoom, people look at you like some alien or something. But nowadays, I'm so glad that everyone knows Zoom. I mean, I would say I'm going to have a call on Zoom and everyone is like, okay. So, which is nice. So how do we see that actually people can take the initiative personally to start adopting some of these technologies? Yeah, of course, as civil society, we have tried to cover up the gap by training educators on some of these platforms, helping students with projects. For example, we have institutions in Uganda that actually using online learning platforms developed by their own students, which is fun. Instead of maybe going for a sophisticated one, students can get what can actually work for them, a more localized one. So that brings me to the issue of localization. Yeah, if we really want digital education to go ahead, we need to think of localization. Yeah, online content, online courses, mostly we know the languages. Mostly they consider the UN languages. Yeah, yet the world has hundreds of languages. So where would we leave the rest? Yeah, that is where the issue of localization comes in. If we can see that content is translated, at least you can have the key languages in your country. For example, in Tanzania, I know Kiswahili. Yeah, if you can have that content in Kiswahili, you're going to have more people get interested in going to learn. Yeah, you're going to have more people. So the last thing I'm going to talk about is safety. While we encourage people to learn online, we should also let them know that actually it's not just a matter of I'm going to learn online. You need to understand a few things. Yeah, the online safety issue is so important, especially for our vulnerable groups. Yeah, children. Yeah, during the pandemic, we've had so many children have to use the devices, gadgets, the internet to learn and all that. But how far do you know about how they access these devices and what they are doing on the devices. Yeah. So that comes to parents. As parents, we need to take responsibility. Yeah. I know there are so many parents that are busy, but you need to put time into knowing or restricting some of the platforms that these children could maybe access when you're not around, so that we see that they are actually safe when they are learning, and the learning is productive. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Innocent. And it's a good thing that you said about localization. Because when people have local comparisons, you can reach a level of street consensus that can really integrate with the whole fabric of a particular kind of society. And we have a multi-stakeholder approach here with the IGF and the internet as well. And I would like to welcome Lisa, who has more understanding about ISOC and everything, to add her inputs on the topic. Lisa?
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to speak. I mean, we have had very interesting speakers raising important issues with regards to digital skill sets. My point today will be mostly with regards to policy. So I'm a policy analyst, and so I'm very much interested in how policy influences action on the ground. So with regards to how digital skill sets, or how young people or how the communities are going to be empowered digitally, comes from a more macro level as well. We're talking about, more localized action, but there's also another dimension, which is the more macro level, which is how governments are supporting, the digitalization, or are supporting young people to acquire digital skills. So when we look at most of governments or most of policies in different countries, governments have really been lagging behind with regards to digital policies, or if the digital policies exist, they really are very, they're not ambitious. They're not giving us so much confidence that, in the next couple of years, our digital skills are going to be improved. Or they focus mostly on aspects to do with cyber security, and not really how those issues are going to be financed. So that's another issue that I want to raise today, the issue of financing. Most of the challenges that have been raised by the previous speakers all emanate from the aspect of lack of financing. So if young people, or if communities do not have access to internet, like during the pandemic, a lot of young people in developing countries, I come from Zimbabwe, and I know that many young people were unable to connect to online classes because they did not have the access to financing from governments, or from institutions, to actually have access to digital devices and access to the internet. Governments need to make intentional efforts to support students, to support, health institutions, to be connected. So within their budget, their financial budgets, every year, governments need to include a substantial amount of dollars towards digital financing. That is education for young people. Just like my experience during the pandemic, I was privileged that I didn't have a lot of challenges in terms of continuing my education, because at that point I was learning in the US. And so when the pandemic started, it was a very, smooth transition towards online learning. And our universities, our institutions provided grants and financing to students to be able to purchase computers, to be able to purchase your Wi-Fi router for your home, to be able to, purchase your data. Or if you were going to go back to your country and you didn't have access to electricity, there were students who were financed with money to buy solar to connect their devices. You see, those are the things that I'm talking about. Financing to ensure young people can continuously access education, financing to ensure that young people are continuously connected despite the challenges that may come. So that financing comes from policy. And so governments, I want to really emphasize this, if there are any people in government who are listening, that you need to scale up your ambition in terms of financing towards equipping young people with digital skills. There needs to be more programs and more, technical knowledge that is imparted to young people. Digital skills must be part of the school curriculum. It must be embedded within the education. You know, like a young person must not come across, like digital skills in their work. They must come across it when they're young, from when they're grade 1 or even preschool. So that should also be part of our day-to-day education. So I want to emphasize again, as I leave to our next speakers, that governments, scale up your ambition, increase financing towards digital skills, and ensure that young people and children are cushioned from the impacts of, for example, COVID, and continuously access education even beyond through certain financing and institutions that you create. So thank you very much.
That's very powerful, Lisa. Thank you very much. You insisted on government and their roles. Government and governance are two different things, but they mostly are intertwined. Governance structures can create accountable governments, which can actually create the vision that we all need. That's empowering. I would like to welcome my brother Arthur to speak more on causation and correlation, mostly because, as Lisa said, there's the finance structure, but it's very complex when you try to solve these problems, especially sometimes there's corruption that's actually intertwined that acts as a barrier to digital skill sets. Please take it on.
Thank you so much, Kaisan. Good morning, good afternoon from wherever you're connecting. I am Arthur Oyako from Uganda, the Anti-Corruption Coalition of Uganda. I want to continue from where Lisa stopped, and I will mostly address myself towards the governance structures around providing equitable distribution of some of these resources. I'll give you two examples. Last year, I think it was last year, there's a president and an entire delegation of his from one of the Southern African countries that moved to one of the cities in the UK to attend a conference that was virtual. And the excuse he gave was the connection in the country he was moving to was better than the connection in the country from which he was coming. That is defeatist. Instead of setting up the structures in his own country to benefit everybody else, he was moving to another city so he could have an excellent connection. Earlier on, in the beginning of the pandemic last year, around June, there's embassy officials, Ugandan embassy officials from one of the offsites who held a Zoom meeting in which they discussed how they were going to share among themselves the balance of the money that was left in their coffers that should have gone back to the state because the financial year was ending. Interestingly, the IT officer who recorded the Zoom meeting was not part of those sharing the money. So that's how we got to know that people were planning to swindle funds on Zoom. Now, all this comes to literacy around the internet and how we take some of these things seriously. In the case of the Ugandan officials, they did not think through the ramifications of their actions and how it was going to leave a footprint on the internet, that they were discussing corruption online on a platform they understood little about. That is a good thing, because what the pandemic has then taught us is everybody has been pushed to go online and conduct business online. And with this migration online, has corruption also followed? So at least now there's a footprint. It makes the fight against corruption a little easier, because now you can follow the trail, you can follow the money, you can follow the conversations and how people apportion sums of money to themselves. Whether or not this has had any action is a conversation for a different day, but it goes on to show us where our priorities lie. It is easier, it is better for us to fly to another city to attend a virtual conference instead of setting up the infrastructure in our own countries. it is easier for us not to publish information online because we think online is going to leave a trail. I think it would be best with the digital literacies and everything to emphasize conversations around accountability and transparency, such that whatever we do, at least if for anything, should be for the benefit of those that are going to come after us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur. I would like to take it to Yauri. In a more South American perspective, from what you've heard, please share what you understand and share your experience based on this digital literacy.
Hello. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to this session. I'm really excited to be here. And yes, I would like to actually share some different two initiatives in which I participated this year, and that I think that could be good to actually share with you what we have been what we've done. And okay, the first one is we made a call of action with the ITU. It is the Generation Connect initiative. We are 15 young people that were writing recommendations on different topics about telecommunications and also accessibility to digital technologies. And according to digital literacy, we have, for example, recommendations such as stimulate member states to develop digital skills programs and improve digital literacy opportunities in benefit of girls and women by supporting initiatives such as American Girls Can Code, which with special attention to those living in rural areas and or women with disabilities. Also encourage stakeholders to strengthen collaboration for the development of digital literacy programs and initiatives in benefit of vulnerable groups, including policies and strategies of development that contribute to kickstarting confidence and security in new technologies. Also, we identify that there are a lot of barriers in order to access to these kind of technologies in the Americas region. We try to talk about different topics such as agriculture, about health, and how can we incorporate these kind of technologies in these scenarios. And well, we think that that yes, it is important to also try to educate or try to show these kind of opportunities to indigenous people or indigenous communities, actually, because they need to have the information in their local languages for having a better use of the ICTs and like to being more empowered in their development. And I would also like to invite you to, according to this initiative, we also have a webinar that's called Generation Connect Americas Towards WTDC. It is organized in collaboration with the Organization of American States Inter-American Telecommunication Commission, and is in align with the ITU Youth Strategy, and trying to encourage this kind of participation from youth, and also to bring regional ICT experts to this kind of dialogue. Is going to be on December 13. At 11, you can also find the information on the ITU side on Generation Connect Americas, and also the call of action with all the points. And on the other side, I was also with the Youth for Policymakers, which is an initiative from the German Informatics Society, and we have different policy papers in different topics, and we also have one about access and accessibility. And yeah, you can also access to the whole paper on the yigf.de website. And yes, I think these were the initiatives that I wanted to share.
Thank you very much, Yari. I think you'll share the links with everybody here who might be interested. And it's interesting that you shared solutions. Solutions are important. The cyberspace is our space. We take it, but it is important. When you know you have a space and you take it, it is your obligation to protect it. I would like to welcome Sam, an expert in cybersecurity, to share on how cybersecurity is important in protecting the cyberspace and how it correlates with the skill sets, please. You can come here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Samaila Atenbaku. I didn't want to come up here, but someone is quite persuasive. Yeah, so it's been a really interesting discussion so far. I want to applaud the speakers before me because they've talked about issues around infrastructure, issues around the different space at which different communities would take up online learning and things like that based on different barriers they might be facing in their own community. And so a big thing in digital literacy is the fact that a lot of priority, or it seems rather, and a lot of priority is placed on the youth and the kids that are now partaking in online learning. Like Innocent mentioned earlier, in some cases, some people were left behind while others moved forward, right? And so a lot of times the adults that are involved in this get, will I say, ignored, or they're not prioritized. For instance, if you use, I don't want to mention names of countries, but in certain countries, a lot of the lecturers, the teachers do not have enough digital knowledge. So you would find a situation where a teacher in a school may not have access to a computer to use for their lessons. They may not have a projector, for instance, to make use of presentation slides. They may not have internet connectivity to even communicate with their students via email. And so that is the angle that we're coming from, or that's the level we're coming from, a situation where the digital adoption itself is low. When you now come to the angle to the issue of cybersecurity, or the need to use these resources securely, it means that when you put those people who have little or no knowledge of the digital learning process, if you put them into that space, they are like easy targets for cyber threats or cyber criminals, in the sense that they do not even have the basic knowledge on how to use technology, talk less of the knowledge on how to use technology securely. And so this problem has to, you have to first address the issue of digital literacy, and then you come to the angle of cybersecurity. However, what we advocate for, so I'm part of a body called the Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, and it's a non-for-profit body, and we work on raising awareness levels in different communities around Nigeria and beyond as well. And so one of the things we do is we organize free knowledge sharing events. The idea is that when people become aware of the risks involved in whatever they're doing, and in this case, online learning and processes, it enables them to be more conscious, and it makes them better digital citizens. At the end of the day, whatever you're doing in life, whatever project you're trying to do, you start from the angle of awareness. If people know what you're talking about, they're able to understand their role and the value of it, and then they are more likely to key into it. And so as long as education is going to be online, and I believe it is going to be online as time goes on, we should we need to factor in the aspect of cybersecurity into these kind of discussions. Thank you. I will now relinquish this seats back.
Thank you very much for that. It's interesting that we see so many different perspectives, but still they're all interlinked to digital literacy and awareness, knowledge at best. The best regulator is also the best decision maker. Independent thinking people. Independent thinking people are the revelation of society, and actually that depends on education and knowledge. To understand what matters in the fabric of the 21st century, we need a digital savvy population that can dissect the potent elements of a technological society and distribute these resources equally for the benefits of a thriving humanity. That's what we need. We need autonomous society and autonomous thinking people. Now let's pivot to rather more solutions. Imagine maybe 100 years from now, and I would like to ask each and every one of us, 100 years from now, what do you think digital literacy is, and how do you see it? We are here at the IGF, maybe our grandkids 100 years from now. What is the vision that you see for that? Beginning with you, Valerie. Keep it short and sweet.
Thank you. 100 years from now, I see a girl in Nairobi and a girl in New York being able to exchange information at an equal level. So I see that interconnection at an equal level because we both know what we're talking about and we both understand what we're talking about because we're linked and linked equally. Thank you.
100 years from now, how do you see the internet and digital literacy, Henry?
Well, 100 years is quite a long time, but I think at least in the future, it would be good to see a bit more of ownership from the people, like that they are empowered to understand their rights and their responsibilities online, and also that people that, of course, today is not so conscious about these kind of things, they could become more. And also that there is like a pro-ethical approach on the development of platforms of online media, and that is not just about trying to penalize someone that's doing something like wrong, but at the same time trying to educate them, trying to provide these tools to make the internet and digital platforms way more understandable for everyone. I think this would be good for the next years.
Well, I think mine is simple. In 100 years, I see a more connected world, a more transformed community. Yeah, a more transformed global community, I should say. Yeah.
Yes. In 100 years, right? Because my debate is about reimagining the future of Africa. So my debate, my issue is about 100 years reimagining the future of Africa is by freeing our citizens from a burden of access paper documents in every offices and places in Africa. Reimagine the future of Africa in 100 years is by making citizens to sit in a part of Africa to register for passport, birth certificates, and marriage certificates. In reimagining the future of Africa in 100 years is by providing both local and international scholarship on big data, blockchain, software engineering, Power BI, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence for technology students in Africa. In 100 years, in reimagining the future of Africa is by developing an ICT curriculum for universities and high school in Africa. And looking at the future in 100 years is by rolling out computer labs and smart classroom in the various schools in Africa. Reimagining the future of Africa is in 100 years by creating a BSc ICT department in many universities, and also encouraging females to get in the field of ICT, and also by passing a lot of cybersecurity policy, data protection acts, electronic transaction law, and or child online protection law to protect the people in the cyberspace. And I'm also looking up to see a lot of telecenters in villages and towns, which would turn our village into smart economic hubs and connect our farmers better to markets and make them less vulnerable to the whims of weather. And also by using technology in 100 years to fight rampant corruption that have eaten the fabric of many nations in Africa, and also looking at using technology to get better health services. And that is it. I really want to see Africa connected in 100 years. So thank you so much.
Powerful. Lily?
So think about the future as an extension of the offline world. I envision a future where we have identified structural barriers in historically underserved communities, in jails, in areas of minorities and everything. And essentially to be able to make people extend what they do offline to the online world. But let's think about it in a more safer, in a more secured space. So that's what I envision the future of literacy to do for us, that people are able to extend what they do onto the online space, but doing it even more safely, that prejudices are stopped because there's things in place to check it with the emergence of new technologies and how things are evolving.
Thank you. Ihita, are you there?
I'm here. Thanks, Carson. Thank you, everyone. So I have around 3 points. I think I completely agree with the point made by Yori about how, being digitally literate will increase their awareness of their responsibilities and all the laws around how they should act online so that they don't harm themselves and they don't harm others. This would be one. But the second thing I feel is in terms of content creation and consumption. So being digitally literate, they'll be able to create more quality content and also consume quality content because of which that and also create content which is relevant to their communities, societies, to uplift their communities. So that will bring the people and communities closer. And like Lily mentioned, there shouldn't be any discrimination, and that will all come through being digitally literate. Third point is might not be exactly related to digital literacy, but if we can work towards creating, let's say, low-cost infrastructure through giving incentives to startups and organizations to contribute to low-cost infrastructure, last-mile connectivity, and also making sure that when we're creating inclusive technologies, that's just not creation, but also testing with the help of users from the marginalized communities and those who are not very well familiar with the digital space and the tool. So I think these would be the 3 things I would see happening in the next, hopefully in the next 50 years. Hopefully it won't take 100 years for us to reach these goals.
Thank you, Hita.
Thank you. That's a great question. Thank you for raising it. So in 100 years from now, I'm certain that urbanization, or which is called rural to urban immigration and rural marginalization, will grow even larger than it already is. And it's really unfortunate. There's already a large rate of urbanization because people are moving to urban communities to have access to digital technologies, economic development, and opportunities. So to elaborate more on that, I want to have like a strong spotlight on the digital exclusion of rural young people and women and other marginalized communities like refugee and IDP camps. There's a huge digital rights and access disparities between rural and urban young people, even in developing countries, because the urban communities have more political and economic attention than rural communities can ever have. Rural adolescents and youth are one of the most disadvantaged groups across the world. And to share some statistics, UNFPA estimated that 175 million young people in low-income countries cannot read a full sentence, especially in rural communities. 500 million live on less than $2 a day, and 80% of young rural workers are engaged in informal employment, such as family farms and hard labor. Especially young rural women, they're disproportionately affected by this rural marginalization. There are significantly greater rates of school dropouts, forced marriages, gender-based violence, honorable killing, teenage pregnancies, and unpaid care work. The Malala Fund estimated that the pandemic could lead to the permanent termination of the education at school for 20 million marginalized girls due to the lack of digital access, adding up to the 129 million who are already deprived of education. And this is also combined with the escalating hidden and unreported cases of gender-based violence, which is also called the shadow pandemic that we are seeing right now during the pandemic. So I strongly believe that rural digitalization is the answer to bridging these substantial digital rights and inclusion disparities between urban and rural communities. So as an example of an initiative that my team at the foundation has been leading in the past few months, we partnered with the International Republican Institute to extensively educate urban young people on digital literacy and media disinformation elimination. And then we empowered them to initiate small awareness campaigns in marginalized communities that have reached over 700 young people and women in rural, refugee, IDP, and semi-urban communities. So we leverage the fact that urban young people, they have access to digital technologies, and we also empowered them to lead digital and also initiatives, empowering initiatives in other communities for rural young people. So as a conclusion, we need to hear the unheard voices and struggles of rural youth, and we should give them equal rights and opportunities to be at the forefront of change. They must have access to digital technologies that equip them to not only champion a healthier and more inclusive rural transformation, but an inclusive global transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaisan. Yeah, so I'll keep this short and sweet, as you've said. So in 100 years, I'm seeing more women being brought online, given the awareness being created on the low levels of digital literacy among women. I'm seeing women being equipped with basic ICT skills and women being empowered to utilize the internet. Thank you.
Not to rain on our parade. In 100 years, the digital divide will still exist. And we'll still have instances of the global north and the global south. And the amenities up north will still be better than the amenities down south. We will have a lot of urbanization, and we will have still communities living in the rurals, and that divide will still exist.
Shadrach. All right, thank you for the opportunity. So, to me, even before these 100 years, I want to see the next 3 decades. One of the issues I'm very concerned in is school, secondary school students being given the opportunity to have access to smart devices in their school, to be able to have access to the internet and have and do research online, instead of students being banned from using these devices. Already we have issue of accessibility, where students do not have access to ICT equipment, and they are also being banned. I have experienced this from primary to secondary. You don't have access to these devices until maybe tertiary, where you have the privilege of being given the opportunity to use these devices, or even if you are going to coding, you'll be able to experience technology. So I think in the next 3 decades, there should be policies that change this mode of education, allowing all people to have access to quality education. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think COVID-19 has proven to us that in Africa, we are still behind in terms of access to internet, coverage of access to digital tools. So I'm going to take an example from my country, Chad. In May 2020, the Chadian government, through the Ministry of National Education, set up a TV program to allow students at least to complete the academic year and pass the exams. But unfortunately, that great program did not work. Why? Because people, and particularly in the rural side, do not have access to electricity, do not have capacity to buy computers, tablets, and then the financial capacity to buy megabytes, to have access to online courses, and because also internet is not well regulated in Chad. So I admit that this remark seems to be general in Africa. So my interventions consist in asking you questions of open and daily reflections in Africa. How can we be sure that in Africa, everyone is connected to internet? Why elsewhere we promote the useful of internet in artificial intelligence, for instance, internet and how to achieving the 17 sustainable development goals. But at the same time in Africa, we are so far on the promise of accessibility and at the same time of the cut from the internet. I mean, internet shutdown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rashad.
Okay, thank you, Carson, for inviting me. For me, in my country, in Benin, for example, we have to get 1 gig of internet data, you need to pay like $1. That is too expensive. And for I just want to say that we need to put more effort on infrastructure. So when we have infrastructure, we can have more access to internet and everything can go well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to contribute?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abir. I'm from Egypt. And I think that if we are talking about 100 years, and I think COVID was a wake up call, so I will be trying to be a bit ambitious. I think if we do not really focus on Africa being a contributor to technology, not only a consumer to technology, if we are still speaking about digital literacy and this kind of I'm really fed up of trying to, even in Egypt, talking about supporting youth in basic digital skills. I don't want to support youth in basic digital skills. I want them to be contributors to technology. So otherwise we will not exist if you keep thinking about that in 100 years. So we will not be able to exist. So I think we need to move not only, maybe this is too ambitious, but I can't see it any other way. We need to move from just basic literacy, this is of course needed, to how to be contributors to technologies. Thank you.
Would you like to contribute, sir?
Thank you. I'm from Benin also. It's important to know that internet is not only to move to social media. For African people, it's better for them to promote local content and use it for their own activities. That is very important.
I didn't realize we were actually going to go around. Yeah, so but I think it's a nice touch to get different people's opinions. And so I agree with what Arthur said. There will still be some divide. I don't know how bad it will be or how good it will be, but there will be some divide because we're still in a continent that's speaking of Africa, where the politicians are usually those that are above 70 years old, who do not think of the future because they wouldn't be there to even see it in the first place, and who are not current with the technological advances of the world, and so cannot even contribute or to take the country forward in that regard. There's also still going to be financial gaps, which is going to slow down our ability to adopt technology faster or as fast as we would like. And so I think 100 is even far to think of, but nevertheless, in 100 years' time, I just expect that since the current generation, the new Gen Z, they call them now, the generation that is coming up would be the ones kind of handing over to the next generation. Since they are digital natives, I think they will be able to achieve more in the sense of trying to improve digital adoption in Africa. And as the lady from Egypt said, to be contributors. As we already seen in our generation, a lot of people are working on fintechs. We have a lot of programmers, people in cybersecurity, AI from Africa now, at least in our generation. So we expect that our children and even their children's generation, which is what will probably be there in 100 years' time, should be at the forefront of a lot of this research and contributions in the tech space. Just to add this, I'll be speaking on a session tomorrow at 9:30, and it's actually going to be on education and online learning and cybersecurity. So it's kind of like a continuation from what we're discussing here. So in case you can attend, it's in one of the conference rooms. I can't remember which particular one, but it's WS 240.
I'm from Poland. So I'm pretty privileged, and I see that all the time. I study management and artificial intelligence here, and I work as a researcher. Like pretty much all of things I do is thanks to the internet and the infrastructure we have here. So, and pretty much what I do, I learned online, not at school. So, and I see the importance also of English, because in Poland we don't have much great content in Polish, and it's not like comparable to what we can see in languages of Africa, but we also don't have that much content in Polish, and the quality is like not comparable to the content in English, and also the comprehends, like how broad is the content in English. So I would say that I don't really know what will be in 100 years. Like the 5 years horizon is like not possible to imagine for me. Is like 5 years is really hard. But I really believe that it really is possible that that it will be really better, because when you have this potential of this many people, and you have this new technologies like for example Starlink, which will bring costs down in terms of the internet in really rural areas. In like 5 to 10 years, it will be probably not that expensive, because you would not use like cables and so much resources. It will be just the one antenna for like $100, which some organization can just fund, and the cost will be cheaper than now. But also, I think that the value which internet and almost free access to knowledge provides is enough to afford the internet in like pretty like 3 to 4 months if you know English. It's really easy to earn like money to afford the internet access to just sustain itself. So the investment needed to use internet is like upfront as an investment, which can be pretty quickly paid out. But it's the like the challenge is how we can help people to learn English in effective way, and how can we address the issue of like this feeling inside of everyone. In Poland, we have the like something similar. I can relate to what I see every day. We have the people are convinced, or I see many young people also, which of course use internet, but they are not so sure if they can use technology or create technology, or they can like have the idea what to do in life in their hands. So I think it's in some ways similar, but of course it's I cannot relate in so many ways, but that's my input and my vision.
So I very much agree with Jan, because I'm also from Poland, and I know that the content in Polish is also very limited, and you need to know English to really learn very fun things and things that you could really use in the future and in your work and like everything. Yes, so you can do everything if you know English. But yeah, I agree that English gives you so many possibilities. But also, I think that the role of people that teach how to use internet is very important, because I know that many people have access to internet in Poland. Many people know English, but they use internet in a very stupid way. They watch TikTok 4 hours a day. They don't do anything like productive. They do stuff that is very, because internet gives you so much possibilities, and it's very hard to really focus on the things that matter, on the topics that really do make you a better human, make you know more things, more very interesting stuff. So you really need to know how to use internet in the proper way, and I think that is very hard to do in even in countries where internet is very accessible. And yeah, I think the role of the teachers, of the educators is very important here. And but also you have to teach the people that teach their children. So I think it's a very hard barrier to come across, but also I am not sure what would be in 100 years from now. It is very hard to imagine. Like for me, it's hard to imagine what I will do, like on like on Christmas. I think about today and tomorrow maybe, but like looking 100 years ahead is a really a challenging task.
Thank you very much for sharing that. For me, it's 3 E's: equity, equanimity, and equality. That's about it. I don't need to speak English, so I can use the internet. I think it's the same for you. Local content is enough. I need to have an internet in Swahili. The internet was built on values of openness, decentralization, and being end-to-end. That's enough for all of us to be represented equally, sharing equally, and having eco spaces without these barriers of entry. I envision an internet where there is no xenophobia, there's no racism, misogyny, all that. Because in the end, it's the people, it's the creators, and it's the users who push this. So it's important to develop the characters of the internet users, because that's what you're extending. If you're selfish, you will create selfish resources in the end.
I would agree.
So yeah, so it's important to have that, because we are here. It's very similar. I'm hearing from the Polish perspective, West African perspective, East African perspective. We offer some kind of a very similar playing field. And the reason I asked the question in 100 years, it's because we all chose to be here. That comes with a responsibility. It's not equal that we are privileged enough to be on this panel and share all that we know, pose as intellectuals, while we go back and nothing happens. So take this responsibility and be accountable in creating the infrastructures and the institutions that you need to create a more eco space in the internet, beginning with your own local context. I think that's about it. I would like to welcome Lily, if you would like to wrap up.
So we just found out in everybody's submission that it actually begins with people and not policies, understanding people's needs and essentially meeting them where it affects them the most. And now realize that it's literacy. You would find out that with inclusion, there are 3 foots to it, and then the basis will be rights and security and safety. So you're looking at affordability, you're looking at accessibility, you are looking also at the knowledge that people have to be able to use and meaningfully participate in an online space. So to round up this session where we're discussing digital skill sets and asking if this is where it has gotten to, if this is how far we can get. It means if you've been challenged in this room to understand that there's more that can be done when it comes to even meeting people in the languages that they understand, the means that they are taught, the tools that are given to use, and essentially how they can play in such environment. It means there's more that can be done. We are not at the end yet. And even as much as technology evolves, it evolves also with times and with complexities and with space and with many other things that come with it. So this is like a clarion call, one that is not only left to stakeholders only here. I know we are very diverse here, but it extends to government, it extends even to engaging the people on the ground who are the real users of the technologies that we're building and who essentially are looking to connect, because some part of the world somewhere, somebody probably thinks that a computer is a 4-squared box and hasn't interfaced with it to appreciate how much it can be of value to them. So we want to go out of here. We are crafting messages from this session, recommendations where we are saying directly to specific stakeholder groups and saying, this is what we aspire that you do. So government, we aspire that in building policies or connecting or looking to connect people, we want it to be very comprehensive engagement with everybody involved, even users, end users who probably will tell you what they have in mind, and that nobody's left out, essentially. And also to technical communities, to civil societies, it doesn't end here. The skill set is a wide range of skills, and it doesn't just end at using Facebook. It ends when we're able to question the why, the what, the how, and build upon it to make ends meet, to make economic value out of them, to advocate, to end prejudices and all those. So there's more to it than just here. This is not the end of the skill set. This is not the end of literacy and learning. Is a continuous one, even for you and I. Thank you for joining. For everybody who's interested, we are rushing now to another stakeholder engagement with IGF, African IGF. This is where we can send our recommendations to if you're interested. So please, Ballroom C, you can come with us. Thank you so much.
One final comment from our Iraqi brother. I think he'll wrap up.
Yeah, thank you. So as a closing remark and a call to action, I urge government to create digital licenses for young people to use social media. We have licenses to, before driving a car. So for young people and children to use social media, they should have a license too, because the amount of dopamine, the medical research has found that the amount of dopamine that is released when we use social media is the same amount of dopamine that is released when we consume alcohol or drugs. So it is really important for us to care for the mental health and also the well-being of our young people and especially the younger children and generation by creating a license and an age limit and more restrictions. Thank you.
Bravo to all of us. See you at the next session.
Live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
I think we can get started.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all participants in the OECD Open Forum at IGF 2021. Great to see you all. And there seems also there is a room in Poland, one participant in the physical venue. Otherwise, we are a global community here. My name is Bengt Molleryd. I'm from the Swedish Post and Telecom Authority, PTS, and I'm also designated chair of the OECD Working Party on Communication Infrastructure and Service Policies. I will moderate now the first half of this open forum, of this session. It is with thanks to communication technologies that we can hold this open forum in a hybrid format. The OECD recommendation on broadband connectivity addresses exactly this important aspect of digitalization. It aims at extending broadband services and improve quality of services. Today, we will explore the recommendation on broadband connectivity and the crucial role of connectivity in the first half of this open forum. We have an impressive panelist today from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication in Japan, Mr. Akiko Sakaki. And we have from the Ministry of Communication in Brazil, Mr. Daniel Cavalcanti. And we have from the private sector, Ms. Sim Oladin Soltra. We also look forward to discussing with the audience, and we therefore invite you to raise questions and share thoughts on this important topic. Please raise your Zoom hand to pose any question or write questions in the chat. We will follow that very closely. We will then read them out to our speakers, and we're going through the session. Let me now jump right into the interventions and welcome Mr. Aki Sakaki, Director, Multilateral Economic Affairs, Office, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication in Japan. Dear Aki, how can policy and regulation in Japan unleash the full potential of connectivity for the digital transformation and ensure equal access to connectivity for all? Please, Aki, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for introduction. Hello, this is Akihiko Sasaki, Director of Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, Japan. First, I would like to thank IGF and OECD and all other people who make it possible to organize this forum, and I am honored to be a panelist today. Today's topic is important as reliable and affordable broadband is essential, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm excited to share our experience, which are in harmony with OECD's broadband recommendation, and to discuss what we could do to promote digital transformation and ensure equal access to all. Next page, please. To begin with, I will give you an overview of broadband service in Japan. As you may know, Japan is facing geographic and social challenges that causes difficulties in sustaining all kinds of services. Although in such a situation, people are using optic fibers and advanced wires as primary sources for broadband access, as shown in the graph below, and the nationwide coverage rate for ultra-high speed broadband is almost 100% here, indicated as a red word. To foster investment and innovation to disseminate broadband nationwide, Japan has been modernizing regulation for telecom services to facilitate fair competition and to ensure consumer benefits. For example, the simplified licensing procedures to registration or notification, impose open access to essential facilities, and promoted fair competition so that everyone can enjoy affordable prices and non-discriminatory conditions. In principle, carriers have installed networks with fair competition. However, in non-profitable rural areas, the government has been implementing initiatives to support network installation. Next page, please. So the latest comprehensive initiative we took is called the Master Plan on the Regional Development of ICT Infrastructure. MIC released the first master plan on June 2019 and set a long-term roadmap to visualize actions and goals to promote 4 pillars indicated here. So far, we've completed some measures, including radio wave propagation in super express tunnels and set an ambitious goal to develop 5G base stations up to 280,000 by the end of fiscal year 2023, which is 4 times larger than originally planned by major carriers. To implement the plan, we are conducting a couple of measures to promote nationwide dissemination of 5G network, including secure and open system called Open RAN, which will be enhanced competition among vendor suppliers and establish resilient supply chain. We are also promoting use cases for private 5G network or local 5G to be widely adopted in rural areas. Next page, please. So local 5G is a system that allows entities such as local companies, governments to build access spots and flexible networking within their premises based on their needs. MIC has been promoting this network with field trials to create new values and technical standards and promote digital transformation. Last year, we had 90 cases and developed rules and guidelines for local 5G in various environments, such as agriculture, healthcare, and manufacturing. Next page, please. Oh, I'm sorry. We are also aiming to reduce unserved households for optic fibers to 170,000 by the end of this fiscal year. To achieve this goal, we are offering subsidy for installation costs to local governments and telecom carriers that develop ICT infrastructure in designated disadvantageous areas with a certain ratio with budget of $32.3 million this year. Next page, please. The scope of universal service is another topic we're discussing to cover broadband in rural areas. Currently, incumbent carriers are obliged to secure appropriate, fair, and stable provision of fixed line, public phone, and emergency calls, and the deficit is covered by the Universal Service Fund. Since last year, MIC has been holding an expert group study to discuss whether to include the broadband as universal service. The group is now discussing for the final report whether to propose fixed broadband such as FTTH and cable to be provided nationwide as universal service. I'm personally interested in how the discussion will end and come up with future-proof mechanism for universal service. So to wrap up, next page. The Japan has been promoting connectivity and ensuring equal access for all to unleash full potential digital transformation by encouraging investment with modernized regulation and supporting unserved areas with comprehensive ICT development plans. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Aki, for this comprehensive presentation of the situation in Japan. Thank you very much. And let me now welcome Mr. Daniel Branado Cavalcanti. And he is a coordinator of telecommunication policy at the Ministry of Communication in Brazil. Dear Daniel, how can policy and regulation in Brazil best unleash the full potential of connectivity for the digital transformation and ensure equal access to connectivity for all? Please, Daniel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Bengt, and it is indeed a great pleasure to join you all for today's Open Forum session. Brazil is committed to bringing digital connectivity to all Brazilians in the next few years, a goal that is very well aligned with the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. We believe that by reaching the targets of SDG 9 in network infrastructure, we are effectively enabling goals such as SDG 4 in quality education, SDG 5 in gender equality, and SDG 10 in reducing inequalities. Brazil is striving to close the gaps in broadband coverage and digital inclusion as part of our national digital transformation strategy. Strategy covers both enablers of digital transformation, including network infrastructure, trust, and skills, as well as the data-driven digital transformation of the economy and of government services. Despite the challenges of a vast territory and large population, we're making significant progress in expanding network infrastructure and providing connectivity all over the country. The most recent numbers show that over 81% of households in Brazil have either fixed or mobile broadband service subscriptions. Internet use in homes is also noticeably gender balanced in Brazil, with 79% of women and girls and 77% of men and boys using the internet. would like to briefly mention some examples of successful policies and regulation in telecoms in Brazil that actually promote competition and investment, increasing coverage and access to high-quality broadband internet. First, on internet exchange points. In order to provide internet connectivity to service providers of all sizes, the country operates several open and neutral IXPs, where transit, peering, and access to CDNs is possible, and participation is on a voluntary basis. Most network operators with significant market power were not interested in participating, since they operated their own exclusive exchange points where smaller networks connected to buy transit capacity. So we introduced an active policy of increasing participation in IXPs, including these major transit providers. This translated into regulation that required network operators with SMP to be present at all IXPs in their coverage area and to have a public reference offer for transit services at each location. Today, over half of all fixed broadband subscriptions in the country are provided by small and medium-sized ISPs. The national network infrastructure proved to be robust and resilient during the tremendous increase in traffic that took place over the last 2 years of the pandemic. Brazil's internet exchange is today one of the largest in the world, both in terms of peak traffic exchange and in number of participants. A second example comes from mobile broadband. In a country like Brazil, mobile connectivity, while not a substitute for fiber, must be part of the solution to provide affordable access to all. With 4G, and even more so with 5G, mobile is a viable option for broadband internet service provision. In the recent 5G spectrum auction, Brazil put an emphasis on coverage requirements rather than revenue from spectrum licenses. Indeed, in the 5G auction, the winning bidders could deduct the estimated costs of the additional coverage obligations from the value of the bid. The result of this auction was that, along with the 5 existing mobile operators, 3 national and 2 regional, the auction attracted 5 new entrants, 1 national and 4 regional. All coverage requirements will be met, with a significant expansion of mobile coverage to rural villages and districts, public schools, and along federal highways. A third and last example is in fiber broadband network expansion. Of course, fiber infrastructure is an essential element of today's robust and resilient broadband networks. Brazil introduced regulation organizing the use of rights of way by implementing dig once policies, facilitating the deployment of fiber networks. And since the new mobile 5G networks will require the deployment of fiber backhaul, this presents an additional opportunity to promote sustainable fiber network expansion. So with that, I will stop here and looking forward to questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and thank you for this, and congratulations, very positive outcome on the auction there. Let me now please welcome Ms. Saim Oladin Soltra, security expert at BDO Solutions, which has an impressive track record in the private connectivity sector. Dear Saim, how are you and your company supporting the aim of securing communication networks and make networks resilient to digital security risks? What will be on the wish list to governments and regulators to pursue this goal? Please, Saim, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on this open forum. I'm very proud to be here today. Digital risks are growing every day due to the high number of interactions and transactions that are being carried out on the internet, especially since the pandemic. It's essential, as recommended in the recommendation on broadband connectivity, that adequate resources are allocated to promote the improvement of digital skills for all users of the internet. As an example, a simulation of a phishing attack in a typical organization can get around 30% or more users to click on an insecure link. And around 20% of those users would actually give their username and passwords. This differs depending on the industry and the IT maturity level of the organization. For example, in banks, that would typically be a lot less because they have more training sessions and the users are more aware of the risks, and they know, they have to be careful and call the IT department, for example. So cybersecurity awareness for us is essential, and how to use social media for me, should be included in school syllabuses and should be provided for free to adults and the media. I'm referring to the recommendation 2, number 6, which is promoting and investing in the improvement of digital skills to enable the effective use of broadband services by citizens of all outcomes, ages, genders, and abilities. And it continues to say that this should include facilitating the development of locally relevant and easy to use applications and content to increase usage and demand. To summarize, the weakest security link in all networks and systems remain the people using them. And it's essential that we reduce the impact of social engineering. And to close that point, I'd like to point out that to drive a car, we have to get a license and we get the training on how to use a car. When we have a mobile phone or a computer system, we just switch it on and we start using it. So maybe we should invest a lot more into training people before they start using internet. Okay. My second point I'd like to make would be about having a coordinated approach towards monitoring networks. I agree with recommendation 3 that of the broadband recommendation broadband connectivity, that we need to have policies in place to ensure that network service providers provide transparent reporting so that end users can make better choices. Network diversity for uplinks and redundancy and resilience in equipment and links are essential. Here, improvement in terms of processes, such as the enforcement of best practices based on ISO 27001 and ISO 22301 for business continuity, for example, for internet service providers, can help create a more resilient and safer environment and reduce digital risk. Enforcement of digital privacy controls can also improve the security of our private information. The controls should not, however, be limited to internet service providers, but should include cloud service providers as well. They are prime entities in providing services and must provide reports and information on the level of resilience, redundancy, diversity that they provide for different regions. Monitoring of data is a sensitive subject, but it's very useful, and I think we should be monitoring data through internet exchange gateways can be very useful in securing the internet. The use of artificial intelligence can make securing public networks proactive rather than reactive. Nowadays, we have products that learn through behavior of different users and different entities on the networks and can actually block connectivity according to specific applications or take other actions that we define. A peer-based collaboration between networks and cloud application providers could help detect illegal activity and provide law enforcement with the right information. For example, we could imagine an AI appliance detecting a repeated sharing of children's photos and relaying that key information to Interpol, for example, for intervention. We have to be careful here on the limits of monitoring information on the internet and have a multi-stakeholder and transparent approach so that the data is not used for repression by some governments. We need to build a methodology and system that ensures transparent reporting for user information. Resilience and security built in by design and based on best practices and enforce those through legal requirements. And I'd like to insist here on the security by design. Unfortunately, from experience, we've seen that security, especially cybersecurity, is always an afterthought. It's only after attacks that companies realize that they have to invest a lot more. Fortunately, this awareness is rising, and it's predicted that more and more companies will be investing the tools and training and to increase cybersecurity on their premises. But I think we need to keep that trend up, and that designing security in all the elements of the internet must be done. And it has to be enforced legally as well. So I'd just like to talk a little bit about the section 3, which of the broadband recommendation. So that would be that adherents take measures to ensure resilient, reliable, secure, and high capacity networks by publishing open, verifiable, granular, reliable subscription coverage and where available quality of service data through periodic reporting, promoting measures to ensure resilience of communication networks, and taking measures, including legal measures where necessary, to secure communication networks and make those networks resilient to digital security risk. So that's all from me. And I'll look forward to questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Sam, for these insights and also just underscoring the significance of security by design. Certainly a very important topic, and also, as you said, an important part of the recommendation. Thank you once again, the panelists, for your contribution to the discussion. So we got a very short view from Brazil, from Japan, and now from Sam here on the security aspects of issues in cyber world, and also underlining the recommendation. I would now like to open the floor to the audience to raise any questions or comments. So please raise your hand. And you can also use the chat function. Do we have any hand? Yes, we have a hand here. Lauren Green from the OECD, please. Lauren.
Hi, thank you very much. And thank you to all of our speakers today. I actually have a question for the final speaker, Ms. Aludin Sohutu, and I'm very sorry for my mispronunciation perhaps. I was very interested in what you were saying about how IXPs can be a very interesting and important gateway to help secure communications. And I thought that the example that you put forward was very interesting. Could you expand on that just a little bit, because it's something that we at the OECD are thinking about, and I'd love to get a little bit more insights into how maybe that could actually happen in practice.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity, Lauren, because I think that's something that we really should be doing. I won't mention the name, but there's a product that we're implementing, and that actually works on corporate networks that we connect to core networks, and that monitors all users' activity in the network, for example, in a whole network. So if you connect it to the core switch, it will monitor, for example, they will know that Zaim comes to work at 9, logs in, and usually works from Mauritius, and that that I use Outlook, I use Teams, and basically that's all I do all day. So and that device, that artificial intelligence device, actually knows my profile. And right now we're using it for security. So, for example, if someone has access to my username and password and logs in from Japan, and at 2 a.m. in the evening, and uses Outlook or MS Teams, it might flag it, that it's not the typical activity, and it will flag it, as a suspicious connection. But if I come up with like a scripting, I started doing a scripting session on my network, it will actually block that activity based on how we've defined it and how we've trained that artificial intelligence device. And so extrapolating from that, I think at the internet exchange points, we actually have access to all the traffic that's going through the network in the internet in a country. So we could actually learn typical patterns, and we could set rules that would allow us to understand. So we don't need to know what the person is actually doing. We don't need to get into the data packets, but we can, for example, look at large amount of JPEGs being exchanged, or look at typical patterns that would cause exchange of. I'm really have photos in mind because I'm thinking of children, and it's like the topic of this subject. But there are many other law aspects such as DDoS attack, for example, or other cybersecurity issues that could be detected by artificial intelligence. So, but this needs to be managed and has to be rule-based, and we need to define what we think is right and what we think is wrong, and train that artificial intelligence entity over time so that we can make use of it. Does that answer your question, Lauren?
Thank you very much. Same, and everything is clear. To underscore that, are there any other questions? I have one, but I'm just waiting to see if there's any raised hand. So, if not, I will then would like to hear from a short view from you, Aki and Daniel, when it comes to, I mean, OECD and like in Europe and like in Sweden, where I come from, that we expect the markets to do the majority of investment, but now we are in the digital transformation, and this infrastructure becomes critical for society. So, how do you see the responsibility for policymakers and the interplay here between market and public forces in the development going forward? Aki, what do you say from your point of view?
Yeah, Ben, thank you very much for your question. And it's a really important question that we have to keep in mind, that I think is, well, as you mentioned, that the investment by the private companies should be, fully protected or maybe promoted with our policy and the laws, because as you know, if there's no fair competition to invest the network and also the services, I think it won't be we can't expect any growth for the service and for the disseminate to meet the needs of the public. But at the same time, that we have this kind of harsh situation, especially during the COVID-19, and also if we have faced the difficulties in disseminating in the rural areas that is not with the disseminated areas, if we do nothing, we cannot do with the people living there. So I think we have to keep in mind as well that if there's no the way to be served with the private companies alone, we could intervene and then do some fair the policy to help them support having the infrastructure, also to help to make the service to be promoted. So I think we have to both keep in mind that to keep the fair competition, and also if there's cannot be accepted the fair competition, we have to be supportive with the more transparent and fair way. Thank you.
And Daniel, if you very shortly could say a few words on this from your perspective.
Yes, thank you. Very briefly from our perspective, with a country as vast as Brazil, although broadband service provision is driven by the private sector, there are limits to market efficiency and sustainability of these services. So there is a role for policies and indeed for action by the government. And I'll mention just briefly two. One is our Universal Services Fund has already been converted to support broadband as a universal service, and we indeed intend to provide to all. So in extreme remote locations, there is no market solution. So we provide government provided satellite broadband services to some of these locations. So indeed, it is a combination then of the use of universal services funds to promote expansion by the private sector, and as well direct provision of services by government, because digital transformation is not only of the economy, but also of government services. So it's in the interest of the government to provide universal service. Thank you. I'll leave it here.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank again Mr. Akiko Sakai and Mr. Daniel Cavalcanti and Ms. Saim Olandin Soltra for participating in this forum, the first part of the forum. So thank you very much for your participation. And we have reached the end of the first part of this open forum. So I would like to thank you all, the panelists and audience, for this discussion, and now hand over to the chair, Gilmour Rocher, to guide the second part of the recommendation on children in the digital environment of this open forum. So please, the second part to begin.
Thank you, Bent. This is Guilherme Rashki. I'm counsel for international consumer protection at the Federal Trade Commission in the United States. And I'm also the vice chair of the OECD Working Party on Data Governance and Privacy in Digital Economy. Good afternoon, good morning. It's morning here in Washington, D.C. And I'm very pleased to be here and moderate the second part of this panel, which will focus on the OECD recommendation on children in the digital environment. This recommendation was a product of over 4 years of substantial analytical work with the participation of over 80 international experts. The recommendation's overriding goal is to find a balance between protecting children from risk and promoting the opportunities and benefits that the digital environment can provide. It includes overarching principles for a safe and beneficial digital environment, as well as guidance for governments in policymaking and in international cooperation. Without further ado, we will kick off this part of the meeting with a presentation from the OECD Secretariat on the recommendation. With that, it's my pleasure to hand over to Electra Ronchi, head of the Data Governance and Privacy Unit in the Digital Economy Policy Division of the OECD, to present the recommendation. Electra, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. So what I wish to do in the next few minutes is provide an overview of the recommendation to further inform the discussion of this panel today. But let me backtrack briefly. Ensuring that children can benefit from a safe and secure digital environment has been a priority of the OECD for almost 15 years now, since the declaration by OECD ministers in 2008 at the Seoul Ministerial for the Future of the Internet. Following this declaration, the OECD Council adopted in 2012 the recommendation on the protection of children online. If I can have the next slide, please. So in just a little more than a decade since its adoption, work by the OECD uncovered significant changes in children's online life and in the digital environment. And much of this change is due to both the growth in the use of mobile devices, as well as changed patterns of use. Since 2012, for example, there's been a 50% rise in 12 to 15-year-olds owning smartphone devices. And globally, an estimated 1 in 3 internet users today is a child. And even more importantly, compared to 2012, the digital environment has become an integral part of children's everyday lives and interactions. On average, across the OECD in 2018, 15-year-olds spent 35 hours per week online. Now, the benefits can be tremendous. The digital environment can support children's education, enhance their creativity, and provide social and cultural opportunities. Children are today enthusiastic users of social media, apps, and are more prone to sharing self-generated content than before. The next slide, please. Now, at the same time, our work shows that along with the evolution in the type and the frequency of children's online use, new risks have emerged. And the changed patterns of use have in turn changed the frequency, the nature, and the scale of existing risks. We have developed a typology of risks, which provides useful guidance to government on these issues. The typology recognizes 4 main risk categories: content and conduct risks, content and consumer risk. The ease and variety of ways in which children can be contacted in the digital environment has changed the frequency and intensity of risks, such as cyberbullying and sexual exploitation. An extensive use of social media has raised concerns regarding children's health and well-being. There are also concerns about body image disorders that can be exacerbated by frequent exposure to unrealistic and altered images on social media, and we know that girls are particularly prone to this. There are also rising concerns that too much time online could be harmful for children. The next slide, please. In the highly commercialized digital environment where personal data has become a commodity, children are also increasingly exposed to significant privacy risks. As a result of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence and predictive analytics, children's data may be used for the purpose of profiling, potentially affecting their fundamental legal rights and freedoms. For example, predictive analytic models may inadvertently bias certain subgroups of children. And I think that the COVID pandemic has accelerated these trends. Identifying the different risks that children may face in the digital environment and how to best respond to them has been an OECD priority. We also carried out an extensive review of the legal and policy environment, which showed that responses are fragmented and have not always kept pace with advances in technology and are not always based on sound evidence. The next slide, please. Now, the revised recommendation on children in the digital environment is a response to the significantly changed digital landscape. The recommendation, which, as Guillaume noted, benefited from extensive multi-stakeholder consultation and the input of a dedicated international group of experts to whom we're very, very grateful, was adopted on 31 May 2021 by the OECD Ministerial Council meeting. The recommendation's principal goal is to find a balance between protecting children from risk and promoting the opportunities and benefits that the digital environment can provide. In particular, the recommendation highlights the urgency of protecting children's privacy and personal data and calls for an age-appropriate child safety by design and for measures which are proportionate, respectful of rights, and promote inclusion. It encourages multi-stakeholder cooperation. The slide before you provides a very, glance overview of the different sections of the recommendation. As you can see, it includes overarching principles for safe and beneficial digital environment, as well as guidance for government and policymaking and in international cooperation. I already mentioned some of the principles in the first section. Let me just move to the second section on overarching, where the recommendation aims to provide guidance to governments in setting a policy framework. It calls for coherent policy, effective legal measures, and evidence-based responses. It promotes digital literacy as an essential tool and the adoption of measures which provide for an age-appropriate child safety by design. And lastly, the section on international cooperation highlights the importance of international regional networks and seeks to promote continued collaboration and the development of shared standards as well as information sharing. Now, the next slide, please. Alongside the recommendation, the OECD developed guidelines specifically directed at digital service providers in recognition of the essential role they play in providing a safe and beneficial digital environment. The guidelines have been developed to support digital service providers in taking actions that may directly or indirectly affect children in the digital environment. That is, in providing services directed at children and those that may not be necessarily have been shaped to be directed at children, but which children are using in reality and accessing reality. The guidelines are intended to complement the recommendation and to be read in conjunction with it. And there is a link between the two documents, with each referring to the other. Now, I will end there, and I'm happy to take any questions on this presentation and look forward to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Elettra, for this important presentation on the OECD recommendation. We'll now turn to our panelists who will present their views in creating a safe and beneficial digital environment for children. With that, let me turn to our first panelist, Brian O'Neill, who's Professor Emeritus at the Technological University Dublin. Brian, you recently joined Minister Catherine Martin of Ireland to launch a report of national survey of children, their parents, and adults regarding online safety. One of the key takeaways of the report is that there are often significant differences across different age categories of children in terms of the nature of their engagement with their online environment, the online risks they encounter, and the resilience in the face of those risks. The OECD's typology of risks, which underpins the recommendation, also underlines that the age and maturity of children may affect their ability to understand risks, for instance, to their privacy. Can you share your views on how we can support children with different age, maturity, and circumstances to better understand the risks of the digital environment and how they can be protected and empowered?
Guilherme, thank you very much. Thank you indeed for the opportunity to join this important panel on the OECD recommendation for children in the digital environment. I'm delighted to be speaking to you from Dublin, Ireland. And yes, as you've mentioned, recently our minister with responsibility for the communications area launched our report, which surveyed children, parents, and adults. And I should say that this is in the context of a National Advisory Council for Online Safety, which the Minister chairs, and I, in fact, am the Deputy Chair. And it sponsored this research very much in the spirit, as Elettra has pointed out, in terms of developing evidence-based policies. And so with research such as this, it is, in fact, a further iteration of the EU Kids Online survey in Ireland, so that we now have a database of 20 countries with up-to-date data as of 2020 regarding their experiences of both opportunities and risks in the digital environment. And this will be alongside the hugely significant guidance which the OECD recommendation presents, affords opportunities for stakeholders and for governments informing good policies for the future digital environment. So I'll just say a few words about our research findings and how it amplifies some of the messages which Elettra presented in her overview of the recommendation, and then say a little bit also about legislative proposals from the Irish government which seek to bring forward key principles of safety by design and encouraging responsible behavior by digital service providers. So in this context, as you've mentioned, age, maturity, circumstance all matter to a great extent in how children attain benefits from the digital space. And our survey certainly endorsed that the vast majority of children gain hugely from their online engagement and participation. And that is the case that as children become ever more active online, there is so much to be gained, particularly as we gathered much of our data over the course of significant restrictions when socialization and education could really only take place online. Also, as noted, that children are digitally active from an ever earlier age. Our survey findings are from age 9 to 17, but we're increasingly conscious that we need more and better evidence of how younger children are experiencing digital participation. But in our findings, we know that children from age 9 upwards have increasing autonomy in terms of ownership of their own devices, typically smartphones and tablets, and 40% of our 9-year-olds, for example, have their own device. And with that, what is clearly evident from our research findings is that there is still a ladder of opportunities. And by this, I mean that not all children gain equally from opportunities available to them. And they slowly graduate through different levels of relatively passive consumption or communication activities to attaining more participative and creative online opportunities. Of course, a key feature of research such as ours and through EU Kids Online is to highlight those experiences of risk that really mitigate children enjoying benefits online. And exposure to potentially harmful content is something that has been very much in focus. And that was something that our research has something to say about, and that 1 in 4 children report being exposed to varying categories of harmful content. We've heard listing of some of these, and the typology of risks in the OECD recommendation, gives a very helpful guide in this. 1 in 5 have seen hate messages. 1 in 4 have been exposed and have been upset by gory or violent content online. Eating disorders is an area of online content which is of concern, and while 1 in 10, or just over 10% of children overall have seen or accessed content of this nature, it again adversely affects significant numbers of girls, rising to nearly 1 in 4, or 23% for teenage girls. So these are certainly concerns in relation to access to potential harmful content. Contact and conduct risks remain persistent themes reported by children to be distressing, and certainly, as I say, mitigate against availing of positive online opportunities. And cyberbullying is a complex phenomenon, but what our research shows that it particularly affects teenagers of particular age at transition points, where they're relatively new to socializing online and to engaging in social media type environments. This is an area that requires targeted measures and support, both in terms of better safety design arrangements, but also in terms of education. Also, as highlighted in the typology of risks, the area of contract or consumer risks is a relatively new area for research. But what we're finding is that too few children are able to manage privacy in such contexts or have sufficient awareness of the potential risks to their data, or how their data may be misused within contexts where they don't have sufficient consumer literacy regarding these areas. So this is a broad base of research findings, which we have as up-to-date evidence to support the policy-making effort, and that refers to the Irish context, but it is also a wider European data set. And as I say, the comparative nature of that becomes quite important. But all of this is really quite significant in terms of, as governments and OECD member states think through their policy frameworks. And this, of course, is a key part of the recommendation. Ireland is proposing new legislation in the form of an online safety and media regulation bill. This, again, within the European Union context, is in part transposing the Audiovisual Media Services Directive at a European context, and provides enhanced protections for children in the area of video sharing platforms and platforms which provide access to children to different kinds of content. There is an additional dimension.
Brian, thank you. Could I ask that you give some wrapping up remarks, please?
Yes, indeed, Jeremy. Thank you. So our policy frameworks and developing legislative approaches here have the aim of enhancing and supporting safety by design, as I say, and it puts in place proposed regulatory frameworks which will allow for safety codes to be developed by industry. And again, the guidance for digital service providers in the recommendation are a key instrument in relation to that, and a media commission which hosts an online safety commissioner, which will have the opportunity to audit and indeed to apply sanctions where such safety codes are not adhered to. So in this broader context, the OECD recommendation is not only timely, but hugely important and influential. We hope that it, if you like, provides the context for wider international cooperation in developments such as these. And on that, I'll hand the floor back to you, Guilherme, and thank you for the opportunity.
I thank you, Brian, for these important remarks and for highlighting your research and evidence base. Now let me turn to Alexandre Barbosa, who is the head of the Center of Studies for Information and Communications Technology in Brazil. Alexandre, a research project conducted in Brazil highlighted that digital divide is still a key concern in the country, which especially affects low-income households in rural areas. The COVID-19 pandemic has also highlighted the need to establish enabling and equitable conditions for all children, which can both ensure access and protect them from harm. Can you tell us some relevant statistics from Brazil that you collected on the access of children to the digital environment and on the digital divide? And in particular, what percentage of children have access to digital technologies in Brazil?
Thank you, Guilherme. Good morning, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let me start by congratulating the OECD and the LETRA for leading this important and timely recommendation on children in the digital environment. Well, this is a real pleasure because we had the opportunity and privilege to participate in the expert group of this recommendation. Well, Guilherme, Brazil, as you mentioned, is producing regular statistical data on the access to and use of digital technologies by children since 2012 on an annual basis. It's a national representative survey, and this Brazilian Kids Online survey is fully compliant with the methodological frameworks, both from the European Kids Online and the UNICEF Global Kids Online frameworks. So we have internationally comparability data. So as we've heard previously from my colleague Daniel Cavalcanti, the internet connectivity scenario in the country has much evolved in the last years, and mobile broadband does play an important role in promoting connectivity. However, we still have some inequalities in the country marked by urban versus rural and socioeconomic gaps. And although we have 83% of the households connected, some relies only on mobile connectivity and without computers, for instance, any type of computers. And if you consider the ideal scenario of having broadband and computers, we have only 41% of children aged 9 to 17 years old living in households with computers access, but without any type of computers, relying only on mobile devices. And when we look at the dynamics of the internet use among this young population, we find that 89% of internet users are young children and adolescents, a proportion that represents about 24 million children in the country using internet. And although advances in connectivity has been observed, digital divides persist in some socioeconomic stratas and regions. The proportion of internet users were much lower in rural areas and in the North Amazon region and Northeast regions of the country, and of course in low-income households. In absolute numbers, this represents 3 million students not having internet access at all. And we still have 16.5 million students living in households with limited internet access, either without any connectivity at all or with limited download speed below 4 megabits per second. So if you look at low socioeconomic status population, there's a high proportion of users that have only mobile access via Wi-Fi connections without any 3G or 4G data packets. And this we could link with the concept of meaningful connectivity. You have to have broadband and devices, not only mobile devices. So the absence of internet access in the household was the main reason for not going online, which was reported by 1.6 million children. This represents about 6% of the Brazilian population aged 9 to 17 years old.
Thank you. Alexandre, if I could ask that you wrap up, please, so we have only a few minutes left for the last speaker.
So the final message here is that people using only internet access via mobile, this represents a great challenge because it does impose several implications to digital skills development, online opportunities, and of course, parental mediation and exposure to risks and harms. I will stop here, Guilherme. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And so if I could turn now to our last speaker, Amelia Vance, who's Director of Youth and Education Privacy at the Future Privacy Forum. One of your areas of expertise is the unintended consequences of laws and regulations meant to protect children, primarily in the United States. How can governments establish more enabling and equitable conditions for children to ensure that they can realize the benefits of the digital environment? And if I could ask that you limit your remarks to 1 or 2 minutes. I'm sorry, but we're almost out of time. Thank you.
No problem at all. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm honored to be in the presence of so many brilliant people working on these issues. As mentioned, one of my areas of expertise is on unintended consequences. So I track the student and child privacy laws in the US and to some extent globally, and was honored to be part of the expert working group tasked with revising the recommendation. Over the past 8 years in the US, we've seen over 130 new student privacy laws passing in 40 states, with well over 1,000 at this point introduced in states across the US, and I think about 15 federally. And we've seen from that many examples of both best practices and lessons learned. And we've seen that well-intentioned actions can result and have resulted in unintended consequences. So, for example, in 2014, the Louisiana legislature passed a law to protect student privacy, which required parents to approve nearly any collection and sharing of student data, with no student information shared without a parent's express permission. And the law involved jail time, involved fines if there was even a mistake. Schools, afraid of prison or fines, were so concerned that they stopped allowing school photographs without consent, stopped announcing sport player names at games, stopped hanging student artwork in the hallway. All unintended consequences of a well-intentioned effort to protect student privacy. I'll add just one more point. You can also have unintended consequences on the other side of this, where efforts aimed at protecting children from risk can cause unintended consequences. So we've seen in Florida, for example, attempts to minimize and mitigate violence by requiring schools to inquire about student mental health status when registering for school, or implementing social media monitoring at a state level, all of which has had unintended consequences for students with disabilities and other students who pose no threat of violence, but are now being more heavily monitored.
Amelia, thank you very much for these comments, and thank you for highlighting these unintended consequences. I do want to give the floor to Audrey Plonk, Head of the Digital Economy Policy at the OECD, for her concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Guilherme, and thank you all so much for joining us today. I'll be very brief. I guess I'll say, in the interest of time, I want to first thank our speakers as well as our panelists for their insights into these two very important topics, and for connecting these two very important milestone recommendations that came from the OECD this year, one on how to protect children and one on how to advance connectivity. Because as we've seen that, as we try to bridge digital divides and have better connectivity and make access more fair and equitable, we also have increased risks in some areas, particularly to children and to minors. And I am very inspired by the incredibly passionate people here trying to tackle that issue, trying to gather real hard data and evidence about what the benefits and the risks are, because there's obviously a lot of fear and a lot of hype, which is important. It's also important to acknowledge the positives and the risks and to find a right balance. So I really very much welcome this dialogue and want to commend both our moderators, Guilherme and Bent, who are both involved in our work at the OECD, and commend you both for your leadership in making our recommendations come to the light this year. It's been a big year for us, as well as for connecting these two really important issues together. In the interest of time, and because I know that we're supposed to wrap up here in 1 minute, I will thank the panelists collectively rather than individually, and just say that it's been a really impressive lineup of expertise here for the IGF from across the world. And as I think our chair of CIS said at the beginning, we're a global community here trying to solve both connectivity divides as well as protecting children in that process. I want to close by thanking all of you who participated in the OECD work, invite you to look at our recommendations. We'd love to work with you and hear from you on how to advance these important issues in the future. And with that, I'll thank you all for your time and wish you an excellent ending to the IGF, as there's still another day or so to go. Lots of rich content out there.
Thank you. Ah, fini.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Dynamic Coalition on the Sustainability of Journalism and News Media session here at IGF 2021. We're pleased to have you join us, whether you are in Poland or joining us here online. My name is Daniel O'Malley. I am the Senior Digital Governance Specialist at the Center for International Media Assistance. I'm joining you here from Washington, D.C., and I'm one of the co-chairs of this dynamic coalition, along with my colleague, Courtney Ratch. And we have the pleasure of moderating this session together today. First, I just want to tell you a little bit about the Dynamic Coalition for Journalism and News Media. It was formed about 2 years ago, and it's a multi-stakeholder group that convenes to discuss how we can make sure that the digital transformation leads also to a healthy and financially viable news system. I think as we've all experienced over the past year, we understand that the business model for news has changed. This has been a catalyst for this has been the change to our digital ecosystem. And if we want to fix this challenge, it's going to require all types of stakeholders, civil society, government, the private sector, to work together to envision what our digital news ecosystem looks like and how we can make sure that it's financially supported. I think that the global pandemic has just reiterated the belief that we all have in the power of information to help people, but also that our digital systems are not necessarily prepared for the type of news ecosystem that we ideally want to have. And so those are the topics that we discuss in this dynamic coalition, both during the IGF as well as during our intersessional work. And I'll be pleased to share with you more information about how you can join if you haven't already. I'd like to give a brief overview of today's session, which will run for about an hour and a half. First, we're going to start with a short presentation by Guilherme Canella from UNESCO. He's going to be talking about a recent report by Free Press Unlimited on media viability. Then Courtney will be moderating a panel on trust and the digital news ecosystem, and what needs to be done by stakeholders there to make sure the quality news and information surfaces online. And then we'll have a brief Q&A, and we're really hoping that this session will be interactive. I'll be monitoring the chat here on Zoom. Courtney, of course, is on location in Poland, and she'll make sure to incorporate the participation of those who are with her there. But we really want to hear from everyone in this audience. So make sure that as you're listening, you're also thinking about any questions or comments that you may have. And I would now like to pass the baton to my esteemed co-chair, Courtney Ratch.
Thank you so much, Dan. We are really delighted to have everyone here. And before we hand it over to Guilherme to talk about this report, I want to do a little bit of scene setting so that we understand how we're coming into this conversation about news media sustainability and journalism sustainability in the internet digitally mediated environment that we're in today. We have talked a lot about disinformation, about the challenges that algorithmic intermediation has for journalism, which depends on visibility in order to be seen and to have impact in its role as part of the public infrastructure of democratic accountability. We've also heard a lot over the past year and much longer, but certainly over the past year of the pandemic, of protest movements around the world, of overthrows of democratic governments and the takeover and coups by various organizations around the world, and the role that social media has played in this. And we know that journalism plays a fundamental role in holding people accountable, whether those people are in government, in the business sector, or other powerful economic and social actors. So the fact that internet governance and how we govern this digital sphere has such an impact on journalism is a central concern, we believe, for internet governance. But we are not here to talk about the problems today. We actually want to think about some of the solutions, because we've heard about how YouTube's algorithm exacerbates extremism. We've heard about Amazon's recommendation system fueling recommendations around books that string together conspiracy theories. We've heard about Facebook's algorithm, delving people into extremism, linking across conspiracy theories, drowning out real legitimate news about the super spreaders of misinformation. So how do we combat that? We think that we have some ideas, and the people who are joining us here on the panel today are at the forefront of implementing those ideas, because it's around scaling content moderation, scaling news integrity and trust, and building it into the infrastructure of our internet ecosystem. So we're going to talk about news integrity and trust initiatives and how we can really embed self-regulatory approaches that are driven by the journalism and news industry. What we can learn from initiatives like the Forum on Information and Democracy, the Journalism Trust Initiative, NewsGuard, Ads for News, all of these other initiatives that are there to create indicators and signals of trustworthiness and integrity. How can this idea of trust.txt, which we're going to hear about in a little bit, be reimagined to create the technical infrastructure for promoting quality news information while not excluding marginalized voices? Can we think about how to scale these beyond just the context of Western, more highly developed media ecosystems to fill even those small, under-resourced media ecosystems, and particularly in the global South, where market imperatives might not be there for companies like Google and Facebook to fund, news initiatives or journalism support initiatives. So we're going to hear from our panelists, Claire Wardle, who is the U.S. Director of First Draft News and has been heavily involved in many of these initiatives. We're going to hear from Jason Lambert, who is the Senior Director of Media Business at Internews and the Program Lead for Ads for News. And I have to say that it was a conversation I had with him that got me super excited about, bringing this conversation to this venue and working with our dynamic coalition to really delve into this. We're also going to hear from Olaf Steenfed, who is the head of Journalism Trust Initiative and Media Ownership Monitor at Reporters Without Borders, which is also leading the Forum on Information and Democracy. But before we get to our panel, I'd like to introduce Guilherme Canella de Souza Godoy, who is the Chief Freedom of Expression and Safety of the Journalist Section at UNESCO. And you recently worked with Free Press Unlimited, based in the Netherlands, on a report that had some pretty interesting findings about what media are facing in the digital ecosystem. And we want to hone in on what some of the key findings that you guys found that are relevant to this discussion today. Please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Daniel. Always fantastic to be with you too. Before I go into that, let me just say how impressive is this week, right? We had the first meeting with CIMA and Global Forum for Media Development 2 days ago, also trying to go further on those issues. And then yesterday, on the margins of the U.S. Democracy Summit, there was another meeting co-led by U.S. and the Netherlands, also trying to focus on those issues. Today and tomorrow, not only here in IGF, but also in the Democracy Summit, there is this discussion. As all of you know, today is the International Day to fight corruption, and obviously media viability and sustainability is fundamental for that. As you said earlier today in IGF, Courtney, tomorrow is the International Human Rights Day, and Ras and Muratov will receive the Nobel Peace Prize. So I think we also should take advantage of this momentum. I mean, we have a momentum where we can actually make the case that media viability, independent media, is central to our key questions as humanity, not only media in itself or media independence in itself, but actually, as you said earlier, democracy, human rights, and other things. So this is my first general comment to say that this is very appropriate. The second thing is that the work that we are doing as UNESCO and that this joint work with FPU is part of is an element of a broader strategy that obviously UNESCO started many years ago, for instance, under the IPDC with the very well-known media viability indicators, etc. But during this year, World Press Freedom Day, as many of you remember, UNESCO insisted as a main topic that information is a public good. We, in the Windhoek Plus 30 declaration that just 2 weeks ago was endorsed by all the 193 member states of UNESCO, the issue of media viability was and is in the very center of this idea that information is a public good, but connected with another element that is very much related to the main topic of this session, that is the idea of we can't move forward without more transparency of the internet companies and particularly the social media companies, because the algorithmic discussion that was also reported in this work that FPU did for us is obviously related to the transparency of the company. So as you know, UNESCO is leading a global debate around the transparency of the internet companies. We launched it earlier this year during the World Press Freedom Day, this policy brief, Let the Sun Shine In. And this debate where the FPU research is connected, just to give you a glance, is broader. We launched it earlier this month with the presence of Joseph Stiglitz, because we want to connect this with the ideas of asymmetries of information. A first highlight of the UNESCO World Trends Report on Freedom of Expression and Media Development, which Courtney was involved in many different editions. And one of the key aspects, precisely media viability. With the Economist Intelligence Unit, now it's called the Economist Impact Report, we are launching earlier next year a lot of different research also related to this issue. We are going to launch also an IPDC handbook with good practices in January from different countries related to those topics. And finally, we are going to launch a policy brief that is being co-authored with the International Center for Journalism and researchers from Columbia University, Anna Schiffer and Emily Bell and Julie Posette on those issues. So just to tell you that UNESCO is really betting a lot in these horses of media viability, but specifically on and I'm concluding to tell two highlights, specifically this report that we prepared with Free Press Unlimited. It's interesting because they did field research in 10 countries: Brazil, El Salvador, Indonesia, Jamaica, Lebanon, Namibia, Nigeria, Pakistan, Senegal, and Tunisia. And as you can imagine, there are several specific contexts and differences in the challenges of media viability in those countries, but there are also some common trends. And in all of those countries, we heard the specific discussion of this session, that the way the algorithms of the major social media platforms are calibrated, they not contribute for people to actually find the news they want to find in local independent media, because their feed of news, or the news feed, received the specific indications that the algorithms want them to see, and we don't know exactly how those decisions are taken. So in all those different countries, we heard as concrete suggestions, and I have FPU colleagues connected here later in the Q&A, they can offer more elements, that these small or medium-sized independent media outlets are claiming for a solution here, but they also realize that it's very difficult for them to interact directly with those social media giants. So one of the things they are precisely asking is for more media alliances around those issues. And that's why, for instance, these many actions I described as UNESCO doing on media viability, we are doing in partnership with the WANIFRA, the World Association of News Publishers, and we have been also discussing this with the Inter-American Press Association, precisely because those big media owners associations can be allies in these discussions with the big tech companies. So this, in a nutshell, this is a first, let's say, key finding of this report prepared by FPU regarding the key discussions of this. And just a second one, and then I finish. Obviously, the algorithmic element of this discussion is just one part of the problem. As Courtney was earlier describing, this is related to, unfortunately, a downsizing of the overall situation of freedom of expression and press freedom in those countries as well. And this is related with empowering some governments to take bad decisions related to media viability, which can impact in the phenomenon that we call media capture. And one of the things, and I will just quote this example that was underlined in this report, is how governments are misusing political and governmental advertisement to fund the media outlets that they like, but not the others that they don't like, which obviously is in the very center of idea of media capture. So anyways, we do think that having these concrete elements from 10 concrete countries from all regions is a very important contribution to this debate, aside of the global and more, let's say, overarching data that UNESCO have already released in November, and we will have more when we release this study with the Economist Impact Unit earlier next year. So thank you so much for having me today. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Guilherme. I think that's a very important place to start the discussion. You raised several issues, and what we want to get into now is a discussion around some of the solutions here. And we have really an expert panel that is working on solutions. And so unlike a lot of the sessions at the IGF and a lot of the sessions where we talk about media and journalism, we're not going to talk about the problems. We're going to talk about how do we address this, especially in the platform-dominated, algorithmic inflected situation that we live in today. So I want to turn now to our panel, and we're going to start with Dr. Claire Wardle, who I'm delighted to be a co-visiting scholar with at the Center for Media at Risk at Annenberg. You have several different affiliations, including the co-founder and leader of First Draft, the world's foremost nonprofit focused on research and practice to address mis and disinformation. And you're one of the world's leading experts on social media, user-generated content, and verification. And that is really fundamental to journalism visibility in today's world. So you have been involved in several different initiatives that aim to scale this idea of news, trust, and integrity. Can you describe what do those look like? How do those work? What solutions do those offer? Claire.
So Courtney, it's wonderful to be here. It's lovely to see people on a screen in the same room. That seems very novel. And I'm sorry I can't be in that room with you. But yeah, so I spend every day thinking about these challenges and the kind of the twin challenge of how do we make sure that the bad information is less easy to find, and how do we make sure that the good information is easier to find, whilst also recognizing the human aspects of this. So we have to think about the technical, but also the social elements of this. So we have to make changes, but we have to think through how people consume information and why. But I haven't directly been involved in building any of these initiatives, but I am, for full transparency, a board member of Trust.txt. I've worked with Olaf around thinking about these issues around how do we understand which news outlets are credible or not. I've also worked with Sally Lemon on the Trust Project. And all of these initiatives are trying to do exactly this, which is how can audiences, how can consumers recognize what's trustworthy or not? And I'm sure Olaf will talk more about the specific challenges of, are you working at an article level or at an organization level? So we can all think about news organizations that generally are okay, but might have one particular part of that news organization that can be much more opinion-led and isn't clearer. But the real challenge that everybody's trying to solve here is this idea of heuristics. So as humans, we're waiting for coffee, we're trying to get to sleep, and we're scrolling. And when we're scrolling, everything online looks similar. And so our brains are looking for these cues to try and make sense of this. So there are these questions of the Trust Project, or the work that Olaf's doing is enabling people to understand through a visual cue, this is a trustworthy organization. But then there are other elements to this, which is it's not about the consumers, it's about the platforms. So if I'm Google or Facebook or Instagram, how can I tell the difference between news organization with a corrections policy, with editorial guidelines, with policies around anonymous sources, versus a blogger that has a very slick looking website. So my brain thinks, oh, that looks professional. But actually, how can you tell the difference? So something like trust.txt is a text file that as a consumer, I don't see, but on the back end, the platforms can read that and make a distinction about what's a quality outlet or not. And a lot of these kind of projects are working on that.
Can you just explain that? Because I don't think I had never heard of this until I interviewed Jason the other day. Can you tell us what is that? How does that work? And why is it scalable, this idea that it's machine readable?
So imagine you're a member of an association, a news association, and you know it. And if I went digging on your website, I might learn that you're a member of that association. But it's very difficult to find. But the idea behind trust.txt is that we have these kind of trust relationships. You're a member of WANIFRA. You syndicate to the Associated Press. But you either go digging for it, and most people don't. But if I'm a machine, how do I go digging? So this thing that's called a text file, basically, you can see it. You can go digging if you look in the file of an online news site, but most people aren't doing that. But if I'm a Google and I'm trying to very quickly understand the same text that I can read that file and understand, that text file says this news outlet is connected to that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. And this news organization is connected to that Twitter account and that Facebook account. So we all know when we're trying to verify an account, well, is that the official account? I don't know. It's difficult to tell. Does that blue check mean anything? Well, something like that trust.txt file allows you as a consumer, but mostly it's designed for algorithms to read and say that is connected to this and it's more trustworthy. So that scale question is something that it's relying on existing relationships of trust. So, the work that Olaf is doing, for example, is going to a news organization and saying, are you trustworthy? This is saying, what are the existing relationships of trust and how can we make sense to a machine so that it can, privilege that in the algorithm?
Thank you for going to that level of detail. I think, really understanding the mechanism is important here. You also mentioned, that some of this is about human cognition, and some of this is also about the sustainability and the ability of news media to monetize, the ability of it to be seen by advertisers as a legitimate place to place their advertisements. And so I want to go to Jason now, who is the co-founder of NewsGain and joined Internews as the senior director of media business after NewsGain was acquired by Internews. And with more than 20 years of experience in advertising, digital media, technology, you've worked with media and development contexts around the world since 2008. And you have a track record of working to actually help the financial sustainability of news media, because that's the other side of this, right? You got to have the economic support to actually create the news. So Jason, tell us, what is Ads for News and how do we think about some of the issues that Claire raised with respect to news media sustainability from a financial perspective?
Sure. Well, thanks, Courtney, and thanks obviously for the great chats that we had a few weeks ago that led to this discussion. And then Claire, I'm so happy that you brought up TrustTXT. It's a framework actually that I love because it's so elegant, it's so simple, and it has actually broader applications, I think, than the ones that are being targeted right now. I'll explain a bit about Ads for News and where it came from. So back in 2017, as many of you know, many of the world's largest brands pulled their advertising from the big platforms after finding their ads were being placed next to extremist content on web pages. And the industry had a big wake-up call. It was driven by brands and their consumers, and they really said that something had to be done to stop this. What happened then was that the major agencies were pretty quick to act. They created what's called exclusion lists of websites that publish material that contains so-called brand unsafe content. The market for tech tools grew that could detect this problem, and but the industry was already scarred by that point. So many brands felt, and they still do, that hard news is just too hot to handle. And over the years, in particular in the face of the pandemic and Black Lives Matters, many brands blocked ads on any pages containing hard news. They felt that their brands were at risk by being seen amid these difficult topics. So the result for the news business, with all of the other stuff going on, has been devastating, as we all know. And the inevitable shift to digital was accelerated during the pandemic. And these legacy business models where we really relied on advertising for most of the revenue, they couldn't keep up. They couldn't support as we moved to digital. So last year, we at Internews did something a bit different. We already formed our United for News coalition, which is with the World Economic Forum, 2 of the 4 largest media buying agencies in the world, the World Association of News Publishers, and some major private sector media players. And we worked with our partners really quickly to create what's called an inclusion list of 8,000 trusted news media in 30 countries. That list is now available for free to media buyers, and it's our way of helping them to advertise on trusted news media. Some of the largest agencies now have access to the list, and they're using it to set their spending priorities from within their own ad management systems. But I've got to say, it is not easy work. We're all swimming upstream in our mission to defund bad media. And I'm just going to highlight 4 issues. Would love to get any questions or comments from the room on these as we go through the conversation. But the first one, of course, is what is trusted local news? And my view is that it's not our job to index the world. It's too big a job for us to do alone. We've developed our own standards. We have an indexing methodology, but we're automating as much of it as we can. And we're requiring media outlets to self-certify their compliance with those standards. We're not trying to force our standards on the world. Our approach is open. Wherever we can detect a reliable signal that a media outlet's trusted, we'll take it and we'll weight it accordingly. So there are some great standards out there, and Claire, you've mentioned a few of them. One that we also use is GARM, the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which specifies 11 types of content that are unacceptable. This is for brands especially. JTI is fantastic in my view, with its tiered approach.
JTI, you need to, sorry, no acronyms here, people. What is JTI?
Initiative. Thank you. It's fantastic as well, as is Trust TXT, which, as I've said, is like beautifully simple and easy for news websites and media associations to implement, given their signals of trust. So that was the first issue. Second one is, how can we make brands feel safe in news? And we've had a lot of conversations. It's quite revealing. We find that brands are fiercely protective of where they're seen, and that they have serious and well-founded concerns in some markets about aligning with independent news. It's a real concern for them that such public alignment, or even being seen on an independent news website in some markets, can risk their ability to operate and sell products. So while many will not advertise in news, they will advertise on a news website, but just not on news pages. So they could go on things like sports pages. Is that where we want to be? My view is no, it's not. It's not far enough yet. Third is, how can we ensure that our lists, our inclusion lists, are kept up to date? This has been a real challenge, again, because it's a big task to actually index the world, or to scan news sites to detect if they're providing trusted information and are trusted organizations. We have a new approach we're piloting now in the Philippines and Indonesia. The initial efforts are being worked into our funded programs. Beyond that, we want our local media association partners to receive a small percentage of ad revenue just from the media outlets that want us to represent them to buyers. That revenue will help to fund their work in keeping the lists updated and maintaining outreach to buyers. And we're essentially trying to bake sustainability and local ownership into this model from the get-go. Finally, I just want to say something about how we make this scalable, because this is really a common topic. We can all do our small things and have small successes, but for us to have a big impact, we have to create scalable solutions. And also, how do we reach small media in the global south? First of all, programmatic advertising, it's a volume business. So some very small media outlets will make negligible revenue from being with it, ads for news. However, it doesn't take much to make a difference. So all revenue is important. The fact is that many of the things that a small media outlet should have in place to be successful with ads for news are also things that they should be doing to win and retain audiences, subscribers, and direct advertisers anyway. So this comes to an important point. In fact, most of our wider work in media development that we do at Internews, and also especially within my media business team at Internews, is focused on small and medium-sized media from the global south. This is what our core programs are for. With initiatives like Ads for News, and also the forthcoming Media Viability Accelerator that was announced at the Summit for Democracy yesterday, we have the chance to actually punch out beyond our programs, to have these new conversations, to make bridges with each other and with the private sector, and to learn more. So that's really where we're at. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason. And just a reminder, because we are at the Internet Governance Forum where we have so many different languages and levels of familiarity, I'm going to just ask everyone to avoid acronyms. So I saw some people frantically looking. JTI is the Journalism Trust Initiative. And so with that, I want to turn to Olaf Steenfat, who heads the Media Ownership Monitor Project and Journalism Trust Initiative at the Reporters Without Borders, and has been involved in media development for a long time. And RSF is also the lead organization that created the Forum for Information and Democracy. So Olaf, RSF has a finger in a lot of these initiatives. Take us through what is JTI, Journalism Trust Initiative, and we've heard from Claire, we've heard from Jason about these different types of approaches. Where does the Journalism Trust Initiative fit in here? And how are you guys thinking about this? Especially because I'll note, one of the things that you said is you're thinking about this idea of middleware. And tell us, what is that? Go ahead, Olaf.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, and actually to continue this conversation, which we're having for some time now. And I cannot agree more to what was said earlier, that there is definitely a momentum. Some even say there is a disinformation industry already out there and lots of trust projects, which is also or has a downside a little bit, because if you take our main stakeholders, media outlets, definitely the bandwidth to engage is pretty limited. And usually kind of the responses we sometimes get is like, oh no, not another trust project. And because of this, I wanted to say that this is really not true. So this is one piece of maybe mis or malinformation, because there are not hundreds of projects. There are maybe a dozen or so. And what matters maybe even more is that we are confronted with a very complex problem where it is actually good and an advantage to have many different actors and, just trials to basically test and explore the best solution. And we are also still very early on in this process to find the best solution. And this is very important to mention. And secondly, I think all of us agree that there won't be a silver bullet. So we are all of us building different building blocks which solve different parts of the problem and the puzzle. And I think the biggest challenge we face is interoperability, to really put these different pieces of the puzzle together and obviously then solve the problem, or at least parts of it. Which brings me to the term you mentioned earlier, middleware, which comes from Francis Fukuyama. I think he published an article in Foreign Policy last year, where he basically, if I understood correctly, in a nutshell, said something like, let's imagine we won't succeed in breaking up the monopolies of big tech, search and social media. But even then, we can create a middle layer of different tools and instruments and plugins between big tech and the consumer, which offer choice, which actually empower the user in many different ways and create pluralism, even if at the very end, we still have monopolies in certain areas. And I think following this train of thought, what we are trying to build, most of us, are pieces of middleware, not only business to consumer, but also business to business when it comes to the relationship, for example, of media outlets and advertisers, for example. And when it comes to journalism, I think it's really fair to say we are kind of facing a yogurt moment where consumers more and more look at the packaging and are really interested in knowing what's in it, what the ingredients are, who the owner of the factory is. And this is a little bit ironic because journalism is all about accountability of others, accountability of politicians, accountability of businesses. And suddenly this is a deep look into the mirror. It's our own accountability. And I think when it comes to trust, at the end of the day, it's all about accountability and compliance. The big question I think we have to ask ourselves, do we stick to our own professional norms, which largely exist, and what happens if we don't? And this is, I think, where not only the Journalism Trust Initiative kicks in, but I think many, many initiatives in the field at the moment. For the Journalism Trust Initiative, I think we believe 3 different ingredients are needed to make this work. And this pretty much also relates to what you said earlier. The first one is scalability. And for that reason, we choose very early on the protocol of ISO, the International Standardization Organization, as an instrument, not only to build and draw up and also govern the list of criteria in a non-proprietary way, but also to implement it in terms of conformity assessment and certification, because this is a system which is out there already. It's self-regulatory, it's the industry getting its act together, it's the opposite of a law, and it is tested and scalable, because ISO exists in the DNA of almost any corporation in other fields like accounting, like CSR, like waste management, like technical domains. And we're just applying this instrument, this existing infrastructure, for the case of editorial standards. So this is the question of scalability and implementation. The second ingredient, which again was mentioned already, is machine readability. You really need to translate whatever the compliance mechanism is. At the end of the day, you need to translate it into a real-time data channel, which feeds into search, social media, and maybe even more importantly, programmatic advertising, to provide a competitive advantage to compliance sources. And this is pretty much an IT task in a number of ways. As you can guess, this is not exactly what we at Reporters Without Borders usually do, but a very, very steep learning curve there. And last not least, it is about obviously an enabling environment of regulation and co-regulation, which is also a little bit, you might say, even weird, we find, because if you look into digital policies at the moment, be it at national levels, be it transnational, it's all about sanctions. It's always about deleting harmful content, chasing malicious actors. And I think pretty much all of us know, and particularly from parenting, if you are parents, sanctions only never work if you want to impact behavior. You also need incentives. You need a mix of sanctions and incentives to really to move forward. And this is exactly why we believe in digital policies. Sanctioning harmful content is not enough. You need due prominence. You need rules to amplify trustworthy sources and provide discoverability. And by the way, and maybe in concluding, there are lots and lots of examples from legacy analog broadcast regulation, which at the day was basically called must carry, where the scarcity was on the supply side spectrum, basically. And there were lots and lots of laws still existing today to basically oblige, for example, cable operators to carry certain programs, local media, for example, public media. This was a legal concept. And I think currently where the scarcity has moved from the supply to the demand side, our attention, basically, it's not any longer about must carry, but it's about must be found. It's about regulation and obligations that really provide due prominence and discoverability obligations for intermediaries. And this is, I mean, if this were to, happen, where all these, tools and instruments we build together would actually be pretty much needed to make it work. And I leave it there and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Olaf. I think you really hit the nail on the head, which is you raised many key issues, but I think this idea that a lot of the kind of regulatory frameworks that are out there are insufficient for the information environment in which journalism is attempting to exist today. And the fact that we want self-regulatory mechanisms and that there are lots of initiatives, as we've just heard from all the panelists, and I want to thank the panelists for the detail that you provided, because the devil is in the details. And so that's an important element. And I want to invite people in the chat on Zoom, as well as in the room, which I'm really delighted to see is quite full, to come up to the microphone or raise your hand in the chat so that we can incorporate your questions, your thoughts on this as we continue the conversation. So, if you're interested, please come up to the mic. I want to first take the moderator's prerogative and raise a couple of questions that are particularly relevant, I think, at the Internet Governance Forum, which is in countries where there is relatively little connectivity, where there are very few or limited independent news outlets, and where they are in many different languages, several of which are not well supported by integrity initiatives. We're still figuring out how this works to read languages that are not in Western text. Are the solutions that you guys are working on scalable to, okay, thought we lost you, but I don't think we did. Excellent. Are the solutions that you are working on scalable to the last mile, to those countries that are less connected, that have fewer news sources, that can't compete in the engagement algorithms because the audiences are too small? And how does this work in other non-Western character languages? And I'm going to go to Claire first to respond to that. And again, invite the audience to please raise their hands or come up to the mic if they want to jump in after we go through the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, so Courtney, I mean, this to me is the most important question. And we know that platforms themselves are really bad at understanding what's happening globally. But I'd also say, in terms of a lot of the trust initiatives, that many of them have been built in the US or Western Europe. And then ultimately, when trying to scale into different parts of the world, there's this sudden sense of like, oh, I didn't understand what was happening there. So in the same way as we say about platforms, we need more research, more understanding, more partnerships with people on the ground. We should be doing a lot more of that in terms of the kind of initiatives that we're talking about, because there isn't an easy way to scale. And certainly I've been in meetings where people kind of go through their credibility indicators, and then somebody from Nigeria will say, we're really going to struggle to apply any of them. So does this mean that you're working closely with Google? Google is going to start, pushing us down because we have a completely different media ecosystem. So, I remember when 2 years ago, YouTube started labeling state media, and they labeled the BBC. And of course, the Brits were like, oh, it's not state media. But there's complexity there around funding. And there isn't an easy way of describing different media ecosystems, which is exactly what you're saying, Courtney. So I wish that there was more funding to spend more time on the ground in places to say, well, what does credibility look like in Thailand? What does it look like in Malawi? Because without that, without a true understanding, we're not going to be able to scale, or we're going to scale with some really problematic unintended consequences that we've seen the platforms do. So I think we have to learn from the mistakes they've made to say, we can't scale similarly unless we have a true understanding of what's happening on the ground.
Thank you, Claire. And before I go to Jason, I just want to raise, that this issue, this idea of unintended consequences, we're seeing this in the Digital Services Act, where there's a big debate over whether there should be a journalistic or media exemption. And with some people arguing that, yes, that needs to be embedded, others saying, no, that's going to lead to more disinformation. So again, I feel like this idea of how you establish news integrity and trust has many different applications. But Jason, I want to go to you with the same question about scalability, smaller markets, other languages.
Yeah, thanks, Courtney. Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing, and it comes back to some points that both Claire and Olaf have made already. One that Olaf made about what's the purpose of the indicator, and we have all these what you call middleware type solutions, which are the kinds of things that we're working on. And I'll give you an example. So you'll see, if you go to our adsfornews.org website, you'll see 30 countries. Many of them are not what you would think of as typical targets for the kind of development work that we do. We chose those markets initially because we spoke with the people that we're making the product for, which were the agencies, And that's why they're on there, to try and get them hooked in. And then within that list, we want to slide in the things that we really care about and we really sell, which is those small and those markets in the global south mostly. So what are these indicators for, and what's this work for? In our kind of purest sense, with ads for news, we're trying to drive ad revenue. But in some markets, we realize that that's not such an easy thing or a developed thing. Case in point being Zimbabwe. So Zimbabwe, mostly online in English language, but there is no programmatic advertising market there to speak of right now. But still, we're going to be going there as part of our programs, because we still believe it's useful to create lists of trusted media within that country. Our other two pilots are in Indonesia and Philippines. I just looked up the number of languages. I think in Philippines, it's 120. And the way that we're dealing with that, like we do with most of our work, in fact, is to forge these very trusted, strong relationships with local partners that can help us to do the work and to decipher the markets and to help us to understand local context. So we're, while our main program work is this, that's what we're really using to do the work in country, we are trying to adapt this framework, or our approach actually, to the markets that might be less obvious targets for programmatic advertising. But it's, it really is, we can't claim in any of this that we've cracked the code, or that we have the solutions yet. But what we have here is a platform to have wider conversations and to think more broadly about, and test things as well, about how we can solve these issues.
Thanks so much, Jason. I mean, that the labor intensity is certainly something that relates to scalability. I want to go to Olaf to address this question, then we'll go to a question in the chat and in the room. Olaf.
Thank you so much. We try to follow the do no harm principle, which sounds nice, but it's in practical terms sometimes really difficult, because you end up doing nothing if you really take it seriously. So I think the only recipe against is testing, thorough testing of whatever instruments you try to implement in, just the maximum variety of sizes and markets you can get. And this is what we did with the JTI, the Journalism Trust Initiative, quite intensely. And I must say, lots and lots of learnings there. Just, one anecdotal, not even evidence, just example, where a media outlet was overconfident and, basically telling us, yeah, let's, do this, get certified and shine, just to find out that they don't even have editorial guidelines. I mean, zero. And then they said, yeah, we'll have an oral tradition, we talk to each other. And this was not in Togo or in Bolivia, but in Canada. So I guess what I'm saying is that going through the process, no matter where, north, south, east, west, is a very important inroads for media development. Also, it's a diagnostic process to actually detect flaws and deficiencies, address them, upskill your staff, and come out of this process better as an institution, but of course also the journalism that's being produced. I think a question I would have, particularly for the trust.txt concept, and this maybe also illustrates what I said earlier, we need different building blocks for different markets maybe and questions, is if you go through associations as one main node and data point of trust, what happens in a country like Egypt, where membership of an association actually means the exact opposite? And then somebody has to make a decision which association is worth to be used as, a validation principle or not. So this just to illustrate a little bit the complexity, what we are dealing with really is what matters.
Thank you, Olaf. And sorry, just one, go ahead, Guillermo. You wanted to jump in on this as well.
Yeah, no, very quickly, two things. Unfortunately, I will need to excuse myself because I have a flight to catch and I will need to leave. But I think your question is very important and people already spoke. So I just want to emphasize another side of it. The linguistic aspect is also related to our difficulties to listen to what's going on the field. Because we are grasping things in the languages we can understand, with the networks we are connected. But my impression working for such a global organization like UNESCO is that every time we dig a little bit further, we find a very interesting example that we were not aware of. Maybe they are not as structured as we would like to be, but I think we need also to amplify our own capacity of consulting, of engaging new ideas, of trying to see a little bit further of our own schemes on this area. And I finish with this. With the pandemic, we have launched a program for training journalists in reporting on the COVID-19 crisis and on the vaccines. And we have engaged more than 10,000 people from 150 countries. We offered courses in 13 languages, including Olaf, etc. And those journalists that were engaging with us because they wanted to receive the trainings, etc., they also started to sending ideas and information and what they are doing. So I think I'm not sure if I agree with Olaf that there are only dozen things happening. I think there are much more happening out there, but maybe we don't have the capacity to map adequately all of these. And we need to coordinate more and see how we can create synergies. And your question on the linguistic element is absolutely relevant on this in both sides, in helping this with the proper linguistic elements, but also being able to listen to this conversation in ways that not necessarily we are capable of. Thank you, and sorry to need to leave earlier.
Well, thank you so much for that intervention. I think that's a great point. Our ability to listen, it fundamentally impacts what we believe there could be in terms of solutions. So thank you again for taking the time today. I want to, speaking of engagement, now turn to the floor here and then bring in a question from the chat. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Rysiek. I used to work for a media organization. Now I don't work for a media organization, but I've been somewhere around the Dynamic Coalition for about 2 years. And I noticed that 2 years ago, we were discussing basically the same things, which is how to deal with the platforms, how to find a way for media organizations to be able to live in this digital environment where platforms are where they need to publish and all of that. And it's 2 years later, and we're still discussing this. And my take on this is that we now know that Facebook is an abuser, right? We kind of suspected this for years, but now it's all out. We know we've read the internal memos, we've read the internal documents, and I'm going to say that the media, the relationship between media organizations and Facebook is an abusive relationship. That's what it is. And we have to name it this way, right? And the more we talk about how we can try to change the platforms or build something between us and the platforms or the middleware or anything like that, the more we sound like we're basically saying, oh, we can change him. We cannot. This is not going to happen. Somebody said in a very nice short way, protocols, not platforms. Instead of having those monopolized silos, we need a protocol. We need an infrastructure layer where Facebook is just one of the players, right? Where Twitter is just one of the players, not the player that you have to engage with, right? Such protocols exist. I'm not going to get into the technical details, but I would like us as the media ecosystem to start treating them seriously, because I'm available on those other wonderful platforms, and those other wonderful platforms implement things basically like Trust TXT right now, right? On my phone, this is my profile, and link to my blog has a nice green check mark because there's a way to do this, right? Even though the blog is a separate thing. I don't know how much time, effort, energy, money will take for Facebook to implement Trust TXT in any meaningful way, but there are platforms out there that actually do something similar already. We just choose not to be on them. Maybe that's something we should reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that input. This idea, and I would hope that is part of the conversation we're having today, is that this is not about how do we exist in the Facebook ecosystem. This is about, we're talking about protocols, standards, and getting outside of the platforms. But I very much hear this, the fact is we are, it is kind of like an abusive spouse in a relationship that they just can't get away because you depend on them monetarily. They own your house, they own your audience. So it's complicated. Thank you so much for that input, and I definitely want to hear from the panel on that. But I'm going to just bring in two more questions. One from Julius Endert on the chat, which is, maybe kind of along the same lines, which is this idea about blockchain for trust. Does blockchain offer, is that a protocol, or is that some part of the solution? And then also I want to invite Dan, who said he has a comment and a question, to jump in here with your question, but also if you could please mention the example from Somaliland about a very local initiative, to Guilherme's point earlier about listening on the ground. So with that, I'm going to start with Dan and then go to the panelists.
Great, thanks, Courtney. Yeah, no, I think your question about linguistics to me is really about the topic of visibility, which is at SEMA we're really interested in what do these kind of conversations mean about news ecosystems in developing countries, some of the countries with the least capacity. And it seems to me that a lot what we hear when we're engaging with these news outlets is that they don't feel like any of the large platforms can actually see them, or they're not visible. Could be for linguistic purposes, could be for market size isn't of interest enough. And so there is a lot of complexity out there that we're not capturing. And I think that is also what Guilherme was getting at too, that there's a lot of work to be done on our side. And there's this, fantastic example of Markadi in Somaliland, actually, which, they wanted to develop a trust platform that would enable Somali users when they were browsing news sites to understand what the level of trust is in each of these, news sites in their country. So they developed their own kind of platform, and I think it was a browser add-on, but also maybe like a download app that you could use in Somaliland that actually then attends to the specific context of that country, or actually it's a country that's kind of not even fully recognized necessarily, right? So it's going down to that granular level of understanding trust, and within that specific context, a trusted civil society organization trying to do this. So I think it's going to be a mix of both of those kind of global standards, doing protocols that can work, at the middleware, as well as kind of bottom up efforts that look to then plug into them. I think there's going to be probably a mix there. The other thing that I wanted to say, SEMA and Luminate funded research by Sember Media this year that was looking at, digital native news outlets in 12 countries in developing countries. And there are signs that some of these organizations are actually flourishing in the digital age. It's not all of them. And obviously it's a very hard environment, but I think it does also speak to the idea that, yes, some of the platforms that we all know are really important, but it's not necessarily an overall impediment. It's a significant challenge, one that everyone in that kind of research also encountered. But there are ways that we can support these types of news outlets that are doing hard-hitting independent journalism. They're often small. They often don't have a lot of capacity, but they're breaking really hard-hitting stories. And some of them actually are financially viable. I'm going to share the link to that research in the chat, but I think it just also goes to show that I'm not undermining this conversation. This is super important, but there are also other aspects to viability that go beyond the platforms in the digital age that we need to think about. And what does that look like? Just one interesting tidbit is that, organizations that spent more time with resources on kind of prioritizing and shaping their content for digital spaces were more financially viable, right? So we're also just understanding that news organizations also need to shift and understand how to best place their products in a different type of environment. So there's other components to it. So just, reiterating, I think there's going to be a top, two sides of it that need to come together, and we need to figure out how to make that work. And then also that there are some green shoots that are working. We need to figure out how to strengthen those. So I'd just love to hear the panelists' thoughts on that.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Dan. And I do want to note that the Dynamic Coalition did try to get Makati to, be part of this conversation. And I know that there is an outlet in New Zealand that has decided not to be on Facebook completely and, go their own way. So there are different approaches, but let's hear from the panel. And Olaf, I'm going to start with you this time. How should we be thinking about creating an infrastructure that is not platform dependent, especially on Facebook? And is blockchain part of the solution?
Well, little bit disappointment there. I have nothing to say about blockchain, really. I'm sorry.
That's absolutely fine.
Definitely at the moment not on our list of things to consider for the Journalism Trust Initiative. I think briefly on what was said earlier, again, what we are trying to build is not solving every problem here, but I think a few just learnings from our journey are very early on, we've asked ourselves the question, for example, would we build different list of criteria, different sets of standards for different types of media or in different contexts? In other words, would we give a discount on ethics? And the clear decision was taken to say, no, we don't. What we are building, the baseline standard should fit for everyone and should be built like this. And then we need additional features and offers to support media outlets to get there, which is a different approach. And maybe even in terms of terminology, I mean, standards, plural, is an oxymoron, right? If you have 10 standards, it's not a standard anymore. So this is why we believe, particularly in the global internet, for some problems, you need kind of a global platform and a global approach, which of course does not exclude. I mean, it's the exact opposite, to have localized solutions as well. You know, and this is what I meant earlier by interoperability. That's the real challenge, to connect these different elements. And I can only speak about the ISO world, which we are kind of using as an instrument. And this is working globally in different industries, particularly in the global south, if you think of, you know, lumber or food products, etc., and the respective, protocols and certification remarkably well. And, the question for us was, are we inventing something from scratch other than ISO, or using this system which exists already?
Thank you. And by ISO, I believe you're referring to the International Standards Organization, correct?
Correct.
Great.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let me go to you, Jason. What is your thoughts in response to the various different questions raised?
Thanks, Courtney. So regarding the question from Julius about blockchain for trust, I don't have a great deal of experience with blockchain, but I think it is, and I'd actually welcome if Julius could explain more actually about what the question is. But if I think about the principle of blockchain in terms of decentralizing, then I think that is valuable in some way. Internally with some colleagues the other day, I had a conversation about one particular country where the space is closing, or has closed rather rapidly. And it's a case of not just identifying which citizen journalists in a country are producing good content and can be trusted, but also potentially about how to get them paid. So you're using things like non-fungible tokens, et cetera, to find ways to get money to them, which is quite difficult right now. So I think there's a lot there. The problem with blockchain for me is it's just kind of hard to decipher, and I haven't seen anything that really makes it super tangible. But if there are ways to do that, that would be very interesting.
Thank you. And we do have someone in the room raising their hand, so we can connect to you afterwards. Claire, over to you. Same question, if you want to respond to some of the questions raised.
So I'll start with the blockchain question, which is, I think, like everyone, there's this sense of, well, surely that's the answer. The thing about journalism is it's really messy and complex. And my concern about blockchain is that there are some things that you actually don't want to be immutable. I do think there's some interesting work being done around verifying content from trusted providers that could help in the detection of deep fakes. So there's kind of like the New York Times and the BBC are working on something called Project Origin, which enables them to kind of, use that kind of technology to say, this is definitely ours, and that there's nothing you can do. This isn't about adding a watermark. And something like that, I think is interesting. But I think until the messiness that Olaf is talking about, until we can get this right in a human manual sense, I feel very nervous about bringing blockchain in to solve these kind of problems. I think the question about platforms, historians are going to look back at 2012 to 2016 and said, we were asleep at the wheel. We were so excited about the ways we thought that platforms could have all the solutions. We failed to watch what it meant for basically Mark Zuckerberg through Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram to, create this ecosystem that has a network effect that is just literally off the scale. So I think to this point about, yes, we need middleware, we need all of these things. I'm somebody who is constantly thinking about the kind of sociology of this. We saw with the blackout, he has created a utility, a communications utility, that the network effects are so great on these platforms. Yes, I really hope that from a regulatory perspective, one of the things that's a priority is in interoperability. But we have to then educate people into moving their data off to other platforms, creating a dynamic marketplace of different platforms. I'm just saying, I think this is going to be much harder than we think, because we allowed this behemoth to grow. And yes, do we like it? No. But unfortunately, the planet is using these, particularly these three networks, for almost everything. And as we know, the kind of free basics idea that many people use it as the internet means I share all of the concerns that the person who asked the question has. But when I think about what it means to really move people away from the things that their community, their network is on, it's going to be a huge uphill battle. And I hate myself, I hate all of us, that we invited the platforms to these kind of conferences. We really thought we could work with them. And we're now being like, they've created this framework that makes it incredibly hard for us to do. So yes, we need interoperability, we need different protocols. And I think trying to build those protocols on top of the platforms with an idea to where are we in 10 years' time. We're not going to solve any of these in the next 2 years. We will have this conference panel in 2 years. We just will. We need to be okay with that and to say, well, where are we going to be in 10, 20, 30 years' time? And that's the kind of conversations I think we should be having.
Thank you, Claire. You got some laughs and cheers in the room. So I think there's a lot of agreement with you on several of those points, including, if I may, the person who asked the question worked for one of the leading investigative journalism organizations in the world that organized crime and corruption reporting project, which has revealed massive malfeasance by leading public figures around the world. And so it's super important to be thinking about all the different dimensions of journalism and what it means to actually have immutability, as you're saying, the platforms. And, if I may just take the opportunity to kind of comment on when we look back at 2012 to 2016, I think you're right, and part of this is because these dominant platforms were created in a regulatory environment that sees government as bad, that sees regulation as bad, versus as a way to be in the public service. But as somebody who, spent time on the ground in Egypt, which was mentioned earlier, with the movements that were growing there to bring about change, like these are double-edged swords. They do provide an opportunity to publish in very closed media ecosystems to cover issues like human rights abuses and police violence in countries where otherwise there would be no outlets. So, very double-edged. I want to go to the room now. We have another question, so I'm going to invite you to go to the microphone, please. And then also, as you're going up there, I want to bring in a point made by Guy Berger at UNESCO, who noted that scale is not just a technical and linguistic issue, but also something that requires building national alliances so that journalism outlets in a country can overcome differences and really drive viability solutions. And this depends in part on what proportions of ads are transnational versus national and local. So he's not sure that there can be a global approach and wanted to hear the thoughts from the panelists on that. So we will go to that, but I want to invite the person in the room to please identify yourself and ask your question.
Hi, my name is Annie Zaman. I'm a journalist who, is it louder? Okay. My name is Annie Zaman. I'm a journalist. I was in Myanmar quite recently, and I'm a co-founder of Myanmar Media Support Network. So I have a question for JTI because I was going through your website and I was looking at it and thinking, who are the market, who are the media houses who have joined or got like carrot and stick rewards like from JTIA, because it would be really good to know who these media houses are, and it should be on your website. I have tried to look for it, but I couldn't find. The other thing is, coming from Myanmar, and working there, we have learned after the coup that be it Facebook, be it Twitter, be it Instagram, people are so wise. We generally tend to think that citizens are dumb and we don't focus on digital literacy at times. We keep thinking about like policing a lot. But what we have seen in Myanmar, that people don't trust Facebook anymore. They don't trust their own government. Of course, like it's a military, Tatmadaw is there, but they also don't use Facebook anymore. So in conflict-ridden societies, what are the solutions when we talk about integrity and news integrity and trust? Because both the sides, be it pro-democracy or be it like the military, there's like propaganda, there's war, in this situation, who should we trust and how should we build I don't know whether policies, who would build that? UNESCO would come in there, or I was very keen to know more about JTI, because we would like to know and be supported by these kind of initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. I'm going to go to Olaf first in that case to address the specific question, and then to the other panelists to address both kind of that question as well as the one raised by Guy in the chat. So Olaf, over to you.
Yes, thank you for the question and the interest. I think the reason for this is that very early on we thought it's maybe not such a good idea to turn the JTI website in a registry for media outlets that use it or publish their compliance transparency reports, because we really leave it up to the media outlets to do it on their own. I can tell you we have currently a number of around a little under 100 media outlets using the JTI in different stages. You would find there a number of national television broadcasters, public broadcasters as well, like CBC Radio Canada, France Télévisions, Irish, Norwegian, Swiss. Also large commercial publishing group like Schibsted, for example, in Norway, with newspapers, daily newspapers in Sweden and Norway. You would see a number of smaller and I would say more alternative examples of Tiempo Argentino, for example, which is member-owned, or The Wire in India. As well as community and local radio stations, Studio Kalangu in Niger. So it's a broad picture, really.
Thank you, Olaf. And if you don't mind, I will pass your information on to our colleague here in the room after the session. Let me go to the rest of the panelists to address kind of both of these questions. We've got Myanmar, very specific situation. You've got, the pros and cons in our face right there, as well as to Guy's questions around, whether there can be a global approach. And I think this, also links with the question around Myanmar. So Claire, over to you first.
I hate to be the person that says it's a hybrid, but I think Guy is absolutely right, which is that there are certain things, and this is Olaf's point too, which there are certain things, particularly around ethics, that almost we should say there should be a global ethical approach. But then I do think in terms of actually on the ground making this work, it's wonderful to hear the colleague from Myanmar. Who are we to even have an ounce of understanding what's happening in Myanmar and to really understand that landscape, the newness of what it means to have a free press in a country like Myanmar. So I feel like we're not very good at coming up with hybrid approaches. And of course, the platforms want scale, but we see that they're now having to apply different kind of regulatory responses due to jurisdictions around a particular country. And I think, what does it look like for us to think similarly around that, which is we want there to be certain core values, but with a recognition of, I remember even at First Draft, we tried to do work with partners in the APAC region. And just, we went, on a couple of trips there and said, we've really got, this is insane for us to try and connect with using the same kind of models. And this was back in 2016. And so I think it is that hybrid model, what that looks like in practice, how you resource that, which it always comes back to resourcing. But I think Guy's right. And that's why, an organization like UNESCO that has that global view, but with an ability to connect with partners on the ground, it has to be the key to this, to make it sustainable. And again, prevent the unintended consequences.
Thank you so much, Claire. Jason, your thoughts on this question?
Yeah, sure. I can respond to both this one regarding Myanmar and also Guy's question. So Myanmar, I've been working with media in Myanmar since 2015, I think, all across the country, and not just with the larger independents, but also with the ethnic media across the country. And I have to say, Myanmar is a standout market in all of them that we've worked with globally. So, went from something like 4% internet penetration to more than 100% within the space of 5 or 6 years. Facebook became the internet, and I remember going there and trying to actually leave the Facebook environment to get out onto websites, and we got pop-up messages saying, you're now leaving the Facebook environment. And it was a major discouragement, even for us, to leave that environment, to go out to websites, because the websites were slow and inefficient. They chewed data, and it was very difficult to use. So as for how to establish which media are trusted in Myanmar, it's a super difficult situation there right now, because all of the media that were essentially operating in the country are now forced to work in exile, and there's a lot of citizen journalism, in fact, that's coming out of the country. And then how balanced is that actually when it's not by people trained in journalism? So it actually kind of relates back to my previous comment about blockchain. So I don't have the answers regarding Myanmar, except to say that it is a very, very unusual market, a very special market. To Guy's question, to Guy's comment rather, about scale and creating these alliances of journalism outlets. So I made reference, and it wasn't a shameless plug, but to some research that we put out in earlier this year in June. And this was about finding ways to gather data, performance data on media businesses. So what works and what doesn't. But like any business, that's your own secret sauce. You don't want to share that with everybody in a way that can be reconciled back to you or your country or your competitors. So we suggested a framework that could be applied that would essentially obfuscate or de-identify this data so that it would be characterized by media type and media outlet type. So that we actually defined 16 types, just an idea for a framework, but that something where performance data could be shared, and where benchmarks, media could instead of operating in a silo, they could say, oh, how well are we actually doing, and compare themselves to others, and then set their targets. And that has been really exciting in the fact that I've now spoken with 9 organizations, some of them in this room, to help us to define what that solution should be. So we're really trying hard to create something that's bigger than our own programs and our own interests, to do something at the sector level. And I'd like to talk to anybody that's got an interest in discussing that.
Great. Thanks so much for that. I want to just focus on a couple of things that have been raised before we turn to kind of the final section to talk about where do we go from here and what's next. We mentioned free basics, and I don't know if everyone knows what that is, but it's basically Facebook's subsidized data plan so that you can use Facebook without using your data. That has all sorts of implications for the news media, and we have discussed that at previous, I don't know if we had it at the IGF, but we certainly had it at RightsCon, and I believe the Center for International Media Assistance has done some reporting on that, so I would encourage people to find that, and maybe ask Dan if you can search out those links and stick them in the chat. That's a really critical aspect to how we think about this, because of course, which media outlets are on those subsidized data plans or subsidized platforms is going to have a significant impact. And usually those subsidizations are created in concert with the government, which has all sorts of implications for media freedom. And Myanmar is such an interesting example because not only where we've seen the transition to democracy and then the coup, but also, the focus of disinformation in that environment, and really the role of information operations, the challenge that legitimate media have had in that country to be seen. There was a recent report that there were clickbait farms in Cambodia and Vietnam that were using Facebook Live Facebook Live videos, repurposing them and reposting them simply to raise money, because they were getting then funding through the monetization schemes on Facebook and Google, like AdSense, and of course then making them look like live videos when they aren't live videos, which is a whole nother dimension, this issue of deep and shallow fakes and authenticity, which I don't think we're going to have time to get into here. Although if any of the panelists want to address that in their final kind of wrap up remarks, I think that would be really important, because as we get further into the sophistication of machine learning and these tools to create an authentic audio, video, et cetera, that's going to pose an even greater challenge to the issue of news integrity and trust. So with that, we have a few minutes left. I want to just really quick see whether there are any last questions from the audience here or in the chat. And seeing none, that will give us the remainder of the time, therefore, to hear from the panelists. And so I would like to hear from all of you, just a couple of minutes, maybe take 1 minute each. Final thoughts, where do we go from here? What do we need to pay attention to? And what are you focused on in the coming year? And let's start with Olaf.
Thank you. This also allows me to come back to Guy's point earlier, because in his statement, there is a deeper layer of dimension in this. Because if we speak about trust so much, it's not only about media outlets, journalists on the one hand and the consumer on the other, or media and advertisers, but trust also matters a lot between journalists in working together. And particularly at times where we work more and more remotely, where we have new models of distributed journalism, of teams working on a project for a limited amount of time, you really need to trust each other to work on a project together as journalists, particularly across borders and particularly in investigative journalism. And this is where, for the Journalism Trust Initiative, at least in one field, we are moving into by saying we can provide a value-based environment where individual journalists and media outlets and associations and different types of stakeholders can collaborate on this platform based on a certain understanding and also a pledge and really a commitment to certain principles, which we believe is super important and was really not really tackled and addressed too much in the past. So this is like kind of what we can offer as a look forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olaf. What about you, Jason?
Yeah, I think I've got two main points really. One is that when we work with media outlets, we see a lot of, what we want to see working differently is that they take much more active role in becoming trusted. It's much more difficult now than ever to become a trusted media outlet, to get recognized as so, and the benefits from doing that will be significant, I think, as we go forward in this much more clouded space that we're working in now. Last comment really is just about this kind of measurement of trust and integrity still being kind of a new space. Like any market in its infancy, it's fragmented right now. My view is that do we need to create one global standard for this? Maybe not yet. We don't need to force it. I think we just need to be better at creating and embedding frameworks that are fit for purpose and relevant. So I think we need to use all these different indicators we're talking about regarding trust according to our needs, whether that's for getting advertising, finding the right partners to work with, or as a driver for media literacy. And I think it's been a great discussion. I've learned a lot in this conversation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Claire.
Yes, so as I said in the introduction, my day-to-day is a mixture of trying to understand the bad stuff and the good stuff. And so the thing that I'm pretty obsessed with right now is understanding that the disinformation ecosystem is really participatory and dynamic, and people in that ecosystem feel heard, they feel they have agency. If we look at our information ecosystem, many of us, it's still top-down, linear, and hierarchical. And that's why it was set up. That's the meaning of a gatekeeper. But when we have these conversations around trust, I keep thinking, what does it mean for us to really understand the importance of a participatory information ecosystem, a networked information ecosystem? So the New York Times is on Facebook. Is it really listening to the things that its audiences are talking about and asking about? And that's the same for every news outlet. So yes, credibility indicators are critical. We have to, create machine learning texts and protocols, all of those things. But we also fundamentally have to think about, what does trust look like? An outlet can't just say, oh, I need to be trusted because I'm a trusted news outlet. in this information environment, when consumers have choices, they can seek out and consume information that reinforces their worldview, which we know. How can we learn from the disinformation ecosystem where people feel heard and feel they have agency? So that's a little bit off topic, but this is one of those end conclusions. And I don't think we can have the conversation about trust if we don't recognize, in many ways, we're still acting as we did in 1996. What does it look like to think about trust in 2021 in a networked environment? Because unfortunately, the bad actors are much better at understanding that than I think sometimes we can be when we still have a pretty passive relationship. We have this idea that we're the trusted gatekeepers and we have passive audiences. That is not it doesn't matter how many credibility indicators we have if we don't fundamentally understand that relationship that audiences want to have with their information providers.
Thanks. That's a great point and something I think we don't hear that much about. So appreciate all of these final thoughts from the panelists about where we go from here and what you're all going to be thinking about. I think some of the things that we are going to be working on with the Dynamic Coalition is how do we take some of these efforts forward and make them more accessible to members? I mean, it was great to hear from our colleague from Myanmar about wanting to know more about these initiatives. So I think that is imperative for us as a Dynamic Coalition to figure out how do we make this more accessible? How do we evaluate these? How do we make sure that they're going to be applicable in all countries, in all languages? How do we work for the global community of media and the citizens that depend on them? I'm here on behalf of the Global Forum for Media Development, which represents small, medium, global South organizations, media organizations around the world, in part because they can't always be in the room. They're out doing the journalism. We don't want the journalists who are investigating the corruption and covering the live protests to have to come sit in a conference room in, whatever country it's being held in, because they are out doing their work. And so I think, it's great to hear that so many of the people we've heard from today are focused on really listening to folks on the ground. And I want to invite people to engage with us, come up afterwards, put in the chat. We're all happy to share our information and get involved in the Dynamic Coalition. And with that, I want to thank our panelists and transition over to Dan to conclude this and tell you more about how to get involved in the Dynamic Coalition in the next year ahead. Dan?
Great. Thank you, Courtney. And thank you to our panelists. I think we should give a round of applause for a really excellent panel. That was really thought-provoking, and I think the questions were really astute too, and I think had us all here in the room thinking about different projects that we want to work on and how we might engage. And that is why I think it'd be really great if you aren't already involved in our DC sustainability, please join, because we have other events like this. It's quite a multi-stakeholder group. We actually have participants from tech platforms, but also from other tech companies. It's not just the platforms that are involved in this trust and digital ecosystem. And so we'd love to have your engagement to share some of the research that you're doing to engage with other stakeholders. And so that's just a plug for our group and for continuing this conversation. I think, one of the takeaways for me today is that it's a lot of it is about visibility. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about some of these trust initiatives, so that organizations can be visible. And that the other takeaway for me and thinking about this is that, this isn't urgent just for the news industry and figuring out how to make news information ecosystems financially viable. It's really about our societies and what kind of societies we want to live in. Courtney mentioned the importance of democratic accountability. This is a problem that really needs a solution for all other types of development efforts that we want to undertake. So I think that's just calling to the urgency of the moment, the power of this type of engagement to envision what the situation will look like in 2 years, 10 years. We definitely have had a lot of learning in terms of engagement with platforms. And I think that some of these solutions, we're really interested in how we can start to scale them and make them more inclusive, and so that people understand them and understand how to plug into them. So let's continue this really fruitful conversation. I want to thank all of the participants online on Zoom, as well as all of you who were able to join us. today from Poland. And I hope that everyone has a great rest of your IGF. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
The clock is running, so I think we can start. Welcome to this workshop of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety. And it's actually our first university, anniversary, that we established ourselves last year at the virtual IGF. I would say in Poland, but of course it was on the internet. And in that year, we've progressed tremendously, which we will be presenting on here later. But for those who are not really familiar with this dynamic coalition, let me give a short introduction before we go into the topics we've been working on and will work on in 2022. This dynamic coalition has a very clear goal, is to make the internet more secure and safer. And that we want to approach that from a very specific angle, and that is the deployment of currently existing security-related internet standards and ICT best practices. So just to give a few examples of what we're talking about, when there is a domain name system, you get a domain name, but if you do not sign it, it is insecure. So DNSSEC security is an example. When you have a website, usually it's created insecure, but there are best practices called the OWASP top 10 that when deployed, secure your website from all sorts of attacks. When you develop software, you can do that according to securing software principles, or just not test anything and have insecure software with a lot of flaws in them. And with the Internet of Things, you can create them with security designed inside or without. We are talking about the sort of best practices and existing internet standards that need to be deployed better to secure our society and our personal lives in a better way. What I've been hearing in this past year is a lot, but there will be so much opposition against you because there will be a lot of countries who will not be interested to discuss this topic, and not just countries, but also organizations. And I put one question to them. Do you want to be hacked? And I think that for 100%, no matter who you are on this world and live in this world, the answer is no. Nobody wants to be hacked. So we have a common feature in common with each other, that we want to be secure and safe from attack from the outside. Now, in and around the internet, it is usual to work with mitigation. There's an incident, people start running around it and solve it, and then it's fixed. The perpetrator is outside, or we've thrown away a computer. But what was the cause of that incident? And that is something which is not always looked into enough. So what we are moving towards with our dynamic coalition is to look more at the prevention. So if all these services and devices and internet tools come better prepared security-wise to the end user and to the people creating these tools, it would mean that we would be much more secure. So that means that with perhaps 70 to 80% of all attack vectors closed for the bad guys. In other words, that would be working towards prevention. And at this current moment, there's a huge gap between the theory of cybersecurity and the daily practice, which is quite often insecure. And that's the gap that this dynamic coalition is trying to close as much as possible. That will mean leaving silos. But already said with the DNSSEC, that's domain name world. They always talk about the domain name security. When you go to the Internet resource organizations, they will be talking about secure routing, making sure that the transport is more secure. With websites, they will only be talking about OWASP. But when I'm buying the product, when I buy a new laptop, only the Lord, I hope, knows whether the thing is secure and whether everything works as it's supposed to work security-wise. As a normal consumer, there's no way of going there. And when you're a procurement officer in a large organization, it's not just DNSSEC or RPKI you're faced with. You're perhaps faced with 1 million different standards. And where do you start? And that is something that we have to get our brain around, how to help these people that actually procure this software, these devices, these tools, these services, to buy them more secure for their organizations. And we have to do that because the effect of insecurity on our society is becoming devastating. If you count up all the numbers and the loss in money from not only to the bad guys, the losses to the bad guys, but also the losses in a much societal broad way are basically devastating and only seem to be getting worse. So there is a time for action, and we think that the time has been way past this hour. So where are we with this dynamic coalition? And my colleagues here around me and on the internet will give you a presentation. We established 3 working groups last year. The first working group is on security by design and a subgroup on Internet of Things. So that means there could be other topics in the future. The second world group is on education and skills and is about the gap between what our students leaving, whether vocational training or university class and courses, and the demand that the society and industry has. And there seems to be a huge gap between them. And we have plans how to address that gap in the future. The third working group is on procurement, supply chain management, and the creation of a business case for security. And we have a fourth working group since two months, and that is on professionalizing our communication, which is a bit different from the other topics because it's more on the procedure of our dynamic coalition. And we will be changing our name, we've decided on, and that will be announced by the chair of this working group. So there's a bit of a cliffhanger here as well. We've done a lot of internal governance where we will be talking about a little bit about all the outreach that we've done. After that, there's an opportunity for questions from online and here in the room. And after that, I will wrap up and tell a little bit about what we'll be trying to do in 2022, working towards the next IGF. With this, I'm closing my introduction nicely in time, I see. So that's a good stimulus to the other speaking. I'm just turning to you, Savio, which Yuri is presenting, I suppose. Yes. So Yuri, I hope that you're there because I can't only see Mark. Hi, Mark. But Yuri, the floor is yours, and the next 10 minutes are for you. So please, Yuri, present on Working Group 1 on IoT security by design. Thank you.
Thanks, Wood. I am Yuri Kargopolov and chairman of Working Group number 1. The starting point was our group was defined by the tasks of defining the decision-making and discussion rules, key time frames, and the subject area in which our working group will work. These items are reflected in our mission statement. One another starting point was the purpose of the working hypothesis about which factors are the most problematic in solving security and safety issues. Namely, the first is gaps in the architecture of IoT. The second one, the competing protocols, diversity of protocols. The third point, poor or deficient security specifications. lack of the identification manager or management of identity management. And the fifth is the need of the basic trust model. In any case, the main working paradigm was defined as a security by design, and we also determined such a coordinate system of assessing an existing situation that will have given the opportunity to assess the degree of readiness of existing technical, technological, administrative, and other solutions affecting to decision to design system with building security by default. Why the thesis of building a security by default important? This was another starting point for our work. We understand that the experience of analyzing and processing the protection results of both systems and single digital entities is the experience of reactive character. They must find a way to place mechanism as close as possible to the digital entity to be protected, not only to ensure security and safety against existing threats, but also to find solutions for predicting new threats. Envisioning to face the challenge of keeping safety and security within the internet with the increasing role of Internet of Things devices. The working group on IoT security by design has the aim of analyzing and researching the gap between the theory and the practice of cybersecurity standards and best practice regarding the designing and maintenance of IoT system. This work should include both scenarios, updating existing solution and creating from scratch. In this sense, working group called the attention of diverse experts in the area, in different area, and joined several members during the first year of our activities. The working group has also established good relationships with other stakeholders communities. Here we can mention the expertise and research exchange between the activities of our working group and the IoT, cybersecurity, Latin America and Caribbean working group, for example, which is developing a relevant work of mapping national initiative regarding certification, homologation, and regulation of the commercialization of IoT devices in the region, above region mentioned. Another organization, we are building a collaboration platform with the ISOC IoT Special Interest Group, ITC, as well as through platform of national and regional IGFs too. The mission statement was also developed in June the current year, based on the open consultations. So this document summarizes the working group problem, challenges and opportunities, the possible solutions and outcomes, and finally can be used as a reference for new members and the reference book, like manual for new members and the future working group activities. During the first semester of 2021, working group had fulfilled the work related to the analysis of research materials and proceeded to the preparation of final documents, including recommendations and guidelines. In addition, were hypotheses that various stakeholders can perceive the architecture and the importance of trees in different ways. For example, academic circles may have other perceptions when user of even suppliers. User groups may also have different preferences regarding tree protections. As a result, it was proposed to develop and conduct a survey for various group of stakeholders and obtain additional information. In fact, Whereas we filled more directly with the different stakeholders of the markets of different countries where are involved in the design and operations of IoT system and faced security issues. Our community service was carried during the whole month of October, containing 11 questions about the respondents' background, their concerns regarding IoT security by design, the preferred type of policies to solve their issues, and asking about the organization's successful initiatives. In total, the survey collected 67 responses, where most of them came from academia, 25%, technical community, 25%, and private sector, 16%. Geographically, we are distributed between all continents, but Latin America and Caribbean show a significantly lower representations. The detailed result will be presented in the general DC report later. Some of the unresolved challenges that were more mentioned in our survey answer and listed below. For example, lack of proper security, also the legacy devices, the lack of regulation, for example, in terms of liability and procurement, lacking data security, improver awareness, education, lack of standards, missing interoperability, insufficient capacity building. Working group decided by the process to use it in the analysis. Therefore, the process will run in the free general step. It's concerned collated standards and collated best practice and collated documents regarding from documents from many countries, many systems from regarding to IoT security. Step one is collected base information from the documents regarding by answering these points. First, provide a brief summary of the initiatives, including its scope and goals. Which are the best practice standards or opportunities proposed by the document? What risks or challenges were mentioned by the documents? Specify the lacks or you could identify in the scope where initiatives aims to work. Are there further comments that are valid to mention? Step second is to categorize these documents outputs, and this might have a table set is output. So it's our future work and our structure of future work on the this set of documents. Analyze step 3 is analyze, compile, and organize the collected information in the discussions documents. Step 4, use the learning from step number 3 to build a document output that addresses the main concern raised in the community survey. About roadmap, our future roadmap on 2022. For the coming 22 year, the working group efforts will be focused on outreaching more members and other related communities. As I mentioned before, we still have low diversity in aspects of gender. I missed this before this focus, but it's really diversity, low diversity, and we inviting more women to our group. Maybe it's one way of main focus for next year, organizational focus. I mean, for next year, among improving the membership size. I try. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay. And exactly in time, Yuri. Thank you very much. Yuri is calling in from the Ukraine, and his vice chair, Savio Vinicius de Moraes is sitting next to me, and he's from Brazil. And the next lady who's going to present on Working Group 2 Education and Skills is Janice Richardson. She's from Australia, living all over Europe, basically, I understand almost. But it shows the diversity that we do have, as Mallory will present on Working Group 3 is from the US. And the chair of Working Group 2 and 4 is from Africa. So Janice, please, the floor is yours. And the Working Group 2 on education and skills and their plans and what they've produced this year.
So good afternoon, everyone. I have a very long background in education, but also in working on cybersecurity with Kaspersky, ENISA, Liberty Global, and many others. Our working group focuses on education, and very rapidly we saw that there is a huge gap with the skills, the knowledge that young people are coming out of their vocational training with, and the expectations of industry. And therefore we decided to detect that gap, figure out what's missing in order to try and close the gap between supply and demand. We've begun this with interviews. We've already interviewed almost a dozen people, but mainly across Europe. And this is why we're reaching out to you in the hope that you will help us with these interviews. We feel that interviews with companies is very important first to see what the demand is. But at each step, we're going back to tertiary education and validating the points that we're picking up. So basically, what is our work plan for the year? Well, scoping the challenge, as I've just said, we set up the interview protocol. We're liaising with industry, the education sector. We're already gathering data on the skill gaps, and we will very shortly start working on a survey. We know that once we've interviewed industry, we've interviewed tertiary establishments, then we need to create a survey so that we can start getting some qualitative data on top of the quantitative on top of the qualitative that we have already. But we have realized that this is a huge undertaking and we can't keep working on a voluntary basis. So one of our next steps will be to reach out to try and find funding to do a really in-depth study on this. And once again, if any of you are university students and like to help us take this on, we would be most grateful. I think probably what interests you are what sort of gaps are we finding? I'll give you a little glimpse so that you'll be eager to come and look at our website and find out more. First of all, we're very surprised to see that it's actually the soft skills that are missing, the soft skills that kids should be learning in schools. Amongst them, for example, analysis, synthesis, the capacity to see granularity, forecasting, being able to write snappy reports, being a good verbal communicator, reporting, alerting, convincing, because what we do know is in companies, it's the employees who are often the weak chain. And unless those people looking after the security are able to go out and show them the importance of what they're doing, that weak chain will continue. But the next is thinking, and this really needs to be developed from a very early age. Critical thinking is missing, holistic thinking, problem solving, being able to join the dots and see the connections between things, also being able to forecast and visualize results and handling complexity, because those who are involved in the area of cybersecurity know that it is extremely complex, many different parts that need to be joined together to see the overall picture. These, in fact, are very important skills in monitoring. And it seems that monitoring is really one of the areas where simply there are not enough employees. But approach is also very important. Companies find that young people lack initiative, They lack agility, flexibility, open-mindedness, respect of diversity. And I know that Yuri already spoke about this. One person that we interviewed in the Netherlands, in charge of the very complex health system of the government, pointed out that women see the granularity. And yet when they go into meetings, the men sort of scoff and make fun of them. So it's pushing women out of this area where that granularity that a woman can bring is very important. In terms of hard skills, and once again, interesting, young people are missing the system logic. They're missing an understanding of cloud technology, operating systems, network protocol, also the internet backbone. And this is why some of the companies we've interviewed are actually turning to hackers, because they feel that they have this basic understanding that young people don't have when they believe they're qualified and come out of the tertiary education system and try and get a job. System architecture, but also business and project management. In terms of skills, even the scripting, coding, and transversal skills are missing. And companies are looking for a strategic constructivist approach. They're looking for young people who are actually able to break down those silos and able to build bridges, but they also need young people who have a really great ethical understanding and who can join the dots between the political, the technical, and the legal mindset. So what have we discovered so far? Because I think that this is what's interesting. What are those good practices around Europe that could be replicated? We know that building bridges is important. And Denmark, for example, has created a national cyber hub where they bring in the tertiary sector with the vocational training. They bring in companies where they compare the results. Strategy development forums is another tactic being used in Belgium. One country has a cyber academy to actually have on-the-job training, but not quite like the traineeships that we know so far, actually on-the-job training where the young people are doing concrete things and bringing that very important innovation into the world of cybersecurity. Another company is using social engineering to make sure that they can very quickly see who these young candidates are and if they can be trained. So what are we planning to do next? Well, as I said, we want to do an in-depth study. Therefore, we need to do more interviews. We need more people ready to carry out these interviews for us. The survey, we need your contacts so that it can really be an effective qualitative survey. We'll be then comparing findings with work group 1 and work group 3. And we hope by around May next year, we will bring out a report which clearly shows what is missing, what we can do about it, and what are some of those good practices that could actually be replicated so that this talent pipeline that we should be getting from universities and vocational training establishments really can jumpstart into industry and start making the difference that we want. I'll hand it back to you, Wout, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Janice. And that makes me realize that I forgot to introduce myself as usual. But my name is Wout de Natris, and I always forget saying that. Because I think that the topic is more important than I am. But that's basically the reason, I think. To take 1 minute, I was having lunch, coincidentally, with an American professor, and he said he just started 2 years ago cybersecurity education training in Atlanta, and that he has a course on 3 levels. So not just the cybersecurity as we understand it in a regular way. There's a second layer, which is national cybersecurity, so that they learn to look beyond just the work that they're doing. And there's a third level, internet governance. So that actually the whole internet architecture, the internet governance organizations are all part of their training. So I think that would be very interesting to talk with Milton Mueller pretty soon, Janice. So I will introduce the two of you, I already promised. So that was my half minute in between. I'm going to introduce Mallory Nodal to you. She is the chair of Working Group 3 on Procurement, Supply Chain Management, and the creating of the business case for industry, because that's what we're talking about, the positive stimulus for industry to adopt cybersecurity. You have a phone, microphone?
Thanks a lot. Hi, so thanks very much for the intro. I'll talk a little bit more about my work so you can put it in context. I also am the chief technologist at the Center for Democracy and Technology based in Washington, D.C., and I am active in the technical community. We engage in the World Wide Web Consortium and the Internet Engineering Task Force. So I can certainly give you a firsthand view that it's not that there are large gaps in considerations about security at the technical level. We're trying to bridge the gap between where the standards are being set and then how that gets actually to the end user. So my colleagues have also talked about how they're filling gaps. I think the one that we're trying to fill in the procurement working group is more around implementation. So you'll often hear, at least I hear it often in the technical community, that standard setting is not going to police. They're not the standards police. They're not going to set standards and then absolutely make sure that they get into products. There are other incentives that have to be put into place to make sure that the products actually then reach people and the implementations are good. And that's very much driven by companies. And then furthermore, on another abstraction layer, that's driven by demand for those. So we have to take into account this whole ecosystem. And it is, we are at the Internet Governance Forum, right? Like we are essentially managing the internet from a very high level. So when we think about what kinds of inputs or influence this dynamic coalition can have, I think about that a lot. I'm thinking about, how can we have some really specific impacts at a high enough level that makes the biggest difference for the most people. And so with that in mind, really this year, we've not done much more than come up with a research plan for this piece of work. And I would just take a pause here and make it all very clear that I want as many of you that are interested in this topic as possible to participate in this research as it moves forward, even to some degree taking leadership positions, because as dynamic coalitions go, it's not just about outputs, it's also about building a group that works together, that practices together, that researches together, and that goes out and has influence in making sure that research lands in the right place. So that's sort of been also top of mind is this year we've very carefully laid out a plan for what this work looks like, and would be open to your thoughts even today on if you think this plan is a good idea or not, to try to fill this gap in procurement. So without further ado, I want to just try to get into the theory of change. I mean, I've talked a little bit about the theory of change, right? That if we can sort of understand what are the gaps, then I think we can better fill them. And so it's, let me just go through, I think, how we're going to build this out. Sorry, I've made this plan long enough ago that I have to check my notes. So, right, our main outcome, is we're trying to meet the global internet security standards in a ubiquitous baseline requirement for any public or private sector procurement and supply chain management policy. So that is pretty narrow in scope in terms of making the internet safer. Trying to get really specific here, but it's also achievable. I think that's a nice thing about having a really clear outcome. The objectives then within that are to fully scope the security standards and procurement challenges and opportunities. So that's the first step, is to know what is already happening, who's working on that, and also the nice thing about a very thorough scope is that we find out who we might invite to join the dynamic coalition and essentially come along with us as we try to solve this problem together. The second objective is to figure out then, obviously, what is relevant and actionable guidance that would require security standards in procurement and supply chain management policies. So making sure that whatever we suggest is actually going to be useful. And then, of course, the last objective is that that guidance, those suggestions actually influence public and private sector procurement and supply chain management. Those are all three separate objectives that take a concerted amount of effort, but they are interrelated and, but for the most part, fairly linear. So I don't think I've really been talking that much, but for that long, but I also don't want to just read you these different activities. I think within each of those objectives, we've laid out a series of activities. So, many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with, sort of basic desk research for scoping and mapping exercise. We have the benefit of being part of the Internet Governance Forum, where much of this work is discussed and brought forward. If you're working on an intergovernmental strategy for improving cybersecurity, like you're probably going to wind up talking about it at the Internet Governance Forum, and we'll be able to talk to you and meet you and understand your challenges and so on. And so there's no shortage of experts as part of this group. My goal always in doing sort of coalition or group-led work is to make the work as relevant as possible, because that's how you get the most people involved. If you're doing good, interesting work that fills a gap, then your audience essentially makes itself. So that's the main part. That's the essence, essentially, of our first objective, which is to do a scoping and mapping. It shouldn't take the entire year, though. Like, we've sort of burned a year already, just sort of thinking about how to get this done. I'm really satisfied with the way we've laid it out, but then I think we ought to set a goal of getting that scoping wrapped up in the first half of the year. So intersessional work in the IGF can be deceptively open and breezy, but then, December 2022 is just around the corner. I've learned, right? So, we have to set some firm goals. And then it becomes, once we've got the scoping and mapping, I'm sure it'll be a sort of mixed methods where we're doing desk research, but we're also conducting some qualitative, getting really to the heart of the second objective, which is what would be relevant and actionable. What does the Internet Governance Forum provide in terms of value proposition for folks to take the guidance, to listen to the guidance, and what kinds of guidance would that be? So it could be, we also extend some surveys. We could develop a variety of things. Is it going to be a checklist document? Is it going to be even issue papers that we then take into other bodies that are doing this work, like the OAS or ISO, and could wind up being many, many different things. But then overall, I would like us to be somewhere between the second objective and the third objective by the time we get to the IGF next year, so that the guidance is somewhat well-formed and we're starting to socialize it and getting it into the right hands. I would just finish up by saying, I think that there's no stakeholder group in the IGF that shouldn't really care about this. I've thought about this also quite a great deal. I mean, government, we're all sort of procurers of technology, as Bouts pointed out. Some are more high stakes than others. If you're procuring a whole lot of different things for government, you might pay a lot more attention to procurement, supply chain management strategy than you would if you're just shopping on Amazon for your own personal equipment. Or, for all the schools in Europe or setting standards at that level, right? There are different levels. So governments should certainly care. Private sector has, I think, a real stake in this, where they're making good products and they want the uptake of those products to be at a wider, more widespread level. The technical community then has a great deal of stake in this, because they're setting good standards and they want them implemented. And so while perhaps they're not the protocol police, right, they are they should be paying attention to how demand side is driving the adoption of good protocols, especially when a lot of standards have competing standards that are also standardized, right? So which standards are effectively winning matters a lot when you can bring in the sort of consumer side use case. And then, of course, civil society has a great deal at stake here, where we can get a little bit closer to the end user with this kind of research. I feel like sometimes in the Internet Governance Forum, we have a good idea of some public interest considerations and end user harms in mind, but it's not very often that we are able to take these like very high level norm setting principles and so on and actually reach end users. And like I said, I don't think we're going to be influencing the way people buy their own personal equipment. But I think that we get a lot closer to, say, workers' rights in a secure employment environment and other things like that. So it's trying to close the gap between theory, standardization, and actual demand for these products. And so, academics as well, I'm sure, are doing a lot of research on this, and that's part of the process, is to bring in learnings from academia and actual measurement and practice into this space so that it allows for better decision making. So that's my pitch to all of you, irrespective of where you sit in this constellation of internet governance, that this is a worthwhile place to actually manage real outcomes. And yeah, just really hope you'll join us in this work. So thanks.
Thank you, Mallory. I think you've heard 3 pitches on potential work in the future, and certainly an invitation to join. We come to the cliffhanger because I'm going to hand over to Raymond Mamata, who is chair of 2 working groups, actually. The first is education and skills, which Janice presented on, but he's also the chair of Working Group 4 on communication. And Raymond, the floor is yours to present on what you've been doing in the past 2 months.
Thank you, Walt, for the opportunity, and thanks to my preceding speakers. I hope my screen is showing.
Yes, we see it, Raymond.
So Working Group 4 is composed of a team of people who have passion to ensure that our DC is well represented in terms of digital presence and have a professional outlook in what we do. In this regard, we are looking at having a professional email address that we can be using for our communication. We are also looking at getting a website for ourselves and also get our presence felt on our social media handle. We also need to create a very good logo that communicates exactly who we are as a DC. Now, our name as a DC, because we belong to the Dynamic Coalition, is the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standard Security and Safety. But we've taken into consideration concerns of our various stakeholders and members, and we are converting our name from the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Standards, Security and Safety to Internet Standards, Security and Safety Coalition, which will be shortened as IS3C. So this will be our new name to be referred to from today. Our logo. This is our logo. We never had a logo, so we are unveiling our logo today. This is how it looks. To give an overview of the logo, the first option has a globe. Next to the globe is a lock. So the globe represents the internet, and the lock represents security. The globe also represents our presence all over the world. And we have our full name in the logo, which is the Internet Standard Security and Safety. The logo also has our acronym IS3C and also has our slogan, what we are noted for. So our slogan is making the internet more secure and safer. So this is our logo that we are unveiling today. So the way forward for us as a working group 4 on behalf of the DC is to create social media handles so that we can have our digital presence felt. We'll create our own website so that we wouldn't be relying on the IGF SAP website, SAP portal that has been given to us. We'll also be having official email addresses for all the leaders so that they will stop using their Yahoo, Gmail, and the rest. So we'll have our own professional email addresses for our leaders to be using. We also want to get people who have skills in graphic design and social media and the passion for this to join the working group and the DC in general. So to join the DC, you just need to go to the address here. It will be posted in the chat. You just click on it, then you can join the mailing list. You just have to provide your email addresses and click, and you automatically join the mailing list. If you also want to get more information on what we do, our various leaders, and our activities so far, you can also go to the other link down there to get further information on what the DC is all about. The DC's communication team is being sponsored by e-Governance and Internet Governance Foundation for Africa, which is a civil society in Accra, Ghana, which I am the founder and the president. Thank you very much. If any question, we are open for that.
Thank you very much, Raymond, and also for your excellent work on chairing this working group and making sure that we all agreed on what's just been diverse to you, because we have a new name, we have a logo, and we will have our own website, etc. very soon from now. From now, I give the floor to my partner in crime, Mark Ravel. He's the Senior Policy Advisor for the Dynamic Coalition, which I should now say the Internet Standards Security and Safety Coalition. And he will tell a little bit about the governance of this Dynamic Coalition. And after that, a little bit of the outreach that we've been doing in the past 12 months. And the governance we'd like to report on, because when we started last year, we got a lot of questions about decision-making, etc. And Mark will explain a little bit about what we did to answer these questions. So Mark, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Wout, and greetings, everybody. Just to enhance the geography here, I'm in the UK, so in Europe, not in the EU anymore, but anyway, that's another issue, which I dare not go anywhere near. My background is I was with the UK government for 10 years, leading on internet governance policy, and I represented the UK in Council of Europe, Steering Committee on Media and Information Society, and at ICANN in the UK seat on the Governmental Advisory Committee, and also led negotiations on digital in the G7 for 2 years in Japan and Italy. And so I left the government service and I joined IS3C in the early days with Wout, really to set it up. And as Wout said, it's our anniversary, so it's great. We've come a long way from the conceptualization and the launch last year ago at the IGF last year, and We've had lots of support, and our launch, we had support from the Swiss government. So you've seen the architecture of the coalition shown here with 3 working groups on focused issues in the first phase of work, and Raymond's work in the 4th working group on our communication strategy and how we are presenting our profile and so on. And so we've got an architecture pretty well established now in our first year, and we've got 3 working groups actively up and running. In the early days, we had to think about, well, we're ambitious. We want to be an outcome-orientated dynamic coalition, very much in the spirit of the reform of the IGF plus proposals that have come out of the roadmap on digital cooperation. And we thought in the early days, well, for the coalition to achieve the kind of impacts that Mallory was describing, we've got to ensure that we have a coherent, robust process that will ensure that our outcomes are authoritative and respected. So we turned to the issue of how do we provide that in establishing a governance framework for the coalition. So we consulted with the people who were with us in those early stages of the coalition, and we decided to come up with a governance framework, and specifically a document that would set out some key principles of working and mechanisms, in particular with regard to reaching decisions and the process of taking those decisions forward to endorse outcomes before we go out to the whole world with our guidelines, our policy recommendations to governments and to private sector leaders, decision takers in the private sector, our toolkits, or whatever it is, the kind of things that Mallory was envisioning as a kind of roster of outcomes. How do we get to those points of delivery? And so we drew up a governance document. It's on the website, following a lot of discussion and consultation and checking practice elsewhere and so on. But we started with pretty much with a blank sheet. And it covers some key aspects. First of all, membership. Who is a member of this coalition? And we decided that basically it was pretty difficult to define it other than who was actively subscribing to our mail list, because people will quite often follow our work as subscribers to the mail list, but not actually engage in the working groups. But then again, they might do, and they would have that option. And maybe they're sort of assessing the progress of the work before deciding to commit time as volunteers in working groups. So we decided to designate membership to anybody who was on the subscription list for the mail list. And then how do we reach decisions based on, we decided to follow really practice elsewhere, and I know this from my work at ICANN, of basis of consensus where there's no objection. And we've set that out clearly in the governance document. And then the process for reaching decisions, it's bottom up, it's multi-stakeholder. This is very much in line with principles of endorsed by the WSIS for the IGF and so on. So the process will come up from the working groups and then go to the leadership, the coordinator ultimately, Wouter Nattrass. And then the proposals would be put to the full membership for agreement before then going out to a wider, totally open consultation for any stakeholder anywhere to give their views. So we set this out in a kind of clearly set process, and also how to deal with, well, what happens if not everybody agrees? How do we resolve that in the kind of process for revising a proposal or in the worst case, hopefully it will never happen, we just say we couldn't reach agreement. So anyway, that's in the governance document. This is not a document that's set in stone. We envisage it reviewing it, seeing how effective it is, as we gain experience after our first year. And it's a kind of iterative process, if you like, for sustaining an effective governance framework for the work of the group, for the work of the coalition, that, as I say, would command respect, and from the wider stakeholder community, from people in government, from ministers, whoever we want to get engaged on our outcomes. That's the key objective. Also, should underline it's fully transparent. All our work is transparent. People can follow, and our documentations and transparent, and all that is clearly stated in the governance framework as well. Okay, I'll stop there. I hope I've kept to my precious 5 minutes. I don't know. I haven't been following the clock.
Yes, you went over about 40 seconds, Mark. So
Okay.
thank you.
Oh.
I'm giving the word to you back right away because you were going to do a little bit on our outreach and do an update there. So 4.5 minutes.
Oh, you're a tough coordinator, you are. Okay.
Moderator.
Quite right. Got to have some sort of discipline and be robust in our approach. Well, outreach. What are the goals of our outreach? Obviously, it's important for us as a multi-stakeholder process to promote awareness and the opportunity for people to join us. And of course, we need experts. We need their inputs, and they need to know that we exist and what we're doing and what our aims are and what our prospective outcomes will be. So awareness raising is a key thing. Getting the participation of experts, stakeholders to join us is a key goal for the outreach objectives. Thirdly, to engage people who would help us with our strategic thinking. We're in it for the long term. We're not going to be into this whole area, this complex area of cybersecurity, and then out again quickly. We're phasing our work, so we need some insights and views on how to strategize our approach to the work. As we've got 3 working groups now, we may well set up further ones next year, and then as we progress through aspects of the whole issue of standards deployment and addressing the gap between development and deployment of standards. Fundraising, that's another key objective for our outreach. We do, as the working group chairs have described, we've got interview processes, we've got research projects being formulated. That's going to need funding, and we need to cover some of our essential administrative costs. So outreach to source funding requirements, and I spoke about this in the session earlier in the IGF this week about dynamic coalitions, and we're going to talk to Jason Munyon in the Tech Envoy's office about this whole issue of funding for dynamic coalitions, along with other coalitions that are facing the same challenge. And also a final aspect of outreach is that we're conscious we can contribute to capacity building and talking to people about what our coalition can do in terms of providing inputs into capacity building initiatives. And we've got discussions coming up about that. So who are we talking to? Well, within the IGF community, of course, we've got the session here today, and we've contributed to Our Digital Future program, the first session on that back in September about cybersecurity. We took part in that alongside the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity. And that's an example of how we are complementing the work we do with the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity. We're talking to the UN, of course, the Tech Envoy's office, and we've talked to the European Union, DG Connect. We are talking to other international multilateral and multi-stakeholder organizations like the OAS, the African Union, and standards platforms like the EU one on standards. We have spoken in providing public presentations, if you like, at the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. We're very grateful for the steering committee of the APR IGF in affording us a time at their last big event, and also UADIG. And we have an opportunity coming up next week with the open-ended working group of the UN. We've secured a slot in that, as has the Best Practice Forum, I note as well. So the IGF's work on cybersecurity, we're going to be there explaining what we're doing to the UN process of the OEWG, which is opening up a lot more now to stakeholder participation. So that's great news. And we're talking to national IGFs on Saturday, actually. Wout and I are speaking at the Taiwan IGF. We're looking for other opportunities. And next year, well, we need to geographically spread out a lot more. It was great that India has now launched its national IGF, the IIGF, just held. Hopefully next year we can get a slot there because South Asia is so important, and also Africa, the African Internet Summit, the African IGF, and AfriNIC. We're hoping that we secure opportunities there. So that's our approach. We need to reach out to all regions. Back here at the IGF, we've got a networking session tomorrow at 11:30 to 12:30 UTC. Please talk to us there. We need feedback from everybody and help us to spread the word and connect into more and more. It's like the internet, it's a network of networks. The IGF affords that. We need to connect into other networks of stakeholders. Back to you, Wout. I don't know if that was 4.5 minutes or whatever. But...
Okay, it is relevant information, Mark. So thank you very much for that. I think it's time to open the floor. I saw the chat appearing in front of me, but I could not read it, the small letters. Could you look at it, Mark, as remote moderator, if there are any questions there? And from there, I'll turn to the room here if there are any questions. But let's give the people who are online, and this is a hybrid IGF, the chance to ask a question first. Are you hearing me, Mark?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just going through the chat. Actually.
Okay, no, okay, good. I thought so, but
monitor the chat at the same time. Sorry.
No, don't worry. But we were seeing a dark screen here all of a sudden, so okay. Just checking.
I'm still here. Well, I don't see any questions jump out. There was Aaron Butler was asking about the link that I think Janice referred to, which I think is the main website page for the coalition. So we've provided that. I'm just scrolling down.
Otherwise, I'll look in the room.
Other than congratulations, and
okay,
our name I think has been well received. Our new name and the acronym IS3C. So much easier to say.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm looking at the room. Is there any questions? Yes, Joao. And first, introduce yourself, please. There's a mic there.
My introduction will be a little bigger than the usual because you get it. So, hello. My name is João Falcão. I work with cybersecurity, meaning that I am a white hat hacker. And here I am representing my company, IntelliWay. My commentary will be directed to Janice. First, thank you for your work. We need more people joining forces in this subject. I would like to state that my company agrees with you and understands there is a huge lack of knowledge on what a cybersecurity professional needs to know. We believe that the knowledge about cybersecurity isn't properly integrated in formal education. So my company decided to create a partnership with one Brazilian university. I am from Brazil. With this partnership, we are creating a program to professionalize students with classes, tutoring, and internships directed to cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. So our idea is to teach hard skills at the same time we strengthen the soft skills needed to the job. So my question is about this kind of partnership are being considered in the cybersecurity in your work? Thank you.
Yes, so definitely we need these partnerships. We do have a partnership with a university in Poland, but until we get partnerships with organizations like your own, we can't have that glue that's going to bring all of the knowledge together. I myself am working with Morocco also, where we all have the same problem. So we're looking for your partnership. Please come and join us, and we can also show you what we want with the interviews, get you to conduct interviews. This has to be a collegial job, and it's great work you're doing, obviously, so thank you.
Thank you. And then I'm going after here in the room will be next question. And Mark, if there are any questions online, then of course the floor is theirs, being outside of this room. Please introduce yourself first.
Thanks. I'm Martina. I'm a researcher, a postdoctoral researcher at the European University Institute. And I also, since 6 years, do on my free time teaching of skills for kids and teenagers to try to make them creative thinkers and try to stimulate this kind of new soft skills that you were talking about. And I just wanted to add a comment on what you were saying, because you were saying that you're focusing on tertiary education and you were talking about soft skills. But if you look at pedagogy research, a lot of the soft skills have to be taught in secondary school or even primary school. So I just wanted to encourage you to take into account the fact that a lot of the skills can be, and like knowledge and competences can be taught in university. But if we really want to change and make sure that the next generation is empowered to take part in this digital revolution, we really have to start much earlier. And this is much harder, of course, but it requires collaboration with the local authorities and national authorities, but it can be done. And we are now doing a big randomized controlled trial to try to study the impact of certain type of courses on 3D printing, coding in school, and see how they impact the creativity, grit, and this new type of competences which are required for young people to engage in STEM education, in STEM subjects. And of course, cybersecurity then comes after as a specialization. Just wanted to add this. Thanks.
Thank you very much for bringing this up. In fact, I do wear a number of hats, and I did begin my career many, many years ago as a primary school teacher. I fully agree with you. I am working with the Council of Europe. I'm also in the process of writing for UNESCO the teacher training curriculum on global citizenship. And I fully agree. Some of these skills that I mentioned, simply you can't jump until you're 17 years old and say, I'm going to be developing that holistic thinking, that critical thinking, the ability to forecast, for example. They need to start very early. So that's why I didn't speak about it, because we are more focusing at the vocational level right now. But we would be very happy to work with you if you could please give me your details so that we can stay in contact. And you're definitely right. We need to work together, and we need to make sure that young people emerge from their school education ready to take on this vocational education.
Yes, and I can only add to it, it was an excellent comment, and we had very serious discussions about the scoping of this working group and decided to limit it at first, but that as I said, there are these little open boxes for the future where as soon as this is more or less taken care of, could be added to. So that is something which, as also Mark said, in 2022, 23, we will be opening new workshops. Is there a comment online, Mark? We will see the chat moving.
No, there were just really comments about access to recording. Our had a problem following us. So it is on YouTube, of course, so it can be picked up there, as Ying Chu helpfully pointed out.
Yes, and there will be a link online very soon after this session is over, when it's processed.
Right. And then, of course, as I say, we've got the networking tomorrow. So please, if anybody's think up your questions and grill us tomorrow. This is your chance to say you're focusing on the right things, or maybe, if you're thinking we should be prioritizing on other things, this is what we would need to know. And also ask questions about everything that we're doing now as we're progressing through our work plan now, as you've heard from the working group chairs. Sorry.
So if you're online, please put up your hand, because Mark monitoring it for us, and you can ask your questions just like people in the room. But now I have Vittorio. I was going to ask you a question also, Vittorio, because you work in this industry, and perhaps you could, next to your question or comment, also comment on, do you think that we are working in the right direction, as Mark was saying? So please, Vittorio.
Yes, that's also the question I wanted to make to you. Do we think that we as the industry are working in the right direction? But, well, first, with no offense to anyone, but just to point out how hard this is, let me point out the weirdness of being here and discussing about a secure and safer internet in a conference which has just been Zoom bombed like 1 hour ago, in a very simple way, like if it were just the average meeting of people that never used Zoom in their life. And this is just to show that it's very easy in this field to say that we need more security, we should do this, we should do that. It's very hard to do it, because then when you have to give up stuff to be secure. You have to be uncomfortable sometimes. Do something which is inconvenient, but it will be so convenient to share all the Zoom links to all the sessions in a spreadsheet on your website. But then what you get is that you get Zoom bombed. So this is also what I wanted to point out, because at this level, at the UN level, of course, this discussion is at a very high level, inevitably. But on the other hand, seen on the field, you need something very specific. And even when the industry tries to do this, it gets into the same issues. As a company, we are a big email vendor. We've been for years sponsoring a project in which I was going around the world and telling to ISPs around the world that they need to deploy these technologies, encryption and DNSSEC and DANE and all the technologies to make email secure. And we were co-sponsored by other email vendors. And like 5 years later, we still cannot deploy DANE at one of our customers, because one of the email vendors that were sponsoring the project still has not implemented DANE in their platform and has no clear delivery date for that. And the basic issue is that there is no demand for this. So in this room, we agree that this is necessary. But the end customers don't buy internet products because of the deployment of encryption. There are some very few specialized providers that give you encryption. They are niche providers. But if you go to the mass providers, people choose them by the price. They choose them by the nice advertising, by the branding, by the marketing channels. So they find at the supermarket, they find the box, they buy it. So this is why there is no demand for this. This is the real problem. And so I was wondering whether we could at least agree on what's the best point of pressure. So is it regulation? So since the industry is not going to do this because there is no market or business demand, not a priority business demand, then maybe we need to force the industry to do this by regulation. Or it's the industry themselves, so maybe just by educating. In my experience, this is not really going to work very well. There are a few companies that really care. Or it's the users, maybe we can create this demand, but I also think it's not. So I don't know if through this discussion, you come to some consensus and advice on what we could do, maybe even with very targeted, by sector, by protocol, even efforts. Some parts of the industry would be willing to fund that and work on that, but we need to agree on what's the real point of pressure to make this happen.
Yes, thank you. I'll give Mallory the word as well, I think, in your response. the thing that we started with basically is that we identified in the report that was the basis for this dynamic coalition, where are the pressure points in society on creating a safer environment. And yes, the first one that came out simply was regulated. But also everybody, nearly 100% is really the baddest idea that you can think of to do, because you will have 200 different sets of regulation in the world. So don't go that way. And we are going to look at the positive pressure points and some negative pressure points. The positive ones, if we can convince governments and large corporations to buy secure by design, then you create the business case, because the rest will not get accepted. There are more negative pressure points, and then you have to think about consumer regulation, perhaps, that already exists, or consumer testing advocacy agencies that test the products. It could well be that we have to look at testing the products themselves. The bad guys are testing 24 hours a day. So why aren't the good guys? So why don't we organize a mechanism around the world that we pay people to actually hack products? And when we put that on the doorstep of the manufacturer, that's going to be the moment that he's going to feel extremely uncomfortable, because everybody will know at some point that it is insecure products. So that is a positive way, a stimulus, incentive by procurement. So that's the working group. But the blank spaces that we have are talking with consumer regulatory, privacy regulatory bodies. What do they have in their law? And that are things that we are starting to discuss, and hopefully will lead to a new working group where at least it will be researched. They're not going to go into action, but perhaps they are willing to research it themselves and have a working group on it. So that's the sort of topic we are looking at. Is that the answer? Because that's what we need to agree on. And I'll come back to perhaps an easy outcome for this year in the end of my summary of the meeting. But first, Mallory, do you still have your own mic, right?
I do.
Yes.
Does it work? It does. This is not representing any of the hats I wear. This is my own personal opinion. I derive a great deal of joy from disrupting snake oil. And I think something that companies and governments and a lot of us have to spend money on is sort of this cybersecurity industry, right? Like you go to these big conferences and they're selling you like antivirus, and it's very, I mean, you know, you've got controversial advertising of like women in scantily dressed things on top of cars. I mean, it's a disaster. It's such a mess. And I think that whole cybersecurity industry is an embarrassment to, you know, the internet now. I think this is an opportunity potentially to get in the way of that. So rather than spending loads of money on these sort of damage control products and insurance and all of that, maybe just like harm reduce, maybe some harm reduction. I think that's what this is. This is a more measured approach to like, maybe when you buy things or when you are implementing technology, you just check a couple boxes before you sign like a really big contract. That's it. And then potentially that will save you money in the long term, because you're not having to invest in these sort of sexy looking solutions that really just are very expensive. And they don't really do much other than just like they promise to protect you, right? So I think that we have an opportunity to maybe be that, which is maybe not very, it's kind of boring, but actually it could be really fun, because I think there are a lot of us that are in this industry that really despise that sort of like glitzy but like vapid approach to cybersecurity. So I'd like to think that this is making the case for maybe just like do it right the first time. So we'll see. Maybe that'll work. Maybe it won't.
I think that move from mitigation to prevention. I think that that's a good second slogan, perhaps. But thank you for your question, Vittorio, because it's spot on. Look at you, Savio or Janice, if you'd like to respond to some the comments made?
Yes, I did, because I think one very important pressure point is employment. And as we've seen over the past year or two with the pirating, the hacks in national systems, everyone is aware now that we really need to increase cybersecurity. A few years back when I was doing some work with Kaspersky and we realized there was a gap, they came in contact with the Dublin government, or the local government in Dublin, and actually set up a whole training course, which is running extremely well, but it's also been replicated in several countries. So for me, the fact that this is a growing area of employment, it's a very important pressure point that we need to use.
Yes, and Victoria, you're one of our members on the list. Perhaps we should just have a one-on-one with a few of us as well to see how we could progress in the direction that you're suggesting, because it's a very sound suggestion and actually one we want to work on. So thank you. I'm looking more back to Mark as a question on your end, because we're running towards the end of our session.
No, nothing in the chat. I don't see any hands raised. No, I think we've covered a lot of ground, and maybe people are digesting what we've presented.
Okay.
And as I said in the chat, actually, please come back to us tomorrow at the networking session, which is a very open opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the final comment from you, Nicholas, because I know you have some ideas on how we could go forward. So the mic is there, and you can have a couple of minutes to explain what you would like to do in Working Group 1, I understand.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Nicolas Fiomarelli, co-founder of the IoT Cybersecurity in Latin America and the Caribbean. Well, from my point of view, or our point of view, we think that the work of the DC is very enormous, and it's a big challenge for every one of us to be involved in these kind of issues, because we know that the industry is behind the security protocols of several standardization parties. So at the end, I just have a little comment related with the question from Vittorio, that I think as the electronic devices has this sticker for the energy efficiency, maybe you could have at your home some the calefactors or all these artifacts. The air conditioners also have, for example, A+ sticker that say you that is energy efficient in some manner. There exists some standardization from the OTA framework, for example, that could tell you that the device is secure at some manner, that when your data is going, which type of data is. So the consumer, from the consumer protection point of view, could know also which device he is buying. So this is another leg that was not mentioned in this workshop, and I think is another part of the thing that we need to look at. And from the IoT Cybersec Latin America and Caribbean, we started our activity in April in 2021 this year, in trying to do like a mapping of public policies around the world also, but focusing on Latin America and Caribbean, what the governments, what the regulators are doing in each of the countries. That is a thing that we think could be very interesting to find some patterns or common patterns in countries to look at the better way that they need to be followed. And also we are trying to do like a survey of all the different protocols in terms of the IoT security in particular, from different standardization bodies. So we are now trying to reach out more with the work of the DC. So very glad to be here and to try to help for the same aim we all have. Thank you.
Savio, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So adding a bit more about the topics about the work of Working Group 1 in cybersecurity by design for IoT, more specifically. One point of statement for us is also gluing all the things. taking advantage of the phrase for the youth summit. We need more, less conversation and more actions. So we have people saying things everywhere. I mean, we have icons saying things about DNS and IoT. We have ITF having new standards. We have OWASP talking about best practices, but there is no. We still someone to glue the thing up. So this is the action that we have the aim in the working group one, like get all these things that everyone is saying about IoT security, understand the aims of everyone, and glue the thing up to have practical actions for a safer and more secure Internet of Things.
Thank you, Savio. And we're running under 5 minutes, so we're wrapping up. Yes, Yuri. Yes.
Thank
Please.
you. I will add that very strange and paradoxical fact, but we must find the answer on the question: where does safety begins, and what determines the security and safety? Is it a relation between user and services? Is it relations between gadget and users, gadget and services? I think that answers on this question is open yet. And we should find the answer on these questions.
Thank you. I think you've put a giant challenge in front of us, but it's almost philosophical, I think. But I think the question
it's practical, not sophistical.
it sounds philosophical. Let me put it like that. But I know that it's very, in the end, it's very practical, Yuri. You're totally right.
It's basic point of our research.
Yes. And
Olivier has
yes, Mark.
Olivier has raised his hand.
Okay, Olivier, then you have the final word from the floor.
Thank you very much, Wout. I don't know if it should be the final word, but okay. Yeah, very interesting discussion, and some of you might not be aware, but in recent times I've been evolving in the mobile application and venture capital side of things, trying to get funding for an app that I'm developing. And one of the things that has horrified me is being parts of some pitch contests and pitch discussions and so on, hearing the pitches that never actually touch about the societal component of what their product is going to have on, so the people design things, companies come up with new services and so on. They're not really interested at all in whether it's legal, not legal, whether there's regulation around it, whether there will be regulation around it. They're just thinking we need to make money. And the second thing that has horrified me is that anything to do with the security of what they're building and cybersecurity of it is also just a sidetrack. There's more interest in how much return can we make in the next 2 years. Is it 5 times, 10 times the initial investment, and that's it. And this is a real problem, because what we see then is innovation doesn't look at these issues of cybersecurity and issues of stability and of the impact that it will have. And I think that we've got a lot of work to do on this one, because unless this is done, this is where things are moving always, the innovation, the edge. Unless we deal with that from the beginning, then we've got a real problem.
Yes, and I think your observation is totally right, Olivier. Thank you for that, because I think it was the same with cars when they started, and at some point it changed, and with airplanes it changed as well. And we maybe have to look at the development of all sort of applications in the near future in the same sort of way. The screen is turning orange now, so I'm going to close the mics and just go into my few final summary. I need unfortunately nowadays need my glasses for that. But to sum up, I think we've heard the ambition that this dynamic coalition has, and the way we want to progress. And I want to thank the presenters for stating very clearly where they want to go in 2022. And I think that we could also perhaps produce two overall sort of goals. What I call my top 20, and that is not necessarily 20 different standards, but what are the most urgent standards that if governments and organizations started deploying them, would already secure the world significantly, and that they, because they are limited, makes them also more comprehensible and handleable for the people who have to learn to work with them, because most of them are not technically educated. They're economically or financially educated or sales educated, etc. And they will really need to learn that it's a true component of their work, this cybersecurity, because our society depends on it. Another one could be an inventory of what is out there. So what sort of standards do we have? What exactly is it that it means or does? And who is addressed? Who is the organization needing to take action? Because an inventory like that would already make a major impact, because you can refer to it. People cannot say any longer, we didn't know that this exists. If this is a list that is presented everywhere. I think that we, as Mark already explained, that we need support as a dynamic coalition in several ways. We need support from experts willing to work with us, look at the research that we're doing, or do the research, but look at the research. Is this the right direction? Is this exactly the answers that we as a stakeholder community need? So that is the sort of experts that we're looking for. We need experts and people who are willing to open doors for us, who are in a position to say, I can introduce you to this stakeholder community, or I'm willing to present or let you present or let you write something in our newsletters or introduce us to people. And we need financial support. And with that, I can thank a few organizations today already. As Mark mentioned, the Swiss Foreign Office helped us establish ourselves last year. We got a substantial funding from SIDN in the Netherlands, the .nl domain organization. We had funding from Microsoft to do some preliminary research in Working Group 1. We've been funded by the Platform Internet Standards in the Netherlands, who helped us give some presentations around the world. We are going to be assisted, which has not been mentioned yet, by ECP, the organization behind the NL IGF, the Dutch National IGF, who is going to run our financial side. So it will not be money made to me as a consultant, but to an organization where everybody gets invoices from or can send their invoice to. And finally, we've had support from EGICFA, as Raymond was presenting on, but they will be financing our domain name, our website, email system, etc. And they are from Ghana. And finally, the IGF Secretariat helped us with all the things around this session, of course. So that is thank you for the support. We have changed our name. As you can see, we are no longer known as a dynamic coalition, but as Internet Standards Security and Safety Coalition. And that is to set us a little bit more apart from the IGF, but of course we will be functioning within the IGF system as a dynamic coalition. So that definitely does not change. And finally is that, as Mark said, we'll be reaching out to a lot of organizations, and that's what I've been using the past 4 days for, and tomorrow as well. We're having numerous meetings with organizations who are able to open doors and perhaps finance us in the future. And some of them have indicated that we can send a proposal to them. So that is the strength of the IGF, because people come together here, and they are. And not everybody was able to come due to the pandemic or due to fears of getting COVID or for other reasons. But the fact is that we are here, and that made me extremely happy, because we were able to come and meet face to face, discuss all these important topics with each other, not just this one, but all the others. And I think that we're showing the strength of the IGF once again. So with that, I'm going to close. I'm 4 minutes out of time, but it's all Mark's fault, as you saw, because he went over time in his presentation, Mark. But yeah, I want to thank you all who were online present and for your input in the chat and your congratulations on our work and on our new name. Thank you again for presenting. Yuri also for presenting from Ukraine, from Odessa. Thank you for your questions, and I wish you a very pleasant evening, a good final day of the IGF, and I hope that we meet each other again soon. And don't forget to sign up to our membership list and become engaged, because the work that we are doing is really trying to make a difference. And that is, I think, something very worthwhile. So have a very good day. Thank you also for facilitating everything behind the desk there. And with that, I wish you a pleasant evening. Bye-bye.